The events of this story take us to a rainy mountainous area on the outskirts of the city, where there was only one burial site belonging to a long-haired woman in red. Her beautiful body was completely unharmed, and she looked like a living person who had closed her eyes for a few minutes to take a nap. No one understood why a female corpse that was more than 2,000 years old still looked like a beauty. The experts threw up their hands and said that they were still waiting for evidence. Many people thought that this event would shake up the global archaeological society, but there were also skeptics who thought it was all nonsense. The driver who was driving him just grinned and asked if the guy hadn't heard the latest rumors, so he decided to tell him a secret. According to this strange man, in fact, the woman's corpse disappeared on the way to the city. These words greatly strained the hero, who understood that the case smelled of something muddy. The story of the gentleman continued. It turns out that he saw with his own eyes how the car with the woman turned over in a ditch, and then the coffin simply disappeared. In his opinion, such news could not be published, because it was a national cultural relic, the loss of which could lead to disaster. Soon, the guy got out of the taxi and thanked the driver for working so hard. Holding a beautiful bouquet of red roses in his hands, the hero began to look worriedly at his phone, because the one he was expecting was already well delayed. A few minutes later, he saw a familiar female silhouette, the beauty standing next to a man who clearly wanted more from her than just going to the movies or having dinner. Looking at the fact that the girl does not mind being near this man at all, something inside the guy broke, it seemed, and his heart broke into small fragments. The bouquet in his hands trembled because he could not calm down. To see this with his own eyes was the most terrible thing that he could even imagine. When the lady turned her head, she immediately noticed Yang Cheng and was confused, asking what he was doing here. The anger inside our hero was so strong that he could barely contain it, and he reminded her that he had come here to give these flowers to her for her birthday. But the girl also flared up, saying that she followed him all these years, and he did not give her anything, after which she hit him with a bag that she always dreamed of. But another man gave it to her. In her opinion, if a guy was not motivated to do something for her, then he can forget about her and give way to those who can really give something. After saying this, a grown man came forward and said that after hearing all these details, he felt that Yang Cheng really wasn't worthy of women like the one in front of them. It was obvious that the beauty absolutely agreed with every word of this man. Her love for wealth exceeded real feelings. The self-confident master said that he was sorry to spend so much time on such an unpleasant acquaintance, so he ordered the guy to get out of here immediately. Otherwise, if our hero stays in Changnan City, it will be a huge problem for him. Yang Cheng listened carefully to all these insulting words and asked in a calm tone if his opponents had finished their stream of thoughts. The stoic calmness of the guy made the man very angry. He ordered him to be obedient, threatening that his identity was incredibly dangerous. These words did not frighten our hero at all, especially now, when the anger inside him was boiling like a violent river. So he did a little rash thing and rushed at the enemy with his fists. What he didn't think was that he would encounter a very serious resistance that would cause him to fall on his back and groan loudly in pain. Cracking his fingers, the man said that he couldn't wait to punch his opponent's shameless face again. Yang Cheng was really angry, so there was only one goal in his mind now, to take revenge on the person who was standing right in front of him. Mixed feelings began to form inside her, and she felt sorry for Yang Cheng, despite all the unpleasant things she had said a few minutes ago. It pained her to see the man she'd spent so much time with and considered close to her now sitting on the cobblestones and bleeding profusely. But Yang Cheng wasn't sad, because he knew that revenge was a dish that should be served cold. Seeing his smile, the man thought that he was crazy, and the girl began to urge Yang Cheng to leave immediately, because her companion was engaged in the martial art of Muay Thai. Finally, the young man wiped the blood from his face and shouted to his ex-girlfriend Zhang Long that she had disgraced herself and now their couple would definitely not be easy. After this unexpected fight, it was extremely difficult for the guy to walk, because every cell of his body ached and burned with fire after a heavy landing on the paving stones. He decided to somehow drown out his physical and moral pain, so the old and not very useful method was used. But even alcohol did not help him drown out the emotions he experienced, so at some point the guy tripped and fell to the ground among the trees. Deciding that lying on the grass wasn't too bad, Yang Cheng spread out his arms and thought about how his happy life was now over. It was hard for him to even breathe, so he still didn't understand how he could survive the betrayal of the closest person. And then he saw her, a beautiful, long-haired woman in a red dress, the space around her literally glittering. When she brought her face close to him, the guy's body began to tremble violently and he could not even move. It was so cold that it seemed that you could die from it. He just lay there, not moving at all, only his eyes following closely every movement of this strange, cold stranger. She behaved very strangely, because at some point she stuck out her tongue and licked the dirty cheek of our hero. The girl said that a body that survived for several thousand years and then disappeared without a trace reacted quite well to external stimuli. After that, she showed off her sharp fangs, which resembled the teeth of a wild beast, and said that she would help the young man become a zombie. Various rumors and memories began to flash through the boy's already drugged head, and now there were suspicions inside that this was the same woman whose body was recently found in the city, but lost. His eyes widened in fear because it was hard to believe that this was a real female zombie who was lying in a coffin earlier this morning. Now it was very much alive, moreover. It was going to sink its fangs into the body of our hero. Yang Chung still couldn't move, so biting his neck wasn't a problem. And at one point, he felt a sharp pain that made it difficult for him to think about saving himself. But soon it became even worse. Sparks flew between the heroes, which like small lightning pierced the guy's body and caused him unbearable pain. When it was over, there were 2 small trickles of blood running down his neck, and his body looked like it had been drained of life. He felt like he was about to leave this world. It was simply impossible to survive after what had happened to him. Licking her lips, the woman said that she was very sorry that the guy's body had already died, but he could let her help him. Without waiting for permission, the blonde stranger snuggled up to the boy's neck again. But now the pain was gone. He was so sick that he didn't really care what was going on, and at one point his pupils turned red, just like the blonde woman's. After that, the trembling in his body increased. It seemed that he was filled with life, but it was somehow different, absolutely otherworldly and cold. But this unexpected surge of strength was enough to swing at the woman and throw her off. She managed to jump back in time and flew into the air. Looking at the fever that was hitting the young man, the blonde thought that he was even stronger than she expected. Yes, that was exactly what it was. She was convinced of this statement when the guy flew up, so fast that it was almost impossible to follow his movements. Our hero himself was surprised that he had a sudden talent for jumping so high, because before he did not have such physical abilities. He was afraid, because the reason for such changes could only be the bite of that strange lady. When he landed, he immediately crouched down, wishing that the haze in his head would disappear and he would have a chance to analyze what was happening, because something very strange was happening. As the woman flew closer and closer to him, all he could think about was that he had just taken off and broken the tree with a single blow, as if he had developed some strange superpowers. Finally, Yang Chung's common sense gradually began to return, and he realized that a ghost was approaching, so he began to run away, wanting to escape as quickly as possible. But this behavior caused the blonde only to laugh. She understood that the one she chose was unlikely to be able to escape from her somewhere. Yang Chung soon realized this as well, because when he turned his head, he saw that the blonde was flying beside him and wouldn't leave him alone. Falling to his knees, he begged the ghost to let him go. The guy even promised to burn money on holidays as a sacrifice. It was clear that he was ready to do anything to be left alone. Once again showing off her fangs, the blonde said that she didn't need money, she was a zombie. And the guy was now too. They belonged to the same species. Getting even angrier, the guy asked why she was bullying him. Because a zombie couldn't have a heartbeat and breathing, and he also didn't have terrible teeth and nails. Turning her back on the guy in exasperation, the woman said that they hadn't reached that level yet, so they just had a nice body. Seeing the guy's upset face, the beauty said that after turning into a zombie, he would have an endless life and a strong body, so there was no need to create drama. The words made the hero wonder if this was the beginning of his new life, without past attachments and with new abilities. After these thoughts, confidence began to spread inside him, not only that he would continue to live, but also that he could take revenge on his stronger abusers. When the guy asked if the woman was really a zombie, she replied that he should not be afraid, because in this world there were monsters much more terrible than those that they were. For Yang Chung, this was not so important. But now he was much more interested in the name of the person who decided to give him an updated version of life. The beauty's face took on a strange expression, as if she hadn't expected to hear such a question. She uttered very strange words that were hard to believe. It turns out that so much time had passed since her life that it was impossible to remember her name. After a little thought, our hero asked why not then choose a new name for her. This idea appealed to the woman. After looking at the beauty carefully, the young man said that she reminded him of a fairy in a painting, so he came up with the idea of naming her Xianling. It was very much liked by his blonde friend, who thanked him for the name, but said that now she had to leave. The guy really did not like this prospect, because she did not even tell him how to live after all that had happened. These words made the woman freeze uncomfortably on the spot. Chuckling, she rubbed the back of her head and said that she should avoid the sun at noon, and if there was a chance encounter with the priest, it was better to run away immediately. Our hero had thousands of questions, such as what would happen if he got caught in the sun's rays, or couldn't find an opportunity to escape from a church minister. All this hysteria made the blonde laugh, and she said that there weren't many powerful priests, so you should just avoid doing anything that might harm God. After that, she took out a strange and very ancient scroll, and said that only it could help him improve his skills. So the newly minted zombie should study hard. He had no choice but to pick up this scroll that had literally crumbled with age and accept the fact that it would now become his reference book. Taking advantage of the boy's confusion, Xianling ran away, and only a bright flash reminded of her presence, which eventually began to disappear. Looking at the place where the woman was floating a second ago, our hero did not understand what to do. He assumed that he could file a complaint somewhere, but the next second he realized that this was complete nonsense. After resigning himself to his deplorable situation, Yang Cheng decided to unroll the ancient scroll and familiarize himself with what was written there. It only took him a few seconds to realize that his situation was much worse than he might have thought. He didn't understand a single word of what was written in the scroll, so he desperately wanted to go back and tell his new friend who had come back to life. After hailing a taxi, he sat in the back seat and drifted off to sleep. The exhaustion of what he'd been through so overwhelming that he couldn't keep his eyes open. In his mind flashed thoughts about what an incredible day today was. Not only did he meet a real zombie, so she also turned out to be quite a cute girl. But the strangest thing is that now he was also a zombie. The thought that he would soon grow long teeth and sharp nails haunted him, and he really didn't want to lose his good looks. When he finally got out of the car, he realized how slow he was going, and it seemed to him that it would have been much faster to get there. After that, he walked through the familiar streets, still thinking about what had happened to him today. At one point, he overheard a conversation from a stranger asking someone if they had heard about the recent loss of the body of a 2,000-year-old woman in the area. They were robbers who were afraid of strange sounds because they might be the same female corpse. They were afraid, but the riches beckoned, because if they found the loss, the money would flow on them like a river. At that moment, the guy was discovered. Someone shone a bright flashlight on him, and now it was impossible to remain hidden. Deciding to take advantage of the opportunity to enrich himself, one of the robbers ordered our hero to immediately give him all his valuables, but Yang Cheng clearly said no. Then the gang leader ordered his friends to immediately beat up this daredevil, who sooner or later would still give up. Hiding a smile, our hero said that he did not mind treating new friends to food, but he could not afford more. These words made the villains laugh, who now did not hesitate to say that this was a real scoundrel and coward. It seems that these statements still made the guy think of being so noble. Yan Cheng took out $10 from his pocket and informed them that if they could get it, the money would be theirs without any objections. One of the guys began to tell the gang leader that they were openly humiliated. He understood this perfectly well and decided that he would make every effort to avenge such impudence. He gave another order, wanting the gang members to immediately start beating up this scoundrel who dared to mock him. It was only when he got close to Yang Chen that it was clear that he wouldn't be an easy target, as the guy effortlessly threw the gang leader away, causing him to bleed to death. With Yang Cheng's efforts, the man flew a little more, hit the wall several times and slid down, moaning in pain. Now, none of the gang members wanted to mess with our hero, and he himself was puzzled that his strength had increased so dramatically. But there were also daredevils among these scoundrels who wanted to try their luck and try to defeat someone who was capable of doing such terrible things. The bandit charged at him with a knife, but he miscalculated because he could not have known that Yang Cheng's strength had increased, but also his agility. So he was able to avoid the blow without much effort. Also, it was easy for the guy to grab the opponent's arm and make it tremble with fear and tension. The whole fight was very noisy, but the events were taking place in a remote area, so no one heard anything. After a while, the bandit's hand went numb, and he began to cry, wishing they would let him go, because it was so painful that he just wanted to run away. But he wasn't going to let the men who had committed the last robbery go, even though his captive had promised not to do anything like that again if they were released right away. The boy's eyes burned with anger, because he did not understand how in this world there can be such vile people who are ready to take the last thing from those who were in need. So he didn't want to let them go at all. On the contrary, when he felt strong, he came up with the idea that he could teach such scum a lesson. The guy threatened that from today on, those who dare to call him a coward will be brutally killed. In fact, these words really scared the bandits, who now wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. But our hero did not intend to let them go so easily. So he gave chase and made his opponents scream in fear, moving at an incredible speed, and it seemed impossible to escape from him. After catching up with the scoundrels, he began to beat them up to show that there was no permissiveness in this world, and sometimes he had to pay for his mistakes. After landing on his feet after a quick jump, the young man began to look around and analyze whether he can catch up with those who managed to escape from him. Despite the fact that it seemed impossible, the guy decided to try, and his idea was successful, because some villains were caught and punished. Soon, every single person who had touched Yang Cheng's dignity in any way tonight was responsible for their actions and clearly regretted the mistakes they had made. The guy was more than happy with his work before. He could not even dream of owning such power, but now it was his reality. But at some point, when the adrenaline in his blood calmed down, he finally realized what he had done. His body began to behave so strangely that he felt as if the zombie woman was once again sucking the blood out of his neck. The images of the bandits' battered bodies could not disappear from his memory. It seemed that something inside him was calling out to his conscience and saying that he had made a mistake by beating them up. His eyes were getting worse. Everything around him seemed to be split and blurry, and he kept trying to focus, but he couldn't. And then it seemed to him that his body was beginning to burn, as if someone inside had ignited a violent flame that could not be extinguished. The deafening screams did nothing to help him recover. On the contrary, they only clouded his mind more. He genuinely didn't understand what was going on and how to help himself. He was hurt and scared. But most of all, it was depressing that it was unlikely that anyone would be able to help him. At some point, our hero realized that he was violently attracted to the smell of blood, which made him want to have a snack. All these thoughts scared the hell out of him, but he couldn't hold back his thirst. and soon you could see that his teeth were lengthening and turning into the fangs of a real predator. When Yang Cheng saw the full moon, he thought that it might be the reason for this strange behavior. But no one could confirm or refute this theory. However, inwardly, he felt that it was her who influenced his behavior and condition. At some point, it became much easier for him. It seemed that everything that bound his body and caused pain disappeared. And now, there was lightness and peace. When the guy looked at the moon again, he realized that he could see all its outlines, even those that were previously hidden from his eyes. His vision was now so strong that he could clearly see things that he hadn't even noticed before. After this sudden discovery, he became so calm that Yang Cheng closed his eyes and let the newfound power gently float down his body. The pain and all the unpleasant sensations gradually disappeared, filling the boy's body with ease and power, which helped him defend and attack. Yang Cheng took a deep breath in and out to finally calm his body down and bring it back to full normal. Opening his eyes, the young man turned to his enemies and said that this time they were really lucky, because in the future he would not let anyone go so easily. After saying that, he slowly walked towards the exit of the alley where the fight was taking place. When he reached his house, he opened the door and went inside without turning around. He had absolutely no fears that someone might follow him. He went straight to the shower because he wanted to wash away all traces of today, which had brought him a lot of emotions, mostly negative ones, as soon as possible. Coming out of the bathroom, the guy found himself in the bedroom, where there were many beds. He thought that he was tired of living in such a place. His soul wanted something completely different. He settled down on his bed and read the ancient scroll he had received from Xianling, wanting to understand something about who he was now and how to live with it. But there was only one problem. He couldn't even read the words, and there was no question of understanding anything at all. And he had one thought in his head: what would happen if he tried to copy the movements? The parchment was covered in drawings of human bodies that were bent in the most intricate poses. The guy thought what would happen if he repeated this crazy dance. Somewhere inside him, the boy knew that he should try different methods of deciphering this manuscript. But it was difficult for him to accept that now he was going to learn dance from pictures. But what can we do? If this was the only way to understand something, our hero was determined to try to do everything as it should be. All this acrobatics was quite tiring. So after a few minutes, the young man was already sweating profusely. Opening the window to let in fresh air, it was hard not to notice how full and bright the moon was. The moonlight seemed somehow to beckon, as if it were something familiar or long lost. As Yang Cheng breathed in the night air, there was something new about it, something strange that he hadn't noticed before. After that, his eyes flashed with an otherworldly reddish light, and his body was filled with a strange energy, so good the hero had never been before. Then he thought that the reason for this blissful state could be those strange movements that he performed just a few minutes ago. Without hesitation, our hero decided to repeat the cycle of these tricks in order to finally understand whether it was really them. Now it was much easier to perform them. It seemed that the body itself understood how to move, and now did it much more smoothly than last time. At some point, he stopped in place and suddenly realized that now he understood everything. These 12 pictures that were shown in the scroll represented 12 ways to absorb the essence of the moon, and each movement had a variety of effects. Some of them were regaining their breath, which was evident from their pulse rate, which was becoming calmer and more stable. Thanks to this calmness, the guy finally realized that the old him would have been long dead. But his new identity was not just alive. She would never feel fear of anyone again. Morning came, and Yang Cheng's room rang, asking him why he wasn't at work. Hurriedly leaving the house, the young man said that he would soon arrive at the place, after which he hung up, not wanting to waste his time on meaningless conversations. Once on the street, the guy realized that he simply could not be under such scorching rays of the sun. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was shining as if it was already noon. And at one point, he heard a faint hiss, and then realized that it was the skin on his hands that was melting. It was then that he realized that he was so hot that it was simply impossible to stand it. So our hero immediately hurried into the shadows. The first thing he decided to do was take a pair of sunglasses and a cap to create some shade and protection for his vulnerable skin. People turned to look at him and were startled, because without noticing it, he was passing by the same bandits he had beaten up last night. Finally, the guy got to work. The first thing he did was enter the security room because he had to sign the necessary papers that the employee politely provided him with. A colleague told Yang Chen that the boss was angry because he didn't catch him at work, but he seemed to believe the story that our hero went to the toilet. While the boys were talking, a strange sound was heard somewhere behind them, as if something very heavy had fallen. The guy immediately guessed that they were trying to rob them right now, and they had to do everything so that nothing like this would happen on their shift. The sounds came directly from the part of the building where the diamonds were being processed. It was there that bandits were already hunting. They took employees hostage and ordered them to keep quiet and not resist. Otherwise, they would get acquainted with the muzzle of a gun. The ringleader's henchmen started saying that there were a lot of diamonds to get rich with. But the boss ordered everyone to shut up and pack up quickly. But at some point, a sound was heard that began to strain the man very much, because something not very good was clearly happening outside the door of the room. When the door opened, a gun was immediately pointed at the employee. and the leader of the bandits said that some daredevil must have decided to find his death from his bullet. Yang Chung had no idea why the man was so confident. Perhaps it was the effect of the weapon in his hands that affected him so much. Suddenly, a hand appeared right in front of his body, blocking the entrance to the room where the bandits and hostages were being held. A personable man in a suit said that the criminals could take the diamonds, but they had to guarantee that the hostages would not be harmed. Otherwise, the escape would not succeed. The leader of the bandits said that Boss Yu was really the king of jewels, and he was also very generous. Previously, it was planned to take only jewels, but now the plan has changed dramatically. After all, the man in the suit was much more valuable than some trinkets. So now the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Boss Yu's forehead. The man swallowed nervously, but behaved more or less restrained. He asked if the criminals knew who he was. Without taking his eyes off him, the bandit said that he was aware that the person in front of him was a well-known entrepreneur in Chang'an. The scoundrels wanted to make the boss go through hell with them. But our hero wasn't going to let that happen. So he threw the first thing that came to hand at the robber and knocked the gun out of his hands. The blow was so precise and strong that the scoundrel's hand was shaking from the sharp pain caused by the employee of the company. While the gang leader was disoriented, our hero decided that there was not a second to lose, so he immediately rushed to the attack. His next blow landed squarely on the scoundrel's solar plexus, who now spat all the air out of his lungs and couldn't take a breath. Spoiler alert, he never managed to take a breath because then he was sent flying, followed by a hard landing and hitting his back against the elevator door. Mr. Yu was extremely impressed by the employee's strength, and at first he didn't even believe what he saw because he couldn't have imagined that such talents worked for him. The scoundrels became more active. They were angry because some boy dared to attack their boss, who was a huge authority for them. So soon, a stray bullet was already flying at our hero, which was aimed directly at those places that could cost the guy his life. Everyone thought that our hero was finished, but the bullet bounced off his body as if it were a piece of paper. This sight made the formidable scoundrels tremble with fear, because at that moment they realized that they were facing not just a person, but someone who was a serious threat to them. The boss looked at his subordinate and only thought about what it was. He even assumed that the guy had a legendary martial art body armor. Only how could it be hidden for so long? Now the man in the suit knew that it would be more difficult to fulfill Madame's order than you might think. The guy was now seriously considered a monster, but he said that he was just a security guard who did a good job. So good that he made the bandits scream in pain and fear. One of the criminals decided to attack the guy, but instead of hitting him, he felt only a faint touch of something hard on his back. Holding a huge hammer in his hands, the attacker was shaking with fear, because his weapon not only did not cause any harm to the enemy, but also cracked due to the recoil. Very soon, this person regretted that he dared to attack a guy who was many times stronger than him. After just a few minutes, the bandits who had previously been so cocky were now on their knees begging for mercy, realizing that the roles had been reversed and the victims were them. Yang Chung was asking how he could spare those who tried so hard to appear brave and invulnerable. They deserved the strictest punishment. Very soon, sirens blared from the streets, and it seemed that the police had arrived just in time. Further events take us to the luxurious mansion of Madame Xu, near which an expensive car was parked. The hostess of the house was doing yoga in her flowery garden. Such classes always helped her to feel more relaxed and calm. But now she was distracted from her relaxation by a subordinate who called her name and was clearly in the mood for a serious conversation. Adopting a different yoga pose, the blonde woman greeted Yu Chung and asked if he had any good news. The man said that he had found the right person for the role of performer. It was an employee of their company who meets all the listed requirements. His data had already been sent to the lady. Now the hostess was definitely distracted from her previous occupation, because these words interested her very much. Picking up the phone, she decided to check the details of the person her employee was talking about. The suitable candidate was Yang Cheng, who was 24 years old. The identity of his parents was not established. The guy had a high school education and no social status. His reputation remained clean, and now he worked as a security guard in their jewelry factory. The woman was doubtful, but Yu Chung was so convincing that the guy had a good character and could vouch for him that she was slowly inclined to agree to this offer. Only the lady of the house wasn't doubting because of the guy. The problem was Lin. This kid was so spoiled that he had already chased away quite a few bodyguards. Hopes were now pinned on Yang Cheng, who had been summoned to his office by President Yu in the middle of the day. It was then that the gentleman said that he introduced the guy to the president of this company, whose name was Mrs. Chu, and together they decided to give the hero a chance to try to become her bodyguard. I don't know what's going on, but Yang Cheng asked if he was really offered a job that meant he was going to protect someone. It was just like that. But it wasn't the woman herself who needed to be protected, but her daughter, who was now in her second year at the university, who was always required to be close to her until she graduated. The phrase about being with a spoiled brat all the time was a bit embarrassing, but Yu Cheng thought that the guy was incredibly lucky. Seeing that the young man didn't mind, Mr. Yu patted him on the shoulder and said that he would take him to the miss that he was supposed to protect. When they arrived at the Chu mansion, Yu Chung couldn't open the gate, because the young lady simply didn't want to let him in. The girl said that she would only open the gate if the man chased away the new bodyguard and left her alone. In desperation, the man began to say that the new bodyguard is completely different from those who were before, because none of them wanted history to repeat itself again. It seemed that these words had some effect on the young lady after all, because after a few seconds the gate started to open. Before our hero could even blink an eye, an object was already flying in his face, and here he was clearly not very hospitable. He reacted just in time, so he managed to fend off the bat that the young miss threw at him. The wooden object landed with a dull thud on the paving stones, turning over several times in the air. However, this behavior did not please the young mistress at all. She began to reproachfully ask why the newly made bodyguard dared to raise a hand against her. Picking up the fallen bat from the ground, the girl swung it and told the dastardly thief to run away from her house. The girl was not joking. She really began to attack our hero and almost killed him with her cold weapon. She was surprised that the boy was able not only to dodge, but also to take a look at her body to appreciate the beautiful curves. She was so outraged by the guy's impudence that she promised to scratch out his eyes if he didn't stop staring at her. Raising his hands in the air in a conciliatory manner, he said that he would stop doing this if the girl in turn stopped attacking him. Yu Chung reported that it was Lady Lingling in front of them. The man also said that she was raised as a boy and learned some martial arts, but they were not comparable to the skills of professional warriors. Now he was wondering if he had passed the test that Lin had given him, but the girl cheekily said that there was still a second test. She took out a piece of paper from her pink backpack and said that in order to be her bodyguard, the candidate had to study well, so now he had to finish his English essay. This request, which was more like an order, confused the young man, because he was well aware that right now he was being persuaded to do someone else's homework. But to get this job, he decided to play along with the girl and did what she asked. Checking the essay, the spoiled girl said that she accepts the job. Lingling wasn't ready to hire the guy yet, so she reported that there was still a final test that he definitely wouldn't pass. First, she led the hero to the pool, then pointed out 4 men, saying that they were their bodyguards. Each of them looked very impressive. So the last test was that you had to defeat all of them, and only then the test would be considered passed. Chuckling, the kid asked if he needed to take them down one at a time or if he could knock them all out at once. Copying his smile, Lingling said that since he was so skilled, let 4 attack 1 and then she would see his true skill. The guy didn't show any reaction, and she said that if he was afraid, it was better to give up right now. Otherwise you could get hurt badly. But she did not take into account that the word surrender was not in the dictionary of our hero, which he kindly informed her, frowning. The lady said that now she would check where such confidence came from. So after just a few seconds, she ordered her bodyguard to attack immediately so that she could finally teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Men began to mock our hero, asking which arm he wanted to break first. They gave him the right to choose, so that later no one would say that they were mocking him. In response to their rudeness, which was also rude, Yang Cheng said that he was very worried that he would overdo it and leave his opponents disabled. Adult men were very offended by the way a boy behaved with them, because he allowed himself to joke about their strength while humiliating her, except that it was easy for the guy to dodge the blows at his opponents, who were big and rather clumsy. Our hero slowly lit a cigarette and said that the guards can start attacking him altogether and completely spare no effort. This phrase provoked the men, and now they flew at him, shouting that they need to beat him until he dies. They thought that Yang Chung would be confused or scared. But the cigarette in Yang Chung's hands didn't even flicker as he dealt with every single one of those who wanted to harm him. Lingling was just shocked by this turn of events. She didn't expect the candidate to have such a high speed. Now she understood why he was provoking her guards. After finishing the test, the young man slowly approached the young lady, who was standing in complete confusion. She was so startled that she tripped over her own feet, and now she was falling down in a panic. But our hero was not so fast for nothing. He took advantage of his speed and caught the girl, not allowing her to collide with the ground. Her body was so beautiful that the guy couldn't take his eyes off her. Lingling noticed it immediately and said that he could let her go now. Yang Cheng didn't mind, but first he made the girl promise to do what they had said earlier. So Lady Grudge admitted that she would now listen to Uncle Yu's order. As soon as she was released from our hero's grip, she immediately rushed away. It seemed that she was either very dissatisfied or excessively embarrassed by what had happened. Then she suddenly stopped and said that she would remember today and the guy should just wait, because when he becomes her bodyguard, he will find out what she is capable of. Night had finally fallen, and now everyone had a chance to take a break from this hard and very busy day. But our hero was not just going to rest. On the contrary, now, in his opinion, was the time to develop their skills and strength. A strange sound roused him from his meditation, and when he opened his eyes, he noticed a glowing cloud that seemed to be trying to take away his power in his own territory. At first, the guy tried to catch this shining sphere, but it slipped right out of his hands and now fluttered in front of his face, as if it wanted to meet him. This creature seemed alive and very arrogant, so the young man did not care who was in front of him. He decided that in any case, we need to catch it. Jumping on the roof, the guy began to run after the glowing sphere, which was moving incredibly fast and it was quite difficult to keep up with it. But don't forget that Yang Cheng's speed wasn't standard or even average either. So with a bit of effort, he managed to complete his plan. Once in the hands of a stranger, the sphere began to squeak as if it was a small kitten. But the satisfied guy said that it was too late to regret his misdeeds. But the glowing sphere also behaved in the most unpredictable way. It slipped out of the hands of its captor and provoked a small but powerful explosion. Coughing, the young man tried to understand what had happened and where the sphere had gone, but a sharp pain in his arm distracted him from these thoughts. Looking at the brush, he saw that it was covered in blood. When the atmosphere after the explosion subsided, the young man noticed that the sphere was shaking not far from him. Now it was not as fierce as before. Looking at this strange white magic ball, he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that his blood had actually been sucked out by it. In the next instant, the orb disappeared, leaving Yang Cheng completely at a loss to understand the situation. On his hand there was a white mark, which apparently was left by a ball. Our hero did not even know what it was. Then the idea that the sphere had entered his body flashed through his mind, and he asked her to come out and let him see her. It was surprising, but his request was fulfilled, and in his hand he had a small glowing ball, which looked incredibly cute. Any negative emotions were erased. Yang Cheng literally melted at the sight of this creature and suggested that he go along with it, poking a finger into the nose of his new friend. The guy said that from now on he would call him Little Milk Ball. When the next day arrived, there was a very pleasant and peaceful atmosphere in Lady Chu's mansion. Our hero had a great night's sleep and felt incredibly cheerful. Not far from him, on the mat rested the same ball that had nailed to him at night. Yang Cheng picked him up and stroked his tiny body, telling him to wake up, because it was time for them to go to work. Today was his first day of work, and the first thing to do was to find Xuan Li. After wandering around the mansion, which was just an incredible size, the guy found out that the person he needed was absent today. Wandering through the corridors, our hero noticed one very strange door, at the top of which was something that resembled a bucket. It was so childish that there was only one thought in the guy's head about who could have owned such an outburst. Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, the bucket of water immediately fell to the floor, knocking over its contents with a crash. However, when Lingling was setting up the bucket, she didn't expect that her new bodyguards would be so fast and would be able to run before the water ran out. Chuckling, the guy asked why this girl was so sullen, to which she replied with displeasure that he should go and do his own business. Following her down the hall, the hero found out that their rooms were on the same floor, but his was in the easternmost part of the house, while Lin Lin lived in the west, which means he will have to go around the whole house. They were about to go their separate ways when suddenly a desperate squeak was heard from the guy's pocket, which made the young lady freeze in place. The girl immediately jumped up to her bodyguard and began to ask where the source of this sound was, but he pretended that he did not understand anything. Lingling stood her ground because she was sure that she heard a squeak, even though they tried to convince her otherwise. However, she continued to confidently state that the squeak came from the guy's direction, which means that he was obviously hiding something strange from her. Recoiling from the girl, the young man began to say that she was just looking for an excuse to touch him. He even pretended that he was very offended by this behavior. These words worked and made the girl run away in embarrassment towards her room. Finally, the guy could exhale with relief, because at some point he thought that his secret would be revealed. Turning to the white ball, Yang Cheng said that this lady was a real disaster, and if she found the sphere, then both of them would be finished. As night fell, the zombie convert once again began to meditate to absorb all the energy of the moon, giving him an incredible sense of cheerfulness. At some point, he opened his eyes because he realized that something was blocking the light from the moon. Looking out the window, the guy noticed a strange silhouette that hung upside down. It became absolutely obvious that this was some kind of hoax. It was not difficult to guess who exactly became the author of this brilliant idea and brought it to life. Of course, a very realistic mannequin was involved. Grinning, our hero mentally asked for forgiveness for the fact that the Joker would have to devour the consequences of his actions. So it was only a few minutes later that he made his way into the room of a girl who was sleeping peacefully on her bed. She was so beautiful that it was almost impossible to look away from her, but there was no time to be tempted. So the guy pulled himself together and began to quietly make his way around the room, holding the head of the mannequin in his hands. Crawling to the head of the bed, the young man hung it right there, catching it by the hair, and then he found that he had an interesting ability to see through things. When morning came, the walls of the house shook with the young lady's deafening scream. Half asleep, our hero completely forgot about his nighttime joke, so he got scared and burst into the girl's room, wanting to find out what caused such a deafening scream. And then he saw the mannequin's head, and everything fell into place. The evil girl threw this doll right in his face, since he was able to dodge and not get hurt. Yang Cheng completely didn't understand why she was so angry at him for just repeating her trick. Without waiting for an explanation, he received an order to get ready for school. After a short period of time, the children have already reached the building of the educational institution. The entire time, the girl hadn't spoken to him or paid any attention to him at all. But even with the naked eye, one could see how angry she was. Today, she looked simply amazing. And this did not go unnoticed by the male part of the students, who began to shower the beauty with compliments. A guy appeared on the horizon, whose clothes spoke of a very interesting style, and he didn't really like the way some guys reacted to Lingling's appearance. When he came close to some of them, the guys began to get lost and say that they were just joking, not meaning anything bad. Glaring angrily at the other students, the young man said that he did not care about the words of others because the girl would only love him alone. Hearing these words, the girl called out a guy named Bob Joe and asked what nonsense he was talking about. She confidently stated that she didn't like the guy at all, so he could tone down his arrogance and stop saying such things. Of course, Bob Joe didn't like these words because they hurt his ego, and when he saw that there was a stranger next to his beloved, his eyes narrowed with anger. The guy immediately began aggressively asking who dared to approach his girlfriend and stand next to her. Yang Chung left this question unanswered and calmly led Lingling away. He had heard that this would-be lover was asking questions about where they were going. It was expected that the hysterical schoolboy would jump after them, because he wanted to somehow restore his authority in front of his classmates. But all attempts to arrange a fight were stopped as soon as a beautiful woman appeared in the schoolyard and asked the guy what he was doing here. Lingling greeted the teacher while Yang Chung tried to digest the information that this beauty would be teaching. The young lady told him that the person in front of them was their Chinese teacher, whose name was Luo Bing. The blue-eyed woman sternly examined the students and asked Lin Lin what had just happened. Instead of the girl, Bob Joe answered. He was clearly confused by the appearance of the woman and said that there was a misunderstanding that would never happen again. But Ms. Luo Bing clearly didn't believe this guy, so she once again asked her disciple if she was definitely not harmed. She also carefully examined the new guy who came with the girl and noticed that he was also looking at her. When she was sure that nothing terrible had happened, she tucked her hair behind her ear and said that she intended to leave the courtyard. Our heroes followed her, and Bob Joe could barely contain his anger because he knew that if not for the teacher, he would have been able to teach that idiot a lesson. Walking towards the entrance to the school, our hero asked if that pompous boy was their classmate. Lin Lin, who was already annoyed, reported that that guy was very fond of making her lose her temper, and she didn't think that the situation would change and get better soon. When the bell rang for the lesson, the first thing the teachers did was introduce a new student to the class. Going out to the center, our hero told his name. After that, he smiled benevolently and said that he was very happy to meet each new classmate. The teacher nodded approvingly to him. The female half of the class was simply delighted, because the new student seemed incredibly beautiful and looked like a guy from a modeling agency. At recess, the young man was going to go to the bathroom, but even there, he was not allowed to rest. A new classmate said that he should not approach so close to his girlfriend. The rest of the class immediately noticed that the newcomer was being attacked by the company of the bully Buzhou. Yang Chung was not at all intimidated by these young scoundrels. He said that he did not care about the status of the person in front of him, so he asked Bob and his friends to get out of his sight. At first, such impudent behavior caused bewilderment of the pink-haired guy, and then spurred on to teach the self-confident newcomer a lesson. So in the next second, Bob attacked our hero. Think that he has all the abilities that will help him win this fight. But the boy didn't think that he would encounter such resistance. Yang Cheng reacted with lightning speed and intercepted his opponent's fist, leaving him at a loss. Rendered powerless by the enemy, Bob turned to his cronies and ordered them to come to the rescue immediately. But the reinforcements didn't bother Yang Cheng in any way. These students didn't know how to fight at all, so there was absolutely no need to make any effort to scatter them in different directions. At one point, the guy lifted Bob by the neck and asked his friends if they had any desire to continue the battle with him, or if it disappeared as abruptly as their bravado. Not wanting to waste his time on these scoundrels, our hero threw Bob into the nearest wall, hoping that the guy's brain would finally return to its place. Looking up at him, Yang Cheng stated that if the guy wanted to take revenge, he could come to him at any time. It wasn't until he finished with this schoolboy that the young man noticed that a whole support group had gathered behind him, saying how good he was for dealing with this bully. Even Lingling was now favoring him. She smiled sweetly and said that she didn't even know that her bodyguard was so strong. Only now did our hero realize that the young lady was very pleasant when she did not play tricks on anyone and did not do any dirty tricks. Confused by his own thoughts, the guy suggested to get as far away from people as possible, because there were too many of them in the corridor. After giving our hero a playful push, Lin Lin took his arm and told him that they really should go back to the classroom. As they passed through the crowd, the young man noticed that a strange guy was staring at him all the time, and he wondered who it was. It was midday, and the sun was starting to hurt so much that the guy's skin literally melted if it was hit by the rays. The zombie's body was perfect. If you didn't take into account the unfortunate fact that the sun was incredibly dangerous for him, you could only hope that reaching a higher level would pass. However, Yang Chung had no idea how long it would take. He was distracted from these thoughts by the voice of Lingling, who was now too gracious, so much so that she even invited him to have lunch together. The guy did not want to refuse, but he was forced, so he suggested that the girl have lunch herself, and he would try to order something for himself. The young lady was extremely indignant that she was refused, thinking that it was a matter of money. She said that the food here only cost a few bucks. It was not clear how to explain the reason for the refusal to her, so the guy said that they need to buy an umbrella, because he was a little afraid of sunlight. These words caused the girl to burst out laughing violently. She couldn't believe that the guy was serious and really wanted to buy an umbrella. But in the end, they did it anyway. And now they were walking together under the transparent bell, trying not to pay attention to how strange people were looking at them. Lingling suddenly asked a very strange question, wondering if the bodyguards had never met anyone before, and therefore didn't understand girls at all. Yang Cheng's mind flashed back to his last girlfriend, who had left him for a rich adult man. When Lingling noticed how sad the boy's face was, she was also upset, because she thought that she had said something wrong. Walking along an empty street, our hero noticed that it was somehow unnaturally quiet. The only sound was the creaking of the sign of the nearest store, and at some point, it became absolutely clear that the guy's fears were not in vain. He heard an extraneous noise and pushed Lingling to the side to take all the blow on himself. The girl did not understand what was happening, so she was very angry because she fell and hit the ground painfully due to a hard landing. Then, she finally realized what had happened. It turns out that just a second ago, she might have been crushed by a huge signboard that fell on the spot where she was standing. But Yang Cheng saved her. The object was so heavy that our hero barely held it, of course, because he also fell from the very top of the task. Lingling noticed that the guy's shoulder was the main target, so she worriedly asked if he was okay, and the young man nodded his head in the affirmative. Now he was busy with a thorough inspection of the building, after which he came to the conclusion that the sign was installed only recently and the work was not done well. But the thought that the decorative element couldn't just fly off on its own didn't leave his head. Meanwhile, the young lady still couldn't accept the fact that her bodyguard actually picked up and caught something that fell from the roof itself. Without paying any attention to the girl, our hero tried to see who was on the roof. But to his surprise, there was no one there. Looking at the guy's behavior, his ward asked if something was really wrong. But of course, no one shared the terrible guesses with her. Yang Cheng said that they should get out of this place. The guy also said that today they will not go home by car. The girl was surprised and asked how they will get to the mansion. Yang Cheng pointed at her bike and told her that they would just follow her car. It was already evening, and our heroes were still making their way to the Chu mansion. The weather was just incredible, so even the fastidious lady was not against such a walk. Our hero's premonition, as usual, did not fail him. He knew that it was dangerous to drive in the car, and when the truck rammed it, it only proved his theory. Both he and the young lady stared dumbfounded at the scene that was unfolding right in front of their eyes. Mr. Yu Chung was driving the car, and when the girl approached him, she saw that he was unconscious and bleeding profusely. But the truck was empty. Now the guy understood that his ward was in big trouble, and he had to help her get out of it. He clearly knew that he couldn't leave the girl in danger, so now he pedaled even faster, and a plan to protect Lin was maturing in his mind. As soon as they arrived at the mansion, the hostess immediately began to question our hero about whether he immediately suspected the danger as soon as the sign fell. It was just like that, so the young man nodded laconically, waiting for further questions. But then he decided to ask what he had asked before. But now he wanted to make sure again. He wondered if Mrs. Chu had started any conflicts recently, or if she knew that someone had an open dislike for her. All of these events didn't seem like mere coincidences to him, so he wanted to know if what had happened could be considered as revenge of the enemies. After all, he couldn't believe that Lingling would want to be killed just because she was a capricious and hot-tempered girl. After thinking for a while, the lady said that she had a lot of competitors in the business. The last time she took all the property of Jinghua Technology. This information horrified the guy because the company went bankrupt in just one night and lost 200 billion. Shortly after the company's bankruptcy announcement, it was also reported that its boss had committed suicide by jumping off the roof. Turning to the window, the woman said that all this news terrified even her. It was clear that she felt a sense of guilt because she was involved in this. But soon, the hardness returned to her voice, and she said that in this world, women had a rather hard life, and she wanted to be the one who would break the glass ceiling. Nodding his head, the young man said that now he had found a clue and would check the information about the failed company. Perhaps this was the key to solving the problem. In the evening, Yang Cheng went to the bar to combine the useful with the pleasant, drink a little and get the necessary information. The waitress in this bar was an old acquaintance of his called Chen Qian, and it was obvious that the girl was extremely embarrassed by this unexpected meeting. The young lady kindly pointed out that her friend hadn't been here for a long time, and it was rumored that he had left his previous job because he had found something better. The young man said that nothing like this had happened, and the girl immediately noticed that he had never ordered such tragic drinks before. This girl was very pleasant to talk to, so our hero suggested that she drink with him when she finished work. At the same time, he could find out the necessary information from her. Now the guy allowed himself to relax a little and absorb the contents of his glass, which shimmered beautifully in the spotlight. But he was distracted from having a good time by rude shouts coming from a nearby table, where some men were forcing the waitress to drink with them against her wishes. It was that Yang Cheng's acquaintance, a certain Mr. Tigger, forced her to drink, even though she couldn't do it anymore and asked to be released. The man looked extremely fierce and displeased at being rejected, his face expressing some kind of universal malice. A second later, he grabbed the poor girl and said that if she couldn't drink, he would help her. And then he did it in an extremely rude way. The only thing that distracted him from this action was the fact that a heavy glass bottle was literally knocked out of his hands. Only then his attention was diverted from the poor girl. Of course, Yang Chung couldn't stay idle when the weak one was in trouble, so he immediately stood up for his acquaintance. Our hero was surrounded by people who were clearly not good-natured and cute, but despite this, he held on steadfastly and hid the girl behind his back. Tigger was angry that some boy had dared to interfere in his business, and he ordered his friends to immediately capture the boy. He didn't take into account that the guy was also not a simple victim that could be defeated so easily. Yang Cheng prepared for battle and swung with all his might. Our hero struck directly into the solar plexus, knocking all the air out of his opponent's chest and causing him to cough up blood. This rich man did not expect such a turn of events, because he was used to everything in his life being served to him on a platter. So for the first time, he felt responsible for his actions as he crouched on the cold floor and watched the blood gushing from his nose as he ordered his men to kill the boy. When he was able to speak again, he said once again that he wanted to see this guy die in agony. Without thinking twice, the scoundrel charged straight at Yang Chung, who was expecting something like this to happen and was prepared for this outcome. It wasn't difficult for him to swing his fist again and hit the next bandit, knocking out his precious teeth. Chuckling, some of the men said that Yang Cheng might be in real trouble now that Tigger was far from a weakling. What they didn't take into account was that the kid wasn't a weakling either, and it didn't take much to make Tigger's cronies literally fly around the hall and crash into the walls. It wasn't long before all of Tigger's minions and friends were in a state that made it impossible for them to even stand up straight. Those men who discussed our hero did not understand how everything happened so quickly and imperceptibly. They were afraid when they realized that the guy was heading in their direction. But they didn't interest him very much, and it was much more interesting to see Mr. Tigger squatting in front of him. Fear was clearly visible in this man's eyes. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he was tirelessly begging for mercy. Yang Chung didn't bother talking to this scoundrel, so he just grabbed him by the neck and squeezed him hard. When the man had already started to groan from suffocation, the guy lifted him so that his feet did not touch the floor at all. All his actions indicated the obvious fact that the scoundrel should not expect any mercy, because it absolutely will not be. Now Tigger fell to the floor and hit it painfully, just like all his minions, with whom our hero dealt a couple of minutes ago. The impact on the hard surface was so startling that it sent up a fog of dust. There was no trace of his bravado. The master's face was covered in bruises, and his eyes were rolled back from the pain that was all over his body. After examining it, our hero realized that he would not die, so you could not worry and go quietly to do your own business. His girlfriend was confused and a little scared. Inside, she was glad that these bandits were punished, but in her heart she was afraid that such people would start taking revenge. Seeing the worry on the waitress's face, he gently squeezed her hand to bring her back to reality. Putting his arm around her waist, the young man said that from now on, everyone who hooligans in this institution will end up like those who were now moaning on the floor in pain. The waitress was still in a stupor, so Yang Cheng took matters into his own hands and led her to a quieter place to talk. On the way, he thought about how many similar situations could happen to her literally every day, because she was always close to such a contingent of people. Looking at her, you could tell that she wasn't feeling well because she was coughing all the time, and her face was noticeably red. At one point, she staggered and barely managed to keep her hand on the wall, then bowed her head and began to cough even harder. Clearing her throat, the poor girl didn't feel any better, because now vomit was pouring out of her mouth. It seemed that the alcohol that Tigger had given her was to blame. When it was all over, the waitress hugged her knees and didn't dare to stand up. Yang Cheng suggested that she find a place to rest so that she could recover a little. His friend was ashamed, she was embarrassed, so she did not dare to look at her friend's face, only quietly said that he was right. After a while, the guy helped the poor guy to change clothes and put himself in order, after which he led her to a quiet and peaceful place. After putting her on the bed, he ordered her to rest, while he promised to bring her anti-alcohol pills. The girl was in such a bad state that she could not even say anything. Turning on her side, she moaned softly and began to fall asleep, breathing heavily. At some point, she felt so hot that her clothes were uncomfortable and she wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible so that she could feel at least some relief. When the guy had already slammed the doors and left, his girlfriend quietly thanked him for coming to her rescue. Walking from the pharmacy, our hero enjoyed the atmosphere of the evening city. Now it was so calm that he allowed himself to light a cigarette and slow down a little. After a while, he finally reached the place where he left the waitress. Before entering, he tried the handle and announced his arrival. But when the guy was in the room, he found that the bed was empty and the girl had disappeared somewhere. She seemed to have recovered a little because a second later she responded and said that she had been in the bathroom, washing and tidying up. She still didn't feel very well, but the urge to wash away the remnants of that terrible day forced her to take a shower. While she cleaned up, the young man filled a glass with water and put 2 pills on the table, which were supposed to help her overcome this terrible condition. Finally, the bathroom door opened and the guy saw that his girlfriend was moving out of the cloud of steam towards him. He cautiously turned his head to see if the girl could stand on her feet, which had been a problem for her before. It turned out that she was quite well on her feet. Although she looked extremely weak, Yang Cheng immediately showed her the medicine and asked her to drink it. It was hard not to pay attention to the fact that her figure was extremely attractive, but the hero tried not to focus on this. But he didn't succeed, because the girl literally fell into his arms. The only thing he could get out of himself was to say that she was dressed too provocatively. These words had no effect on the waitress. She pushed the guy so that he almost fell on the bed. Then she repeated this action and Yang Chung could not stand it, falling on the bed. He watched as the pretty friend bent over him. It was obvious that the girl was a little out of her mind, but our hero had no idea what to do with it and how to help her. All the beauty could say was that she wanted to lose herself in the arms of the guy who saved her from those scoundrels. Yang Chung realized that something was wrong, because Chen Chen usually fell asleep after drinking. And today, there was clearly something wrong with her. A terrible guess flashed through his mind, which was probably absolutely true. His girlfriend was drugged with alcohol aphrodisiac, which was the reason for this strange behavior. The young man was very angry and regretted letting go of her abusers too easily. Knowing what the girl wanted from him, he threw her off and tried to calm her down by putting her to bed. Looking at her confused face, the guy said that he understands everything and she just needs to calm down and wait until this terrible period passes. He knew that it was likely that someone would blame him for his actions, but he decided that when the girl came to her senses, she would definitely thank him. Unable to think of anything better, the young man decided that he would simply roll his girlfriend into a blanket, completely depriving her of the ability to move. The morning of the next day arrived, which was supposed to show how much the waitress appreciated the actions of her friend. When she finally woke up, Yang Chung was sipping coffee with a smile. The girl carefully sat up in bed and asked where she was, because her memory was too hazy. After looking herself up and down, Chen Chen realized that she was wearing minimal clothing, which made her nervous. So much so that soon her screeching almost deprived our hero of hearing. She burst into tears and said in a plaintive voice that she trusted the guy. Understanding what her friend meant, Yang Cheng ordered her to calm down immediately and listen to him. When he told her the whole story from beginning to end, Chen Chen sobbed one last time and apologized for getting it wrong, then thanked the youth for his help. Yang Chen said that he didn't hold a grudge against her, then handed her some clothes and said that she could clean up. Turning away, he gave the girl space. But after a few seconds, curiosity won out and the guy asked how she knew the man named Li Hu. According to Chen Chen, she had no idea that he was from the Dragon Gang. This person came to drink all the time and she often served him. After analyzing the situation, our hero came to the conclusion that the whole yesterday's show was rigged. The victim said that she really wanted to quit, but now there was a fear inside her that no matter where she went, the Black Dragon would still find her. Frowning, the guy said that it looks like these people need to be eliminated. The girl in horror said that the strength of the gang was too great and one person is not able to defeat them. Yang Chung reassured her by telling her that he had absolutely no plans to die, especially since he was no longer the same person she knew before. The sudden phone call surprised young Miss Lin Lin, especially when she found out that I was a new employee who wanted to get an advance. She asked if his salary would be enough for 6 months, joking that the guy was probably preparing to become a father, since he so suddenly needed money. But this joke was devoid of any logic, because he needed this money in order to help his girlfriend, who was stunned to ask where he got such sums. With an awkward smile, the guy said that it was just his income, so she should just take the money and not worry about anything. You'd think the guy only did it because they shared the same room, but no, he was just being too noble. He hadn't slept well that night, so he was yawning now. But even in this state, the thought of this Dragon Gang leader never left his mind for a second. The guy followed the address that his girlfriend gave him, and when he got to the right place, he realized that he really got to the right place. He needed to get inside quickly and safely, but it looked like the screening process here was very strict, and it might cause him unnecessary problems. Soon, a security guard approached him, who wanted to scan him and check if there were any prohibited items or weapons inside his suit. Having found out that our hero did not pose a threat, he was allowed inside. The guy was glad that he had tricked everyone around his finger. Now all he had to do was figure out who to bankrupt. The rich swooped down on him as if they were vultures, asking him to play with them. But they didn't tell him how much they wanted his money. Hugging a strange man and woman, our hero asked them to help him learn to play, because he did not understand anything at all. New friends kindly agreed to help. Soon they had already started the first game and a combination of cards could be seen on the table, which indicated a royal flush. It was not for nothing that they said that beginners were lucky. The winnings were in the pocket of Yang Cheng, who winked at the guys who taught him how to play. At some point, the club became too noisy. Some strangers called everyone to disperse and make way for them. It was clear that they did not come with good intentions. A man entered the hall accompanied by his entourage. Everything about him said that he was a bandit. This was confirmed by the words of the club employee when he greeted the Black Dragon. Our hero was very happy with this turn of events, because he did not have to do anything to lure the dragon out of his lair. The man turned his head in concern. He didn't want his identity to be revealed so soon, because he clearly had some ill-wishers present. Not for nothing, because a second later a man jumped up to him, who angrily said that he would never forgive the Black Dragon because he had bankrupted it. Security immediately began to perform their functions and protect the head of the gang, who was threatened by some strange people. Without understanding the situation, they decided to act radically and beat the attacker to death. These serious guys wanted to destroy anyone who tried to harm the head of their community, so they acted very decisively. Suddenly, a young boy jumped out of the crowd, calling on everyone to stop hitting his father, because he was already in despair after what happened. And these words meant nothing to the guards. They said that they would finish off their son together with his father. The boy was already preparing to strike, when our hero suddenly intervened, who intercepted the fist of one of the guards and asked if they would not even let the child go. Swinging his second fist, the Black Dragon's henchman asked who dared to stop him. Instead of responding, he was hit hard in the face, which caused him to spit blood and fly to the side. This blow, like the one that nearly took Tigger's life, caused a small explosion and sent up a column of dust. There was so much anger burning inside these thugs that they were willing to do anything, so one of them didn't disdain to attack the enemy from behind. Fortunately, the injured man noticed this, and he warned Yang Cheng that his enemies were planning to take his life by attacking from behind. But the enemy was moving so fast that it made him wonder if there was anything he could do to save his life. Turning around, Yang Cheng realized how little time he had to maneuver, but he knew that he could handle such difficulties. He had enough time to make a clear kick that would knock out his opponent and knock the weapon out of his hands. Of course, the bandit didn't expect that someone would be able to react so quickly and strike so clearly to disarm him. Another explosion was an indication that the guy was not just strong, but could defeat anyone who attacked him. The bandit was finished before his knife even landed on the ground. Yang Cheng caught it and decided to keep it for himself, since it was a good trophy, which at least made up for the effort he put in. After carefully examining the remaining guards, our hero said that they should tell their boss, who ran away too quickly, that he would finish him off if he annoyed him. The explosion was so powerful that the fire extinguisher fell off the wall, unable to withstand the shockwave. The guards stood dumbfounded and didn't know what to do, only thankful that they hadn't been beaten up. The day was drawing to a close, which meant that the main adventures were already over. It was finally possible to say goodbye to the Black Dragon gang, but the injured man's hands were still shaking from what had happened. With tears in his eyes, he thanked our hero for helping them, because otherwise A and not his son would have been already dead. The guy said that he just did it in good faith and then asked why the man needed a black dragon. He told him a story about his addiction and how his wife borrowed money to cure their son's illness. But in the end, it was not enough, and because of this, she committed suicide. Now the man was begging the young man to help them take revenge, because apparently, only he could resist the black dragon. Nodding his head, Yang Cheng said that this was exactly how it was, so he didn't mind helping to eliminate these rascals. These words made his new acquaintances literally cry with happiness, because for the first time in a long time they had hope for the restoration of justice. The guy began to convince them that even if their plan failed, he would not give up until the villains were finished once and for all. Hugging his son, the crying man said that Yang Cheng's words were already enough to make him believe in the kindness of people again. Waving to his new acquaintances, the young man decided that he should go on business because he had to fulfill his promise. But first of all, he decided to make a phone call because he hadn't spoken to his superiors all day. Sure enough, the first thing he heard was the indignant voice of Lin, who was wondering where her bodyguard had been all day. It became clear that he had to go to Lady Chu's mansion immediately, because if he didn't, her daughter would kill him. Looking at the time, the guy realized that he got there in a record half hour. But his attention was drawn to a man who was sitting on the side of the road and begging for alms. Our hero was a very kind person, so he could not just pass by someone who needed help. After a moment's thought, he realized that he had met this man before, and was glad to see that he was all right. After handing the man a few bills, the guy told him to buy food and find him when he needed something again. These words somehow strangely affected the man. Instead of gratitude, he looked ahead and clearly thought about something. When Yang Cheng entered the mansion, he was met by a disgruntled young lady who was holding a poker and asking where her bodyguard had been all day. To change the subject a little, the guy smiled broadly and said that he came back when he felt that the girl really wanted it. After that, he quickly closed the door behind him. Not wanting Lin's displeased shouts to be heard by the entire street, he miraculously managed to slip into his room, but the girl chased after him and tried to kick down the door, wanting to get an explanation of where Yang Cheng was. When it became clear that she did not have enough strength to break down the door, our hero felt a little better, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Stretching, he went to the open window and looked out with pleasure at the full moon that was shining down on his room. It was at this moment that the sphere that had recently become his companion broke free. Our hero examined the happy ball and asked if he wanted something to drink. He offered a new acquaintance a delicious wine, but before tasting it, he must answer a few questions. What he was most interested in was how the creature could enter his body, and whether he could use its energy. To each of these questions, the sphere answered in the affirmative, which surprised our hero very much. Only when he wanted to try using these powers, his little friend turned away and puffed out his plump cheeks. Then cunning persuasions were used. The guy decided to treat the baby to a variety of goodies in order to win him over. Now that the kid was happy, it was much easier to persuade him, because now he was making concessions. Then something unexpected happened, and a small ball began to enter the guy's body, dissolving in his hand and turning into a glowing speck. Soon this trail began to sparkle and burn a little hand so that our hero began to wave it, trying to somehow cool and numb the place. The momentary pain subsided, and he realized that he was now filled with a pleasant energy that was spreading through his body in waves. He realized that he could now use this power, so he put his hand forward and directed the energy of the moonbeam directly, identifying the target. When he managed to shoot, Yang Cheng was simply stunned, because he never thought that he would be able to do something like this. His shot was so powerful that it flew out of the window and hit a tree that was a few meters away from the house. The plant wasn't just damaged, it was literally smoking because the impact had burned through the bark. The guy didn't stop looking at the place where the force hit him. It seemed so cool to him that he couldn't find any suitable comments. When the morning of the next day arrived, Lingling felt very sleepy and had no rest at all. But even though her concentration was almost at zero, she was able to notice one very strange phenomenon in the courtyard, namely a completely broken tree. The girl asked what happened, because last night it was not like this, but our hero hurried to take her away. They arrived at the school just in time. As soon as they entered the building, the bell immediately rang. In order to arrive at the office on time and not be late for class, Yang Cheng had to hurry his companion, because she was walking quite slowly. But soon something happened that our hero did not expect at all. In the schoolyard, he met his ex-girlfriend, who was stunned and asked what the guy was doing here. The young man was so confused that he did not even know what to say to her, because it seemed that all the words had already been said. Noticing the boy's confusion, Lingling entered the conversation, saying that they had come here to study, after which she asked what such an adult woman had forgotten in the school. This phrase offended Yang Cheng's ex to the core, so she quipped that she could become a teacher here, and that her current date had done all this for her. Her tone angered Lingling so much that she almost threw herself at the person with her fists, but Yang Cheng stopped her in time. The girl indignantly asked why the bodyguard dragged her away, because she wanted to punish the impudent girl who had so much annoyed them. The young lady's indignation was boundless, and she didn't understand how a guy like Yang Cheng could fall in love with such a girl. Meanwhile, another love drama was unfolding on the university grounds, and Luo Bing was being courted by a man who liked her very much. But the teacher at the moment was not interested in the relationship and asked to stop bothering her. She apologized and honestly spoke about her reluctance. But her boyfriend was not going to accept refusals. Grabbing her hand, he was going to convince the beauty, who did not leave him indifferent. He shouted at her to remind her that his father was the CEO, and many girls wanted to be with him, while she was stubborn. This man was so bold, right up until the moment someone else touched his hand. Sure enough, it was Yang Cheng who intended to beat the crap out of a scoundrel who thought he could molest a woman. The man was surprised and extremely outraged that some young student decided to stop him from doing what he wanted. But soon he was even more surprised, because the so-called young boy twisted him and hit him in the face with all the dope. Chuckling, our hero asked if what he was doing was legal, but he did not get an answer, because now he was not sitting in front of an eloquent and bold daredevil, but a coward who let out tears and trembled all over from fear of being beaten. Shocked by what was happening, Luo Bing worriedly asked if her disciple was okay, but the disciple only showed off his hands, as if to say that all this was just a small matter for him. After that, the guy advised the teacher not to communicate with such scum anymore. She wanted to answer something, but their conversation was interrupted, saying that there was bad news. Several guys ran up to the guy, who in fear reported that Lin was kidnapped and no one knows where she was taken. Some time of thinking and searching led our hero to Tangning Street. When the search narrowed down, he found himself at number 123, standing in front of the door that led to the chess room. The young man knew that this place was very strange. The door was unlocked, and the handle gave way so quickly that you might have thought it was broken altogether. Yang Chen wasn't surprised at all that there was a trap waiting for him inside. As soon as he entered, he was immediately attacked. But he was prepared for such a turn of events, so he easily repelled this attack and destroyed the enemy's weapons. While his enemy was trying to come to his senses and understand how his attack could be repelled so quickly, our hero was already thinking about a new plan of action. The other bandits ran out of the other rooms and shouted that they should kill this boy, who thought he could handle them alone. Their weapons shone in the lamplight and looked even more menacing and sharp. None of them would have thought that Yang Cheng would be able to stop their deadly knives with just a tap of his finger. After taking the weapon from one of the attackers, the guy sternly asked where Lin was and if she was okay. So that our hero was not so arrogant, his enemies decided that a pistol would help best against him. But it was hardly possible to aim normally with trembling hands. Noticing the nervousness of the opponent, the young man came closer and confidently asked, "If the blonde man wants to shoot him so much, then why not try to do it right now?" This suggestion greatly angered the guy, who was already barely holding back his nerves, which were on edge. A shot rang out. It was he who could decide the outcome of this fight, so it remains to wait for the results of what happened. The bullet landed right in the shoulder of our hero, but he did not react in any way. Not even a soft cry of pain was heard from him. Despite the fact that the projectile had burned his jacket and clearly burned his skin, Yang Cheng only said that the weapon was used by losers who were afraid to face in a real battle. After saying that, he made his opponent fall to the ground with a crash and hit his soft spot painfully. The fact that the shot did absolutely no harm scared the blonde bandit to horror. Our hero asked if they would finally tell him where Lingling was. Finally, this coward was talking, and now it was clear which part of the house to go to. So without wasting a minute, the guy knocked down the right door. In the very center of the room, Lingling was tied up, crying pitifully and begging for the salvation that had already come to her. Seeing the girl, the young man breathed a sigh of relief because she was safe and sound, and the worst part of his assumptions did not come true. When the young lady saw her savior, the tears from her eyes flowed even more actively because she had already stopped believing in a miracle and completely despaired. It was obviously not easy to free her because there were 3 armed bandits standing around her who were clearly not going to give up without a fight. The purple-haired guy said that Yang Cheng should let go of his brother immediately, or else his brain would leave his skull. However, the battered blonde kid informed his friends that they didn't even have to try to shoot their enemy because he wasn't affected by bullets. But no one took this warning seriously. On the contrary, it only caused the bandits to laugh because they believed that their pistols could not be ineffective. So the purple-haired guy shrugged and apologized to Yang Cheng, saying that there was nothing personal between them. He just wanted to make money. Our hero did not care about these words. Waving his hand, he made objects levitate, which confused the enemies and did not allow them to miss bullets at him. Moreover, these items hit right on target and knocked the weapons out of the villains' hands, discouraging any desire to attack. Further, an unknown force scattered them in different corners of the room, completely disorienting them. In less than a couple of minutes, Yang Cheng had no one to fight with, as everyone was unsuitable for it. The purple-haired guy who had threatened his opponent all the time before now begged for mercy and said that they would never dare to attack him again. These words made our hero chuckle. He reminded the enemy that a couple of minutes ago he tirelessly threatened to shoot him. The bandit started to make excuses, saying that his hand was just itching and he wanted to scratch it with the gun. But Yang Cheng just felt like he was threatening. Grabbing the guy's hand, our hero squeezed it hard and asked if it was still itchy, because he could easily help solve this issue. Yes, it wasn't exactly itchy now, because it was dislocated in the other direction and caused incredible pain. After examining the other villains, he asked them if their hands were itchy, because he would have been happy to help with that. But they just nodded their heads. Despite his answer, he couldn't just let these scoundrels get away with stealing the ward he was supposed to protect. After seating the prisoners in front of him, Yang Cheng decided to ask them a few questions. The first thing he was interested in was who had ordered Linlin's abduction. No one was even going to hide this information because the guys immediately called Zhou Liren's name. But it didn't tell our hero anything at all, so he had to clarify who this person was. It turned out that this was the father of Joe Bob, the same classmate who wanted Lin to be his girlfriend. Why the family of this guy did this, the bandits did not know, because it is unlikely that the performers of dirty work were informed about the plans. The purple-haired guy was so terrified that he almost tearfully claimed that he really didn't know anything. His hysterical voice only confirmed it. The last thing Yang Cheng was interested in was which gang they belonged to. Stammering, one of the guys said that they were from the Dragon Head gang. After finding out what he needed, he began to untie the crying Lin so that he could finally take her home. As soon as her body was released from its bonds, she immediately threw herself into the arms of her savior, thanking him for coming to her rescue. While the girl gradually relaxed in his arms, the young man soothingly stroked her hair and said that it was his job to save her. As they were walking down the stairs, Lin said that she had heard that the guy was not afraid of bullets, to which Yang Cheng replied that he did not have such superpowers. As soon as the young man brought his ward home, he immediately went to the Changnan City Hospital to find out which ward Bob Zhou was in. Without wasting a second, he immediately went to the 5th floor and the 13th ward. His uncanny vision allowed him to see through the walls exactly where the guy was and that he wasn't alone in the room. Our hero noticed that Bob Zhou was accompanied by his father, who looked at the nurse and said that his son should take care of himself and leave other things aside. It was obvious that the boy was uncomfortable, so he tried to convince his father that he was completely fine, so that he finally left the ward. The man was talking about how Yang Cheng should die for daring to bully his son, and the boy lying on the bed was wondering why there was still no news. Mr. Zhou urged his son not to worry about trifles, because once their enemy went to save Lingling, he would not come back, and his son could do whatever he wanted with the girl. But the guy was worried, because Yang Cheng might not fall for their trick and just call the police. But according to his father, they have nothing to fear, because connections could solve all problems. All this haughty talk irritated our hero so much that he could barely contain his anger, clenching his teeth in anger. The young scoundrel liked his father's words very much. He thought that Lingling was ungrateful, and this time he would make her beg for mercy. His parent only encouraged such behavior. Just then, the door opened with a bang, and Yang Cheng, who no one expected to see here, entered the room. He haughtily surveyed everyone present and asked if they were really that surprised by his appearance. While the Zhou family was in shock, our hero hastened to report that he had heard their conversation from beginning to end. First of all, the gentleman asked why the guy did not go to save his ward, to which he received the answer that it had already been done. Seeing that the man did not believe him, Our hero said that there were about 20 people in that house, and all had weapons with them. This was true, and the person standing in front of him knew it. Seething with anger, Mr. Joe said that he would do his best to take revenge on the person who bullied his son. This idle chatter irritated our hero so much that he finally decided to beat up the one who so much annoyed him. His punch was so powerful that the man couldn't stay on his feet and flew to the side. Not wanting to be left out, Bob Joe pushed himself up from his bed to grab a gun and attack whoever dared to offend his father. The attempt to harm was so worthless and pathetic that Yang Cheng didn't even know how to comment on it. Deciding to deal with the guy without further ado, the young man took the weapon from him and hit him directly in the chest, knocking out all the oxygen from it. Of course, this boy couldn't do anything against our hero, so he fell down, groaning in sudden pain. But our hero was not going to stop, because he heard what nasty things this man said about Lin. He really wanted to make this guy regret what he said, so the first blow landed on the scoundrel's face. His daddy groaned and got up on his knees, wanting to do something to help his son, but he didn't have the energy to do it. The man shouted and begged Yang Cheng to stop hitting his son, but all of these words were completely in vain. Continuing to beat the boy, the young man said that their family did not spare someone's daughter, which means that he will not spare his son. These words made Mr. Joe swear to take revenge on the offender for all this. Yang Cheng coldly looked at the man and said that his son would not suffer any less damage, and only because of his daddy's great strength. As if to prove the truth of his words, the young man hit Bob Joe even harder, hitting him right in the solar plexus. The battered guy was so sick that it felt like every bone in his body was broken and unfit for functioning. Grabbing a huge water tank, Mr. Joe decided to offer his best efforts to save his child from this cruel man who knew no mercy. The man believed that there was nothing wrong with the fact that his son insulted some girl who did not want to become his new passion. In his opinion, those who had money could do whatever he wanted. And this was his fatal mistake. He threw the canister right in Yang Cheng's face and shouted that the pathetic dog should go back to the kennel it had crawled out of. The boy's face was dripping with water, but his gaze was so fierce and unwavering that it was as if a plan of revenge had already formed in his mind. Mr. Joe also realized this, and for the first time in his life, he felt as if he was looking directly at a time bomb. At some point, the door of the ward was knocked on and asked to open it. The man decided to take this opportunity and shouted that they were prisoners of the killer. Closing the man's mouth wasn't difficult, just a couple of moves, and Yang Cheng once again plunged the ward into blissful silence. Now the only sound that could be heard was the pleas that our hero should not approach his opponents. Bob Joe's condition could be described as deplorable. After all, not a trace of the haughty proud guy remained. Now his real cowardly and pathetic personality appeared. But Yang Cheng kept hitting him, even though Mr. Joe insisted that the blame was solely on his shoulders. Turning his head to the head of the family, the guy asked why he didn't think of this when he was planning to steal Lin and keep her tied up in a dirty room. Now, for all his father's misdeeds, his son had to pay the price, who did not stop screaming in pain. It seemed to Bob that only a miracle could save him. And miracles, as everyone knows, do not happen. There was another knock on the door, but this time there was no response, and he enjoyed the silence as he worked out a plan for what to do next. When the nurse looked inside the ward, our hero looked at her carefully, and the woman realized that she had to keep her mouth shut if she didn't want trouble. She sensed danger from this man, so when Yang Cheng walked out into the corridor and walked away, her body continued to tremble in fear. Finally, business was over, and now he could safely come to the Chu family's mansion. There, he was immediately met by Lingling, who showed with her whole appearance that she would not let him enter the house in peace. The girl reproachfully asked if her bodyguard again went to meet with his ex. The young man replied that he was not a fool. She especially cheated on him, and he no longer wanted to see her. After that, he reminded his ward that even though he was her bodyguard, he still had his own personal space, and the young lady took the hint. The evening came, and our hero was invited to the office of the hostess of the house, where she said that her daughter was fine, only thanks to him. Ms. Chu said that the guy didn't need to worry about the consequences of what he had done, even though Joe Liren had a small status. He didn't mean anything to her. Listening to all these words, the young man understood that in some ways this lady was not honest and hid some certain points. Deciding that the Zhou family topic was over, she asked how Jinhua's investigation was progressing. The guy said that he followed the manager of this company and did not find anything suspicious, so he did not think that they were involved in the incident with the installation on the roof. Satisfied with the answer, the lady suddenly stretched and asked an unexpected question about whether her employee could swim. Finally confusing the young man, the blonde woman smiled and offered him a little swim. Yang Cheng didn't know how to react to this, but she insisted, saying that having him floating around was also considered a protection, and she would be much more comfortable in his company. She was so enthusiastic about swimming together that she didn't even mind if the guy swam next to her. It was only Yang Cheng who objected, as he had no plans to spend time like this. But still, within seconds, he was standing in front of the pool, completely confused. The hostess of the house was in a beautiful swimsuit that emphasized her chiseled figure, which she obviously worked on for hours in the gym. As the boy hesitantly stood before launching into the water, the lady of the manor urged him to join her immediately. Determined to end his shyness, he jumped into the water and dove as deep as possible to clear his thoughts and cool his body. He swam in the depths of the pool until his mind completely returned to normal, forgetting about all the troubles that had occurred that day. When he was about to come up, he suddenly bumped into a young lady who screeched at him to pay close attention to where he was going. The guy didn't deliberately put himself in such a position that his eyes were at the level of the girl's most interesting places, so she called him a pervert. This was not the case, and the young man was going to justify himself. But Lin's mother found the situation funny and said that everything was fine and he could just continue swimming. The girl was clearly annoyed that the bodyguard didn't invite her to go swimming together, and she reproached him for spending more time with her mother than with her. All these reproaches were so tired of the hero that he began to claim that this was not so. But the girl still claimed that he was interested in her mother because she was incredibly beautiful. The young man did not understand what was wrong with this family. At first, the mother was not against him touching her daughter, and now the daughter seemed to advertise her mother. On the morning of the next day, the guy decided to take a little walk before starting to deal with all the cases piled up. Soon the problems made themselves felt, especially when our hero heard the requests of his friend to let her father go. It was teacher Luo Bing, who was talking to someone on the phone and was extremely alarmed by the situation. She was so engrossed in the conversation that at some point she tripped. Her heel slipped off the tile and she could have fallen. But looking at the woman's tear-stained face, one would think that it wasn't an accident that she slipped up at all. Perhaps she wanted to take her own life. Yang Chung wasn't going to let this happen because he felt very sorry for this woman who had suffered many grievances in her life. He jumped into the water after her, trying to get her out as early as possible, but she was sinking very fast. He finally managed to grab her, and immediately after that he started to rise to the surface, but it wasn't so easy to swim together. A few seconds later, he pulled Luo Bing onto the ground, trying to put her down as carefully as possible so that she wouldn't cough and choke on the water. Realizing what he would have to do, the boy quietly apologized to the teacher because his actions might be considered indecent by someone. But he needed to save her life and pump the water out of her lungs, so he unbuttoned her jacket and blouse to give her access to her ribcage. After that, he began to push hard in the right places to pump water out of the poor woman's body. Little by little, the liquid came out, which means everything was not in vain. But this was not enough to bring the teacher to her senses. It was necessary to give her artificial respiration. This action was more effective, because after a few seconds, the lady opened her beautiful blue eyes. Little by little, she began to recover. And when she realized that Yang Cheng had actually saved her life, she was extremely embarrassed. The crying woman began to hug our hero, and he tried to somehow support her, saying that any problems can be solved and you should not think about suicide. While Luo Bing was snuggling up to him with her whole body, the guy noticed that she smelled very strongly of fish, and for good reason, because there was a small fish right in her cleavage. When the woman noticed where the student's gaze was directed, she opened her mouth in surprise and indignation, because she did not expect to encounter such impudence. She thought that Yang Chung was a noble guy, but now all these thoughts were crossed out, because she decided that he was just as ignorant as everyone else. Understanding what Luo Bing was thinking, our hero showed her the fish, and then asked her why she wanted to commit suicide. Calming down, the young teacher said that her father did not know what he was getting into when he got involved in gambling. He lost all the money, and now their family was up to their ears in debt. Today, people called her who kidnapped her father because he could not pay them. And this is the reason for such a reaction on her part, because she felt hopeless. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she told her that now, these people wanted her to sell her body until she paid them the debt. And if she didn't agree, they would kill her father. This story seemed terribly banal, so the guy asked why the teacher did not contact the police, because they could help with this situation. Yang Cheng was surprised to hear that the Luo Bing family had contacted the Dragon Gang, which had connections in both the police and government, so it was extremely dangerous to report them. Frowning, the boy said firmly that from now on, the teacher could stop thinking about it and put the case in his hands. Luo Bing was shocked when she heard these words. She couldn't believe that she could really put her problems in the hands of a student, and he would try to help her. But this guy was so serious that he inspired the woman with some inexplicable confidence, so she decided to do as he says. Our hero asked where the villains kept her father. After a little thought, the teacher said that they went to get her to come to the bathing center XXX. I nodded my head, and he also said that the woman should hurry and go home, because she was all wet, and it was cold outside, so she could easily catch a cold. He intended to go right now to the lair of those who brought so much trouble to him and others. The worried woman said that her disciple should definitely return alive. Yang Chung smiled a little and said that there was no need to worry about him, because he would soon bring good news. After these words, he left so quickly that for a moment it seemed to the woman that he completely disappeared, as if he had disappeared into space. Less than an hour later, our hero was already standing at the entrance to the building that was supposed to lead him to the right people. As soon as he entered the hall, someone grabbed his hand. It was so strange and sudden that for a while the young man was at a loss. Unknown girls attacked him and began to tell him that on such a hot day, it was impossible to go in outerwear. They suggested that he go upstairs and take a bath. Thinking that these people might have the necessary information, The guy played along with them, putting his arm around their waists, and asked amiably if Brother Long had come today. The young ladies were touching him more and more boldly, suggesting that they play while the master wasn't there yet. However, as soon as the guy found out that the person he was interested in was not in this building, he immediately jumped away from the girls. The blonde girl was so assertive that Yang Chung had to repeat several times that since Long wasn't here, he would go down and wait for him at the bottom. But it didn't seem like they were going to let him go, because they were insistent that if he still had to wait, he could have fun with them first. They came closer and closer to him, as if they were hungry carnivores who had seen defenseless prey. So the guy had an instinct that made him run as far away from these representatives of the fair sex as possible. Realizing that there was no escape from them, the young man said that he would only spend time with 3 of them. Hearing these words, he was immediately attacked by a red-haired girl who said that she and her friend would help him take a shower. He barely managed to escape from the hands of this red beast. Our hero ran away under the pretext that he immediately needed to quickly run somewhere. While he was trying to find a secluded spot, he heard a conversation about an elderly man having to promise to bring his daughter, who would sell her body to pay off the debt. The eyes of our hero turned predatory, because he realized that he had found those scoundrels who threatened the Luobing family. Activating his supernatural vision, he saw through the door 2 men who were standing over the bound elderly man. One of the scoundrels said that he had heard that the prisoner's daughter was very beautiful, and if she spent the night with him, he could go to the boss and ask to reduce the debt. The crying man didn't have time to say anything before Yang Chung burst into the room, his face looking very threatening. After carefully examining everyone present, the young man asked if it was really so much fun that the men were laughing so loudly. Anger surged through the body of the one who had made plans for Luobing, and he aggressively asked the guy who dared to let him in. After dodging the chicken leg that was thrown at him, Yang Cheng made a plan of action in his head. A blonde man stepped forward and tried to calm his brother down, and asked him to leave all the work to him. Taking a heavy armature from somewhere, he began to move towards our hero, wanting to kill him as soon as possible. But the scoundrel didn't consider that his opponent could be so agile and fast. Yang Chung jumped back with lightning speed and was able to avoid the blow. The guy landed right in front of Luo Bing's father, who was blinking helplessly and looking extremely worried. The blonde-haired man still managed to hit Yang Cheng, but it didn't have the desired effect. After all, the rebar literally bent due to the fact that it collided with the body of the young man. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, the guy quickly counterattacked, hitting his enemy on the arm, which caused the limb to be dislocated. Another bandit appeared in the room, holding a gun in his hand, and said that all his brothers should step aside and let him solve the problem. Putting his finger on the trigger, he aimed at Yang Cheng, not even knowing that his attack was the most useless thing that could be thought of. Having activated his power, our hero decided to use the moonlight blade to teach these scoundrels a lesson and discourage them from killing anyone. Suddenly, the dark-haired man with the gun found that his legs were bound by an unknown force, which did not allow him to take a step. When the magic stopped working, the man's legs still wouldn't obey him, and he began to stagger. Finally, it was time to release Luo Bing's father. Grabbing the man by the scruff of the neck, the guy ordered him to sit quietly and keep a low profile. But first they had to get to a place that could serve as a shelter. So the young man grabbed the man, and they ran. Of course, it could not do without adventures because our hero was already met by armed men who sent a huge number of bullets at him. After ordering the teacher's father to lie down on the floor, the boy activated magic power to build a protective barrier around himself that would keep bullets out of their way. After this bombardment was over, he directed the projectiles to the side so that they couldn't even scratch their bodies. After getting to his feet, the youth ordered the man to remain calm and not disturb him. The man only nodded his head weakly. This young man seemed very intimidating to him. As he got closer and closer to the open door, he thought about whether he should stay or take the opportunity to escape while all the enemy's attention was focused on the kid. It was difficult for him to make the right decision because the fear and pain at the moment exceeded any nobility. In the end, he decided to stay in the room, knowing that if he did something wrong, he might make new, more powerful enemies. After a few minutes, the armed guards were finished, all of them sitting in a pool of their own blood. Only then did Yang Cheng say that they could leave now. Seeing the shock on the man's face, the guy said that it was not necessary to look around too closely. They had to hurry because there were still people who blocked the stairs. So now they just had to run as fast as their legs would allow. Noticing that they were running straight to the window, the man asked his rescuer if they were really going to jump down, and the latter nodded in concentration. Luo Bing's father asked if he was saved just to be thrown down from the 3rd floor. Then our hero said that he was a friend of his daughter, so he can relax. Not wanting to listen to the man's screams anymore, our hero grabbed him by the shirt collar and jumped down with him. They landed quite gently, but Mr. Luo still screamed like a madman because he didn't want to die from hitting the ground. The bandits were shocked by this trick, but despite this, they began to shoot from the windows at the fleeing enemies. A few minutes later, our heroes arrived at Luo Bing's house. There was no limit to her happiness as she hugged her tearful father, who promised her never to gamble again. The girl approached Yang Cheng and apologized for how much she had bothered him today. But the guy said that he was happy to help her in this difficult situation. Laughing, the head of this family said that our hero was a very good person and could make a great match for his daughter. These words very confused the teacher. The man said that he did not see anything wrong in being her student, because in these days it is not necessary to be narrow-minded. Clearing his throat out of embarrassment, the boy said that they needed to hurry up and pack up their things. Then, he would take the family to an inn where the dragon gang wouldn't be able to cause trouble. The next day came, which promised to be much calmer than the previous one. In the morning, Luo Bing arrived at Lady Chu's manor and carefully brought Yang Cheng's breakfast, wanting to show her gratitude in some way. With a smile, the guy said that he had already eaten, so Miss can leave the containers in the kitchen and contact him if she has any problems. His attention was caught by the sharp reaction of Lin, who had blown up from her seat and wanted to leave the kitchen as soon as possible. But before that, she turned to the guy and aggressively asked why Luo Bing was treating him so well. Shrugging his shoulders, the young man pretended that he had no idea what she was talking about. The girl didn't slow down. She wanted to know if her bodyguard was having an affair with the teacher. After finishing this stupid conversation, the guys went to school. The first lesson was physical education, so our hero gladly joined the game of volleyball. However, the game was interrupted by a loud shout that called for Yang Cheng to come forward and receive the punishment he deserved. After that, Luo Bing's shrill screech was heard, urging the guy to hurry up and run away immediately. Only the young man wasn't the kind of person who ran away from a battle. On the contrary, he might be the one who would arrange it. Luo Bing tearfully asked the guy why he was still there. The hero coldly said that there was no need to worry about him. The first person to approach him was a red-haired guy who examined him and said that he was interested in seeing the same Yang Chen who caused so much trouble. Seeing that the guy wasn't scared at all, the red-haired bandit asked who the impudent schoolboy thought he was. There was no fear in Yang Cheng's eyes, only cold calculation and a clear plan to eliminate the opponents. After throwing a few precise punches, he managed to scatter the opponents in different directions, which allowed him to grab Luo Bing and get out of the fight. The woman was so stunned that she was once again saved by a disciple that she didn't even argue when he ordered her to run away, while he needed to take care of the rest. Returning to his opponents who had not even managed to get on their feet yet, our hero made them tremble with fear just by looking at them. Pulling out a gun, the red-haired bandit said that it was time for Yang Cheng to say goodbye to his life because he would definitely not survive his bullets. After these words, numerous gunshots could be heard, after which an ordinary person could really die. Just remember that Yang Cheng wasn't an ordinary person. He managed to dodge every bullet with ease, but even if something hit his body, it wouldn't cause any damage. Without hesitation, the young man rushed into battle again because he wanted to finish off his opponents once and for all. He wasn't at all intimidated by the gun barrel that the red-haired guy was pointing directly at his chest. Kicking the scoundrel squarely in the face, the young man enjoyed watching the enemy's teeth fly apart in different directions. This provoked the other criminals to attack him, so now a whole crowd of men were running with their fists ready. Activating his magic energy, the guy once again sent all these scoundrels flying, which some of them might not survive. The massacre was watched by the other students, who were now simply delighted with Yang Cheng, and the second girl wanted to build a relationship with him. He was approached by Lin, who hesitantly said that being a hero was fine, so he didn't have to worry about his reputation anymore. Then, Luo Bing also came over, and she was equally embarrassed as she thanked the young man for once again doing her a huge favor. These words caused young Miss Chu to burst out in anger, and she hissed angrily, saying that she knew that there were some hidden connections between the teacher and her bodyguard. Understanding how the girl felt, Luo Bing asked our hero to explain everything to her, because it was obvious that his opinion was very important to Lin. These words caused the young man to be perplexed, because he always thought that she was just acting up to confuse or annoy him. The teacher's words made him finally think about Lingling's feelings, so he decided to run after her and talk. But he did not manage to complete his plan, because subsequent events led him to the director's office. Going inside, our hero asked the director why he called him to his office and why he needed help. The headmaster's face was extremely worried and even sad, and the man said that he had heard that the boy had started a fight today. Yang Cheng immediately revealed that the instigator was not him, but the bandits who came to kidnap Luo Bing. But the headmaster also clarified that the student admits the fact of the fight. When the boy nodded, the headmaster continued to talk, emphasizing that high school was a place to study and fights shouldn't happen here. The young man immediately understood what was going on, so he asked directly how much the Dragon Gang had paid the headmaster. These words caused the man an attack of aggression, but the guy continued, asking when the teacher managed to lose his qualifications and sell out to bandits. The master did not confirm these claims. He shouted that it was all a lie and the student simply had too good a fantasy, but Yang Cheng didn't stop. He said to make sure that when the Dragon Gang came here, the headmaster would stay put. The headmaster shouted, saying that he could expel the rebel right now. The man claimed that if the guy did not calm down, he would achieve that. After a while he would crawl to him on his knees and beg for help. But our hero did not think so. So, I turned around and started walking out of the office because I didn't want to hear any more nonsense from this elderly, corrupt director. The master could barely contain his anger. It seemed incredible to him that everything had turned against him, and the disciple actually dared to disobey. An assistant entered the office and advised the director to be more careful in this situation, as Yang Cheng was on very good terms with Ms. Chu, who managed the underworld game. The headmaster knew that this woman wasn't an easy target, but he didn't think of himself as a simpleton either. When the school day was over, our hero waited for Lin to go to the mansion with her, but he had a certain sense of danger that told him to be as careful as possible right now. Trusting his intuition, our hero grabbed his ward by the hand, wanting to lead her away from a potentially dangerous place as soon as possible. The danger was approaching faster than anyone would have thought. So soon the boy had an arrow in his hands, which he miraculously managed to intercept. Not understanding why the bodyguard was holding her so abruptly, Lingling thought that he was some kind of pervert, so she tried to pull away as soon as possible. Ignoring the girl's whims, the youth focused all his attention on the arrow, which was obviously treated with some kind of poison. The sense of hidden danger didn't go anywhere, so Yang Chung didn't let down his guard, carefully looking around, listening for every rustle. At some point, he realized that he had made a mistake when he took a few steps away from Lingling, because she was completely defenseless and open to any attacks. Running up to the girl, our hero noticed that another arrow was rushing straight at her, which he barely had time to intercept. He sped up as fast as he could, just in time to prevent the poison projectile from burying itself in the lady's tender skin. Now, even Lingling finally realized that she was in danger, so she froze in place and didn't stop her bodyguard from working. He knew how close the arrow had come, and it bothered him immensely because next time he might not be able to save his charge in time. Behind him, the crowd of onlookers reappeared, making it all seem like fun. But for Yang Cheng and Lingling, it could cost them their lives. Don't pay attention to these people. Our hero jumped up to the girl and said that they urgently need to get out of here as soon as possible. She was so lost that I had to take her hand and wait for her green eyes to meet his. The hero was calmer when the young lady was around. He understood that the killer was a pro and should have been more careful. There were a lot of people in the crowd, but he knew that the killer wouldn't be deterred even by the possibility of someone else being killed, instead of Lin. Once again, there was a sense of danger inside him, which told him to be ready to attack right now. He needed to act immediately. So he grabbed Lingling and decided that he would find out who had attacked them when the girl was safe. So he scooped her up in his arms and jumped high to avoid the crowd and get as far away from the place as possible. The arrows chased after them, so the young man had to fight back with one hand, because he was holding the young lady with the other. Finally, he was relieved that the gunslinger had decided to leave them alone. Feeling extremely exhausted, the guy realized that his light ball did not give any power, and therefore did not work. The feeling of safety was false because a few seconds later another blade flew at them, which the guy was able to repel again. He finally managed to spot a man who was holding a crossbow in his hands and shooting numerous arrows at them. It was absolutely clear that it was a professional who was doing his job and considered them just targets. As the busy crowd watched them, the boy knew that he had to find a way out of this situation, otherwise they might die. Leaving Lingling on the ground, the guy told her to stand in one place and not go anywhere. He knew he couldn't take her with him to deal with the shooter, because it was extremely risky. When Yang Chung got close to this scoundrel, he immediately attacked, because he knew that the faster he could neutralize the enemy, the safer it would be for Lingling. Stepping on the crossbow, the young man immediately broke it, depriving the opponent of his only advantage. After that, he began to beat the scoundrel with such force that he regretted that he took this order and began to fulfill it. His punches were getting harder because he needed to release the anger that had accumulated during all this time. A punching bag was someone who decided that he had the right to attack Lingling, who was under his full protection. Looking around and looking at the crowd, the guy knew that there were too many people here, and he needed to change the situation so as not to provoke unnecessary rumors about his strength. So he grabbed the gunslinger's shirt and decided that he needed to find a better place to fight. Soon, they were indeed in a more suitable environment. When the youth let go of his enemy, the latter coughed heavily. It was obvious how much the guy was in pain, but to give him his due, despite this, he continued to fight for his existence. But it was all for nothing, and Yang Chung kindly informed the gunslinger about it, urging him not to waste his strength. Taking out a pistol from somewhere, the attacker held it tightly in his hands, feeling that this was the only hope for salvation. Little did he know that in the next second, the weapon would be knocked out of his hands without much effort, and he would be completely defenseless. After carefully looking at the enemy, our hero said that he was strong and they could have made friends if he hadn't come to kill his ward, after which the young man asked who sent him. With a nasty smile, the bandit said that this information would not be extracted from him even under torture. While our hero continued to ask questions, this person took out a small bottle that was no larger than one finger of his hand. Yang Chung went over to open threats, but they also didn't work, because his opponent said that he would never reveal this secret. After examining the opponent, the guy realized that for the first time he met such a stubborn person who could not calm down and accept his fate. After activating his magic power, he decided that he would do his best to make this rascal hurt as much as possible. But before he could, the strange little bottle was opened and the white powder spilled directly into the gunslinger's mouth. Then the young man realized that this man was ready to poison himself, just not to reveal the secrets of his gang and the one who hired him. After only a few seconds, the poison took effect, and the lifeless body fell to the ground with a crash. It looked like some secrets could really cost a life. Looking at this strong man who could live a long life, he couldn't help but wonder what made him take such a desperate step. After examining the body, the hero realized that there were no identifying objects, literally nothing that would help to understand who was in front of him. Leaving the body lying in this alley, Yang Chung knew that he would have a very difficult time in the future, because someone clearly had a grudge against Mrs. Chu's family. Finally, the guy returned to his ward, who anxiously asked what happened to the killer now. But she did not get an answer to her question. The girl kept trying to find out if the shooter had escaped, or if her bodyguard had dealt with him in the most brutal way. She didn't get any response as they walked in silence all the way to the mansion. There, they were already met by Mrs. Chu, who immediately asked Yang Cheng if any of them were injured. It seems that the woman had already been reported. Lingling shrugged and said that if the guy was always there, she wouldn't have been kidnapped, to which her mother replied that it was very naive to think that the bodyguard should become her shadow. The girl flared up, saying that if she was destined to live a short life, then even without an attack, she would have already died. But she was destined for a long road, and even murderers would not change this. It was very strange to listen to these speeches, because our hero could not even think that his ward believes in fate. After sending her daughter to bed, the head of the family looked at the guy and ordered him to go after her. Apparently, she wanted to discuss the details of what happened. As he entered the spacious room, all he could think about was how exactly this woman was connected to the entire underworld. Looking slyly at her employee, the blonde mistress ordered him to wait, because she had to change her clothes. A few minutes later, she appeared in the room, wearing a tracksuit that accentuated her beautiful figure, which she had been working hard on. Not wanting to waste time, she decided to combine her training and conversations. During the conversation, she admitted that she was a little worried about what was happening during the day. According to her, earlier it seemed to her that it would be much easier. But now it was very scary, and she was worried about her daughter. Embarrassed that his employer was acting like he wasn't in the room, he promised that he would do everything he could to protect Lingling from any dangers. Taking a deep breath, the woman said that it looked like she was still a sinner in the past, because now she always felt when something bad was coming. These words seemed very strange to our hero, because he did not believe in coincidence and a simple premonition. It had to mean something. Looking at the blonde mistress of the house, he kept wondering if she really was a sinner and was now reaping the benefits of her past life. The next day, a meeting was held at the university. All the students were gathered in the large assembly hall, and the director was sitting at the department. The man looked tired and extremely dejected, as if he had a problem that he couldn't figure out. The headmaster's face turned stern as he finally spoke up and reported that today's university-wide meeting was organized thanks to one youth. It was Yang Cheng. When he was asked to come up on stage, the guy was already anticipating the fun that was about to begin. Without any further indignation, he got up from his seat and slowly walked forward, approaching the stage where the head of the school was waiting for him. Pointing a finger at him, the headmaster aggressively said that Yang Cheng, like all other students, must abide by the established rules. So the only correct solution was to make sure that the young man was held responsible for the fight that happened the other day. With a triumphant smile, the gentleman said that since this was the guy's first offense, they were suspending him from school for half a year at the expense of his vacation, so that he would come to his senses at home. Everyone in the audience started shouting that it wasn't fair, a reaction that surprised even Yang Cheng himself, who was surprisingly quiet. A worried Luo Bing ran forward, telling the principal that he didn't know how things really were, and if he didn't like Yang Cheng, that was no reason to dismiss him. However, our hero was against the woman standing up for him, because then she could get it, and she already had enough problems. The head of the school glared at Luo Bing and said that as a teacher, she should watch her words and not challenge the rector's decision. All of a sudden, Lin jumped up from her seat, who was just like the others, claiming that everything the headmaster said was untrue. The man was filled with anger. He could not have imagined that he would meet such resistance and disobedience among his students and teachers. It was almost impossible to restrain Lingling, as she loudly shouted that the director simply disliked Yang Cheng and didn't want to deal with anything, leaving the matter to its fate. The shocked man began to step aside, saying that Yang Cheng's classmates were now also crazy, because they allowed themselves to throw themselves at the teachers. Looking menacingly at the rector, our hero indifferently said that he can say absolutely anything he wants. Right now, his main goal was to get Lingling away from this place, because she really had become aggressive and could do something that she would regret later. Even though the guy was holding her back, Lingling could still tell that no one would respect the headmaster after this. When they finally left the classroom, Yang Cheng started walking a little faster, leaving the girl behind, as if he wanted to think about what had happened. Suddenly, a girl jumped up to him, rushing so confidently that it was impossible to stop her. From surprise, our hero swung his leg, preparing to fend off an unexpected opponent. But then he suddenly froze, because he looked more closely, and saw who was standing in front of him. It was a confused Chen Chen who clearly didn't expect to be attacked by anyone. With an awkward smile, the guy said that he didn't recognize her at all. While Lin persistently asked the stranger who she was, our hero decided to immediately clarify the situation by introducing Chen and saying that they had worked together before. An old acquaintance said with a smile that she had been looking for a young man for a long time. But everything was useless, and now they just happened to meet. It was just amazing. Yang Cheng smiled back and asked if no one was hurting her at work, but the girl nodded her head and said that they could go out for lunch together and just have a chat. When the bodyguard agreed, Lingling's jaw dropped in surprise because the guy was going to see her off. But now it was as if he had forgotten about his duties. The girl's reminder worked. The young man promised his old friend to write her a message as soon as he sees off his ward. A couple of hours later, the guys met in a cafe, and Chen asked with interest if she really met Yang Cheng's girlfriend today. He immediately said that Lingling was just a classmate with whom they had a good relationship. Lowering her eyes, Chen admitted that she didn't just call him to this place. She had one thing to do. Our hero began to listen carefully to his friend. The girl looked extremely upset when she said that today she received the last salary, after which she quit her old job. Our hero immediately became interested in what was the reason for such a sharp dismissal, because she was not going anywhere to leave. Embarrassed, the friend shared that her boss was still a pervert. She did not have the strength to endure his harassment, so she decided to leave. When the young man asked her where she planned to get a job, Chen lowered her eyes again and said in confusion that she didn't know. Then our hero asked her if she would like to become his assistant when he starts his business. The girl beamed and said that she was ready to work even for free. Yang Cheng knew that his obvious advantage was his dexterity and X-ray vision. With such data, he would be ideally suited to work as a detective. Well, in case of anything, he already had an assistant. He said that he was considering becoming a private investigator, and his girlfriend could do business contacts and advertising. Finally, a smile appeared on the beauty's face. She felt that next to this man, she would definitely be successful. Business brought him back to Mrs. Chu's mansion, where he was absent for almost a full day. He was just about to go upstairs and go rest, when he suddenly saw a stranger enter the mansion and act as confident as if she was at home. The pretty woman coldly said that she was the new driver in this family. While the surprised Yang Cheng did not know what to say, Mrs. Chu herself came up to them, who said that this girl really was a driver, and not a simple one, but a real professional in her field. While chewing on her sandwich, Lingling asked what happened to the previous driver. After all, he only worked for nothing and also drove quite well. The mother condescendingly said that the previous employee was worried about his safety and quit. Coming closer to the new employee, the hostess said that she could start working tomorrow, after which she asked what her name was. The girl said the name of Lin Pan. She wanted to start work today, and the woman allowed her, saying that the mansion was at her disposal, and then offered to meet all the other residents of the house. Lin Pan thanked her, but first she wanted to take her things to the room that was assigned to her. Turning to Yang Cheng, the hostess asked what he thought of the new employee. Without thinking twice, the guy said that she didn't really remind him of the driver. The lady shared his opinion, but she really needed to find someone with good driving skills, and the girl was perfect for all the criteria. Who was truly displeased was Lin, who resentfully asked her mother why she had hired such a curvy woman to be the driver. When the mother asked if her daughter was jealous, the young lady replied that she was just worried about the general atmosphere and calmness in the house. Mrs. Chu knew that this was all nonsense, but she decided not to say anything, instead suggesting that everyone get some rest since school was postponed indefinitely. Finally, she informed Yang Cheng that something terrible had happened in Changnan. Everyone was extremely worried, and she urged Yang Cheng to be careful. Our hero did not know anything about what happened, so he asked the woman to tell him the details. According to the woman, there were a number of terrorist attacks recently, and witnesses claimed that the murder was committed by a man in a black raincoat who was moving quickly. After hearing that the victim's carotid artery was missing, Lin concluded with a strange smile that they had died from blood loss. Laughing a little louder, the girl sat down on the chair and said that it was all painfully reminiscent of the zombie killing style. Her mother complained to her daughter to stop talking nonsense because zombies did not exist. They just had to be careful on the street. However, our hero agreed with Lingling. Everything pointed to the fact that the murder was committed by zombies, and among them he was familiar only with Shenling. Our hero seriously thought about whether that beautiful woman could have committed such a terrible act. He didn't know her at all, so he couldn't say that she wasn't the culprit, because all their communication was limited to her leaving him a scroll and disappearing. Not wanting to be stewed in these thoughts, the young man decided to get to know the new employee better, so he went to her room. They turned out to be neighbors, so the guy good-naturedly extended his hand to her and said that he was very pleased to meet her. However, the girl didn't share his enthusiasm and chose to simply ignore his friendly gesture. The guy felt so awkward that he didn't know what to do with his hand, which he extended to the new driver. Flaring up, he asked why the girl was so rude and couldn't return his greeting. However, even now, he still didn't get an answer to any of his questions. Lin Pan continued to focus on putting her things away. Then she did give him a look and asked him what he expected, if he really wanted her to ask about his personality and ask stupid questions. There was so much coldness in her words that he didn't even know how to react. He decided to be rude as well, so he made an indecent compliment to her figure before turning around and walking away. It turned out that Lin was a witness to this conversation. She nodded approvingly and said that the guy did the right thing by responding with rudeness to rudeness. With a warm smile, our hero told the girl to stop flattering him, because a quarrel with her will not make him admit defeat. As he headed for the exit, the bodyguard told his ward to rest because he had to go on business, but the girl wanted to go with him. But Yang Chung was against it, because he didn't want to share with her the secret of what exactly he was planning to do. After entering his room, the guy carefully looked out the window, thinking about what he should do next. Then he made a phone call, telling someone that everything would be finally ready in the afternoon. The agency was called Perus, and later he promised to give the address. The next morning, the young man met with his future assistant, showing her the building on which the name of their agency will be displayed. The girl asked a lot of questions, but all she needed to know right now was that the agency would be called Private Investigations, and only she and Yang Chung would be employed. Her task was to distribute advertising and contact customers, and our hero took care of everything else. Then, they decided to go around their future office. The corridors were long and spacious, made in a modern style. Walking behind the guy, the girl decided to thank him for giving her the opportunity to work together with him. After giving her a friendly pat on the head, Yang Cheng said that the best way to thank her was that Chen would do a good job and be a great boss. These words brought tears to the young lady's eyes. She had never been treated with such respect. Previous employers considered her just a thing, but in no way equal to themselves. After this meeting, our hero decided to return to the mansion on foot to take a little walk around the city. He was very happy that he had finally helped find a job for Chen. When suddenly the quiet of the city was broken by shouts asking for help, they were so desperate that it was impossible not to pay attention to them. Soon, people began to run out of the alley, clearly very scared of something and trying to get as far away as possible. Yang Cheng knew that he needed to move in the opposite direction. He wanted to find out what was causing this strange behavior of people, but he didn't expect to see what he saw. Behind the screaming girl ran a humanoid creature. Everything inside our hero literally screamed that he was facing a real zombie. This monster moved incredibly fast so that its victim had no chance of survival and escape. And apparently, she understood this. This creature didn't stop at anything when cars appeared in its path. It literally crushed them with its powerful hands. Looking at all this, there was no doubt that it was really a zombie, because there was simply no other explanation for what he saw. When the monster finally managed to reach the woman, it immediately grabbed her with a hand that could break the bones in the body of this fragile blonde person. Yang Sheng realized that if he wanted to save this girl's life, he needed to act immediately. So he jumped forward and ordered the monster to stop. Of course, no one listened to him. The zombie squeezed the neck of the unfortunate victim and squeezed it so hard that she began to lose consciousness. The blonde's eyes stared up at the sky in resignation as the life was gradually drained from her body. The blood was flowing out of her body so fast that it was almost impossible to save her. However, our hero decided to try to do this, so he hit the zombie in a vulnerable place, forcing him to drop the woman from his hands. After the first blow, it became clear that it would be extremely difficult to defeat the creature, because it had very hard skin, which is almost impossible to break through. Jumping away from the creature to a safer distance, the guy began to think about his future strategy. Taking advantage of this moment, the zombie again pressed its teeth to the neck of its victim, slowly drinking all the blood from it. Judging by all these actions, there was no doubt that the person in front of the young man was indeed a zombie, but he was completely different from him. Having decided to deal with the creature once and for all, the guy waved his hand and began to attract its attention so that it would break away from the woman. Except he'd only abandoned her when her body was a lifeless, empty vessel with nothing left to drink from. It was an extremely eerie sight, especially if you noticed the heavy breathing of the creature, which was clearly trying to sniff out the next victim. When the zombie turned its head in the direction of our hero, its eyes were burning red, which indicated that the next target had already been chosen. After that, Yang Chung heard the creature's hoarse laughter, which made his skin crawl. It was necessary to come up with some plan urgently, otherwise the monster would chase after him and reveal his main secret, which was that you can't kill a dead person. The dark zombie began to walk slowly towards the guy, as if he wanted to play with his new victim, and not kill her as quickly as the last one. Our hero remembered that Zhenling had told him that he was the owner of blood flesh, but they only explained what this meant. Yang Cheng decided to do something unexpected. He went to meet his enemy, held out his hand in a conciliatory gesture, and said that he wanted to ask him something. After a few moments, it became clear that the creature was aware that it was being spoken to, because you could see the reaction on its face, and its eyes became more focused. Our hero asked if his opponent knew anything about what bloody flesh is. These words were clearly some kind of trigger for the creature, because it immediately rushed into the attack, growling loudly and baring its claws. Dodging these attacks was very difficult, because the zombie was so aggressive that it moved at an incredible speed. At one point, he jumped so high that Yang Cheng didn't even know if he could dodge his attack. For the first time since his rebirth, the young man was truly terrified and felt like he might lose his life a second time. It was not possible to avoid a collision, but the guy at the very last moment was able to cover his face with his hands in order to somehow block the blow. Yang Chung was thrown back a few meters by the zombie's power, and he was surprised at how powerful the enemy was. In order not to fall, he had to make every effort because the fall could cost him his life. Somehow, he also managed to push off from the ground, which helped him jump on the zombies and finally counterattack. Grabbing the creature by the hand, our hero decided that he would do everything in order to rid the world of such creatures as the one that was in front of him. Tightly gripping the zombie's hands, the guy activated his magic energy, but it took so much strength that his whole body began to beat in small tremors. This gave the creature an opportunity to seize the initiative, and it was now the one who was gripping Yang Cheng's hands, not the other way around. The guy was not going to give up if his hands were full, then he decided that he could try to attack with his feet. This initiative didn't seem to please his enemy very much, as he growled loudly and rolled his blood-red eyes. Its roar was so loud that it could be heard on the other side of the city. The sound was not the most terrible for our hero. He was much more worried about the smell, which could really destroy anyone. When the zombie got tired of holding the boy down, it threw him roughly to the side, sending him flying free. The landing was so hard that fragments of rocks and asphalt flew in different directions. The guy was lying in the resulting crater and could not move. It seemed that his whole body was somehow broken and did not want to obey at all. But after a few seconds, he felt that he was getting better, and soon managed to lift his legs at all. Quick regeneration was clearly one of the best things to gain after rebirth, as he was now practically invulnerable. The zombie was clearly surprised to see his opponent alive and well, because he clearly understood that he literally crushed him on the asphalt. The young man, on the other hand, knew that their battle couldn't continue for long, so he had to think of some way to finish off this monster. After all, it was almost impossible to defeat him in close combat. There was only one option left, which was extremely risky. Sensing the approaching danger, the monster seemed to break loose, growling loudly and preparing to pounce on its opponent at any moment. The zombie jumped up again, so high that the young man had to raise his head high to see it at all. Instead of just waiting for him to be attacked, our hero also jumped high up. This made it even taller than its opponent, so the monster had to rely less on its luck now. As he neared his opponent, the youth activated his magic power and summoned the moonblade, which caused his enemy to cry out hysterically. Magic power shot through the creature, causing it to squeal like crazy. The impact was so powerful that the entire area shook and exploded. Looking at the chaos that reigned around him, the young man thought that this should have completely destroyed his opponent. But this did not happen when the fog settled down a little, which appeared out of it. Although it was weakened, but did not suffer too much. Narrowing his eyes in anger, the hero tried to understand how this scumbag managed to survive after his moonblade. This begged the very unpleasant question of whether the creature was so powerful that it was simply impossible to defeat it. By charging at Yang Cheng, the zombie proved that its body was still functioning quite well and could cause fatal damage. Dodging attacks was harder each time, but our hero tried his best to do it because he simply had no other choice. But at some point, he was already so tired that he unconsciously asked his enemy to stop and give him a little rest. Of course, no one did. On the contrary, the creature attacked with even more enthusiasm, as if it sensed the boy's weakness. Yang Chung was thrown to the side and landed again so hard that he couldn't help but cry out. The guy was in so much pain that his body was shaking and wouldn't allow him to take a single breath. The entire focus of attention was focused on the zombies, who now decided to finish him off and were preparing to attack again. The monster's fist made contact with the body of our hero. It hit directly into the solar plexus, knocking out all the remaining air from the young man's chest. The pressure was so strong that he soon realized that all his ribs were broken, and it was impossible to fight in this state. His eyes rolled back in pain, and for a moment he wondered if this was really the end of him. His vision was starting to fail, but no matter how hard he tried to convince himself that it was too early to die, he couldn't focus on the enemy. In the meantime, the vile creature was already close to his face and whispering in its sinister voice that it was very hungry. After activating the last of his magic power, the guy said that he would do anything not to die right now. With a heavy blow to the zombie's belly, he fulfilled his promise to himself and realized that there was still a chance to escape. His hand transmitted magical impulses that hit the opponent painfully and made it impossible for him to move. And then he finally pushed the creature away from him, sending it flying as far as it could. The monster landed very hard, and our hero finally felt a sense of triumph, because now he was not in the place of the victim. With a satisfied smile, Yang Cheng quietly whispered that he couldn't believe that he actually managed to use the energy of the moonball. Instead of finishing off the creature, he decided to get out of here as soon as possible, because when the monster wakes up, it will be the second phase of the battle. Although it was hard to tell from the zombie's condition whether it would ever recover, as it looked very pitiful. His eyes rolled back in pain, but there was still a glimmer of life in them, so the creature wasn't finished yet. It became clear when she screamed again, but it was not clear whether it was a death cry or a promise to continue the battle. He didn't care if his enemy survived or not, but the most important thing right now was to get to a safe place and recover his strength. He decided that as soon as he returned home, he would immediately thank his savior with wine, except that when he looked at his hand, He didn't feel the same energy that would normally flow through his body in microcurrents. And then he suddenly realized that he didn't feel any pain at all. It was so strange that our hero didn't understand what had happened. Then he carefully examined his palms and realized that all his wounds had disappeared, as if they had never existed. The skin was so smooth that there weren't even any welts or scars left, let alone deep cuts or abrasions. When he lifted up his t-shirt, he realized that there was nothing on his chest either. His body was as good as new, which only showed that his regeneration was working flawlessly. After stretching his stiff arm, he decided that this was the zombie effect that Lingling had told him about. The day was nearing its end, so as one approached the mansion, one could already see a beautiful sunset. On the way to the house, our hero noticed that on the side of the road again sat a familiar man who asked for alms. This was an elder who could give the youth very valuable and important advice from time to time. The man carefully examined the boy and asked if he really was injured. Our hero smiled and said that everything was fine with him, and the blood on his clothes was only a consequence of the fact that he fell unsuccessfully. Meeting the boy's gaze, the master said that they should say goodbye right now, which sounded strange. The young man didn't seem to understand what was going on, because there was no obvious reason for them to say goodbye to this man. He immediately asked the master if something bad had happened, then promised to help if there were any problems. However, the man spoke in some vague phrases that judging the nature of a person by his personality is really too absurd and careless. After that, the gentleman thanked him for his help and gave our hero a trinket that he picked up. He asked him to wear it as a souvenir. It was a strange piece of jewelry, engraved with strange lines that formed a bizarre pattern. Hanging it around his neck, the guy smiled broadly and thanked him for the unexpected gift. After getting to his feet, the elder asked Yang Cheng to take care of this item, as he would be able to protect it from evil things. The boy wanted to give the man some money for the last time, but the man waved his hand and said that he didn't need anything, because the guy had already given him a great gift. Yang Cheng stared at the departing master and wondered if they would never see each other again. When the elder was already at a decent distance, he suddenly asked the guy's name. Because he had never asked before, our hero said loudly and clearly that his name was Yang Cheng. The older man said that he had a great name, then added that the world was vast, and he thought that they were destined to meet again, after which he disappeared as if he had never happened. It was already deep into the night when he finally reached the villa. The first person to meet him, of course, was Lingling, whose posture betrayed her belligerent mood. She was clearly unhappy with the guy's long absence, so she immediately ordered him to confess where he had been all this time. However, when she looked at the person she was so angry at, her mouth dropped open in shock. The young man was covered in blood, his clothes were ruined, and one couldn't help but wonder if he was all right. Casually grabbing his t-shirt, Yang Cheng explained that he just got into a fight with some bad guys, so their blood got on his clothes. Finding out that her bodyguard wasn't injured made her feel a little better, as evidenced by the way she let out a sigh of relief. But the young lady was not going to calm down. Her questions continued, and now she asked if the guy really went to the Dragon Gang. Wanting to change the subject, Yang Cheng patted her head and asked if his charge really cared about him that much. Of course, the girl denied everything and said that she just didn't want to lose his protection. Smiling, the guy said that he just thought up too much for himself. Confused, Lingling smiled faintly and said that she would give a penny for his thoughts. And it was very interesting to know what was going on in the bodyguard's head. With a wink, our hero asked why he should tell her his thoughts. After that, he turned around and strode back to his room, leaving the annoyed girl behind. Before entering his door, our hero turned to the young lady and asked what had happened to the new driver yesterday. After walking a little closer, Lingling explained that Lin Pan had some problems at home and would only be able to go to work tomorrow. Our hero thought this was suspicious, so he asked if Mrs. Chu had checked the identity of this woman. The girl nodded in the affirmative and said that the driver grew up in an orphanage. Things got even weirder, because if she was from an orphanage, then what kind of problems could have happened at home? Without answering this joking question, the girl carefully looked at the young man and asked what kind of thing was hanging around his neck. Taking the pendant in his hand, our hero said that it was a very valuable gift from his friend. These words interested Lingling as she got closer. She asked if she could look at this value. The boy didn't mind, so he placed the pendant in the young lady's tender palm. The girl liked it so much that she couldn't take her eyes off it, and then asked him to give it to her. Our hero was a little embarrassed by this request, but he was able to find the strength to refuse the girl. But he took the initiative to buy another piece of jewelry. Looking down in frustration, Lingling asked if it was a gift from some woman. After putting the pendant back on his neck, the young man turned to leave, finally saying that he got the jewelry from an elderly mister. This news made the lady very happy, and she told her bodyguard that in this case, he should keep this item as the apple of his eye. Entering the room, the guy noticed that tonight, the moon was unusually bright. There was a small magic ball sitting on the commode, which was whining softly. Our hero thought that it was all because he used too much of its energy today. He was very grateful to the moon ball, because today his life was saved only thanks to this magical creature. When Yang Cheng said that the creature could ask for anything it wanted, the moon ball made it clear that it wanted a drink. This made the hero laugh so much that he couldn't help thinking that he knew absolutely nothing about this creature. neither where it came from, nor why he drank so much without harm to his health. He didn't mind letting his new friend have a drink, but warned him that it shouldn't affect the fact that they wanted to improve their interaction. The joyous magic ball beeped even louder, then took a sip of the bottle and held on for a few seconds. Laughing, the guy said that his friend can drink a little slower, because no one is going to take anything from him. For some reason, the creature's company seemed very pleasant to him and gave him a strange sense of security. Then, memories of the dark zombie that was very strong right now surfaced in his mind, and at the moment, it was almost impossible to defeat it. However, if he didn't do anything, he would pose a threat to the townspeople, so he decided to get stronger. And to do this, he needed to familiarize himself with the ancient beast skin scroll. Having unfolded it, our hero began to carefully look at each drawing, the meaning of which was still completely incomprehensible to him. It was as if the strange drawings were trying to tell a story, but the essence of it kept slipping away like sand through your fingers. Looking at the drawing, the young man wondered if he really needed to stand in the sun, but he knew very well that zombies were most afraid of its rays. The next fragment showed the collection of rainwater. The essence of this action was completely incomprehensible. Next up was a picture of a clearing of fire, and with each new glance Yang Cheng took at the scroll, he became more surprised and confused. Some strange people were running around with weapons in their hands, and around them everything was covered with ancient symbols, the meaning of which remained hidden. Our hero thought that he had a safe full of money, but he doesn't know the password and can't use what was inside. When morning came, Yang Cheng felt completely restless. Wanting to recover, he went to the bathroom, but even there he was not allowed to rest, because Lingling did not know what personal space was. Before he could even spit out the toothpaste, our hero irritably asked who had allowed the young lady to enter his private quarters. The girl clearly didn't like the tone in which they were talking to her. But nevertheless, she told the bodyguard to show her to the library. Wiping his mouth, Yang Cheng inquired curiously why she was suddenly going there. But the young lady said that he should talk less and do more. Noticing that the driver was also awake, the girl wished that they would set off as early as possible. It was a surprisingly fine day, and the sun was shining so brightly that just looking at it would make you blind. Yang Cheng was overly grateful to the moonball, because now he could enjoy the sun's rays in peace and not be afraid of them. After the battle with the dark zombie and further merging with the moonball, our hero did not know how he would react to the sun, so the fact that he could walk even at noon was a pleasant discovery for him. He found this out when at some point he decided to check what would happen if he put his hand up to direct sunlight. At the same time, he himself remained in the shadows, sacrificing only one palm for the benefit of the experiment. At one point, his arm felt like it was getting hot, but he still didn't feel any pain. And then he finally realized that the sunlight no longer affected him or caused him any harm as it had before. Lingling was watching this experiment carefully through the window. She thought her bodyguard was crazy because he looked really strange. Relief washed over our hero when he realized that now he can live a more fulfilling life than before. He really wanted to dance with happiness, but instead, he took another step forward, entering the sun's rays completely. For the first time in a long time, our hero could fully feel the warm touch of the sun on his body, because until recently he thought that now this luxury would be inaccessible to him. Then a strange thought occurred to him. He was wearing a pendant, which means that it was because of him that such a miracle could happen. The guy decided to test his theory. After hanging the ornaments on the tree, he once again went out into direct sunlight. This time he was very anxious. After a few seconds, he realized that his body was literally roasting in the sun, and the smell of burnt skin could be detected in the air. Lingling walked over very quietly and stealthily. She asked why her bodyguard's hand was smoking. The guy quickly came to his senses and hid his hand, saying that his ward had imagined everything. Because how could the skin survive something like this? While they were arguing, Lin Pan noticed the pendant that was hanging on the tree, her gaze showing that she didn't know the origin of the item. He quickly jumped up to the woman and snatched the jewelry from her hands, ignoring the question of what it was. Putting the ornament around his neck, the young man said that this item was a gift from a close friend. So all further inquiries were stopped. Everyone finally got in the car and soon arrived at their destination. The driver wanted to stay in the car, and Ms. Lin Lin said that if the employee gets bored, she can go for a walk, and when they go home, they will call her. Hearing their conversation, our hero was indignant. He asked why the girl was rude only to him. And with everyone else, she always behaved very politely. She replied that he just annoyed her. These words caused such aggression inside the guy that at the moment of communication he wanted to teach the girl a lesson. As they approached the closed elevator, they realized that it would soon arrive on their floor. That's exactly what happened. But none of them expected to see a whole crowd of men who probably didn't come here to read romance novels. Their eyes glittered strangely, as if they were predators who had finally seen their long-awaited prey. Yang Cheng knew that they were in trouble again, so he motioned for Lingling not to come out from behind him. Strangers handed our guy a photo, asked if he has seen the woman who is depicted in it. From the photo, teacher Luo Bing was looking at him with a smile, and our hero thought with fear what kind of trouble this woman was in again. The only logical explanation was that her father had angered someone in the gang again, and now his daughter was the main target. Hugging Lin, the guy pretended that he did not know the beauty depicted in the photo, informing the bandits about this. He began to leave in the opposite direction from them. Clenching his fist in anger, the bandit quietly said that once he found this scoundrel, she would definitely be in trouble. But even these words did not make the young man deal with the scoundrel. He tried with all his might to save face and pretend that he did not know who he was talking about. The elevator finally arrived, and it was safe to get away from all these men who smelled like new trouble. But they were not allowed to get safely to the library because the elevator door was held by someone's heavy hand. Yang Cheng's eyes became more alert as he realized that they would not be able to reach their destination safely. An unknown man asked our hero why he seemed so familiar to him. It was clear that the scoundrel was beginning to suspect something. Pointing his finger at Lingling, the scoundrel confidently stated that he had seen her before. These words made the young lady freeze in place. They soon recognized young Mrs. Chu and said that since they couldn't find Luo Bing, they could bring this girl to their master. After carefully examining the men, our hero asked if they were really members of the Lanshaw gang. These words made the men stop. They then viciously replied that a brat like Yang Cheng didn't dare ask them such questions, but instead, the youth asked if they knew who had saved Lingling last time. Chuckling, one of the bandits said that they didn't really care, but they knew for a fact that this person wasn't standing in front of them right now. The second bandit was smarter, and he recognized the guy, but before he could say anything, a heavy fist smashed into his jaw. After telling his ward to go ahead, the young man got into a serious fight. He was attacked from different directions, but so far he successfully repelled all the attacks. He was brutally beating up these scoundrels who wanted to make trouble not only for Luo Bing, but also for his ward. While the men were full of enthusiasm, they didn't believe that one kid could take on an entire gang. At some point, the men began to realize that they were really facing the one who had single-handedly dealt with Lingling's kidnappers. Soon, the entire gang realized that they were no match for the enemy, some shouting loudly that they would never contact Longsho again. But Yang Cheng didn't spare anyone. Everyone who had come to the library was now lying on the floor beaten and exhausted. He was happy with his work, but he knew it wasn't quite done yet. Near the elevator, he noticed a shivering blonde guy, books almost falling out of his hands as he tried to call for help. Coming closer to him, our hero said in a calm, steely voice that the nerd should shut up and just get out of the way. After saying this, he calmly entered the elevator, and the blonde-haired guy slumped to the floor in fright, letting go of the books in his hands. As soon as he approached Lingling, she immediately started asking if he was okay. It was obvious that the girl was nervous and worried about him. Without answering her question, the young man sternly ordered her to follow him immediately, because in any case it was impossible to stay in this place. This idea didn't sit well with the young lady, as they hadn't yet informed Lin Pan that they were done. But the young man was adamant. He said that to ensure the safety of his ward, they need to go to a place that only the two of them know about. Nodding her head, Lingling said that in that case, she would call her driver and inform her that their plans had changed. But this didn't suit Yang Cheng, so he grabbed her hand and told her that he would help her get to the right place on his own. Looking at the guy tearing up his t-shirt for some reason, Lingling asked how they planned to get to this place without a car. Blindfolding the young lady with a torn cloth, our hero said that she should just trust him, and later he would try to explain everything to her. He sat her down on his back and told her once again that as soon as they were in a quiet place, he would tell her everything. After these promises, he jumped high up and carried the lady there, or thought she would be completely safe. Yang Cheng was so focused that it seemed that nothing in this world could distract him from his main goal, which was the safety of his ward. The sly young lady realized that no one would notice if she quickly looked where she was being carried, because the wind was very strong. But as soon as her eye opened, Yang Cheng immediately asked if she was peeping. Laughing awkwardly, the girl said that her dear bodyguard was just imagining things. Lingling's thoughts were now all absorbed by how fast Yang Cheng was moving. This guy seemed somehow supernatural to her. Finally, they arrived at the office that our hero recently rented and equipped for his own Bureau of Investigation. Awkwardly turning her head from side to side, she finally asked if she could open her eyes. She was so funny that the young man looked at her with a smile for a while, after which he said that now she could take off the blindfold. Lingling was surprised to find that they were standing in front of a huge multi-story building that was built entirely out of glass. As she entered the building, she kept asking where they were, but the only answer was that they were safe. When they entered the office, they were met by an old acquaintance of Yang Cheng's. Lin remembered that her name was Chen Chen. The girl immediately said that she had seen Chen Chen somewhere at school, but she didn't understand why she was brought here. But instead of providing any explanation to Lin, the young man immediately went to his old friend's place to talk to her specifically. This angered the girl so much that she could barely contain her anger that someone dared to ignore her questions. Chen Chen also didn't understand what was going on, but the guy only said that he would leave young mistress here, and then teacher Luo Bing would also come here. The only explanation he gave was that it was time to punish Longsho's gang. These words caused a real fear inside his girlfriend, because she believed that it was extremely dangerous to go to the beast's lair alone. Patting her on the shoulder in a comforting way, our hero said that this battle was inevitable, so it was better for him to attack first than to defend himself. Lingling chimed in and sympathetically added that if he didn't succeed, the problems would never end. There was logic in those words, so he decided that he would do his best to wipe out the enemies from the face of the earth once and for all. Seeing the cold determination in the eyes of her bodyguard, the girl began to say that this was not what she meant. She wanted to emphasize that it was dangerous to go on such a case alone. But the guy was adamant. He ordered his ward to stay here while he picked up Luo Bing at the hotel. Soon, he had already arrived at the place that was his main goal. When he finally arrived at the teacher's room, the teacher asked a little sheepishly what the rush was for, if something had happened again. The guy said without further explanation that he was going to pick her up right now and take her to a safe place because the Dragon Gang was looking for her all over the city right now. Coming closer to the young man, the woman took his hand and asked what he planned to do next. Sending her a confident look, our hero told her not to worry, because he would take care of everything and make sure that their enemies would not be in a favorable position. When he finished transporting everyone to safety, it was already deep into the night. During the investigation, Yang Chung had found out the whereabouts of several important figures of the Dragon Gang and was now near the home of one of them. This manor belonged to a man called Ninth Brother, who was known for being quite lecherous. It was also known that the leader of the White Elephant Gang spent 2/3 of their time either in hot springs or saunas, so it wasn't difficult to take some action because, due to the large number of Black Dragon doppelgangers, no one knew his whereabouts. Well, our hero suspected that today was the day when all this would change and the pieces on the chessboard would switch places. The sleeping man did not even suspect that his peace would soon be disturbed. He thought that no one would be able to distract him from the beautiful ladies, but this was not the case. His main problem was already on the second floor, and she was rapidly moving around the house, looking for the person she needed. Yang Chung moved so silently that his feet didn't seem to touch the ground at all. The guy was already standing on the balcony of the manor master's room, noting how carefree he was, sleeping with two beauties. Stroking the girls' waists, the man asked if they had already had enough sleep and wanted to continue having fun. But there was no question of any entertainment, because our hero let us know that he was in the room. The girls screamed loudly, and the owner of the manor almost jumped out of bed, asking how the stranger had managed to get into his apartment. After looking at the man carefully, the guy said that it didn't matter who he was. What was more important was that the man would only survive if he answered a couple of questions. Grabbing the gun, the gentleman said that he would not answer any questions, and in general, he planned to shoot the person who so brazenly snuck into his room. The man seemed annoyed with everyone, and even threatened the girls who were in his bed, saying that if they screamed again, he would beat them. Walking forward despite the muzzle of the gun that was looking directly at him, Yang Cheng said that nothing would happen even if his enemy tried to shoot him. However, the man did not take these words seriously, because he did not think that there was someone who would not be harmed by a gun. In vain, he did not listen to the guy, because everything happened as it was said. The bullets literally bounced off the body of the young man without causing him any harm. Shrugging his shoulders, our hero coldly said that he had warned the enemy that he would not be able to kill him. But the persistent man didn't want to give up. He kept shooting at Yang Cheng so intensely that the gun in his hand started to get very hot. Finally, the guy was tired of wasting his time, so he came closer and swung his leg to hit the man. This scoundrel made him angry, so he put all his accumulated anger into the punch. A sharp pain shot through the scoundrel's jaw, causing him to be so confused that he completely didn't understand what was going on. While flexing his fists, Yang Cheng decided to make it clear to him that he was the one asking the questions here. And if the answers were unsatisfactory, then the man would be in trouble. Now there was no trace of the manor master's courage left. He was ready to tell everything, so long as he didn't get beaten up. The only thing he wanted to know was where the Black Dragon was now. This question put the man in a stupor because he did not know the answer, and this aggravated his situation. Grabbing the gentleman's leg, our hero twisted it so that the bone cracked loudly, which caused the poor man incredible pain. He shouted loudly and said that he really didn't know where the gang boss was. But then he admitted that he was usually on the top floor of the Zhuangyuan building at this time. Letting go of the bandit's limb, the guy asked if his dear friend was sure that it was the same Black Dragon. Yang Cheng's threatening tone really scared the women, who were trembling in fear and screeching intermittently while sitting up in bed. The man was trembling too, barely able to say that he knew only one Black Dragon. To get truthful answers, our hero once again grabbed the man by the leg and pulled painfully on himself. After that, he squeezed the bandit's throat and asked why he didn't tell him where the gang leader was earlier. The latter could barely say that he wasn't sure that it wasn't his double. Chuckling, the boy said that with the experience that the manor master had, he would be able to identify the real Black Dragon without any problems. Crawling back to the bed, the man said that the boss had a black band around his waist, about the size of a coin, which he claimed was a symbol of good luck. As he approached, the young man asked if his brother knew what would happen to him if it became known that he had lied to him. And the young man said that he would not dare to do so. Kicking the man's torso, Yang Cheng said that if he had recognized the lie, then he would have fared even worse than now. After that, he threw the bandit back, he hit the wall and left behind numerous cracks. Running away from the mansion, our hero thought that he had made another useless trip. and now he was thinking about visiting Bai Xiantang. While climbing the stairs that led to this building, the young man was met by a beautiful woman who asked to give her a moment. Without even looking at this person, Yang Cheng said that he didn't have time. The woman was indignant and thought that this kid was a beggar anyway, so she didn't lose anything. Finally, our hero's face lit up with surprise. He clearly did not expect to see what he saw. A beautiful girl who attracted him from the first seconds was running straight to him. She was worried about something and asked for help. She revealed that her older brother was abducted by a man named Adong, who promised to kill him if she didn't pay with her body. The young man couldn't leave the lady in distress, so now they were going up to the 8th floor together. Trying to calm the girl down, he patted her on the head and promised to deal with the scoundrel, and at the same time save her brother. Upon entering the floor that was reserved for the elite only, Yang Cheng was immediately met by security guards who informed him that ordinary people were not allowed to enter. In one of the offices, the head of the house was sitting, telling his guests that he had already given him so much money that it was ridiculous. The man laughed in embarrassment and said that he had already done absolutely everything in his power, so there should be no reason for the boss to be angry with him. Lighting a cigarette, the head of the house said that he had heard that the son of his guest studied well abroad. He wanted to meet this talent. Clearly understanding the implication that his son might be a target, the man said that he understood his mistake and would try to correct it by doing everything in the best possible way. The boss was approached by one of his guards, who told him a piece of news in an anxious voice. She angered the gentleman so much that he jumped up from his seat and slammed his fists down on the table. When he said that his security team should prepare to meet the new guest, the men grabbed their guns and pointed them at the door. Without waiting for it to open, shots were fired that were capable of piercing through whoever was standing behind those doors. You might have thought that some misguided teenagers had come there, but that wasn't the case. The bandits. Imagination was not enough to imagine an equal opponent, as our hero was, who had already managed to deal with one of the enemies. The guy did not wait to be invited into the office. He kicked the door open, thereby killing those men who were closest to it. The owner of the house watched as his guards were neutralized one by one and thought only about taking on a solid garbage job. The man realized that it was time to get out his machine gun and deal with the enemy on his own. Taking aim at the guy, he said that he was going to die today so he could start saying goodbye to his worthless life right now. There wasn't a drop of fear inside our hero. The only thing he did was release the unconscious guard from his hands. After that, he immediately charged at the bandit boss, wanting to deal with him here and now. Yancheng grabbed him right by the submachine gun and asked him if he thought that just because he had a gun in his hand, it made him strong. It was clear that right now the bandit changed his mind and now did not want to be enemies with our hero. And this was after he released the entire clip from the machine gun. Reinforcements rushed into the office, and the guards surrounded the young man and told him to immediately move away from their boss. Now the man wanted to negotiate with Yang Cheng because his strength was obvious. He asked what the guy wanted from him. One of the guards was so assertive that he didn't stop ordering the youth to get away from the boss, and even promised to send him to hell. Only now the owner of the house became really scared because he saw what this boy was capable of, so he asked the man to calm down immediately. However, it was already too late. Yang Cheng decided that today he would finish off every single one of these scoundrels who thought they could rule the world. The men's bodies were numb with fear, of course, because the blood of their comrade got on their clothes. Now they understood that the young man was extremely serious and not in the mood to play games. Turning around, Yang Cheng coldly said that if anyone decided to threaten him, that person would be dealt with just like that guard. The pistols began to slowly descend, because those who held them were shaking violently. None of the men wanted to become an opponent of this demon. When our hero got close to the boss, he asked if he knew where the Black Dragon was, but he claimed that he did not have this information. Narrowing his eyes, the guy asked how this could be, because he was sure that the person who was standing in front of him knew everything. Startled by such a look, the man began to say that the only thing he knew about was where the Black Dragon's doppelganger was located. Yang Cheng realized that it looked like Ju as well as Adang were telling him the truth and really didn't know anything. Gently taking the gentleman by the shoulders, our hero sat him down in a chair and then too amiably asked where the double was. He said that he had heard that the doppelganger was in Ju Tang's underground casino, and the guy told him to start praying that when he got there, the person was still there. After some thought, our hero said that he wanted to leave the same gift to the master that Ju had made. After that, he kicked the man so hard that he almost fell out of his chair and rolled on the floor. Clutching his lucky pendant in his hands, Yang Cheng thought with regret that he would have to go to the casino again. After leaving the building, the young man was extremely upset, because again he did not do what he planned and did not find the person he was looking for. The only thing that pleased him at the moment was that now the sunlight was no longer a problem for him, so he could bask in its rays as much as he wanted. And it was nice to find something he loved so much again. Entering the building that the last boss of the bandits pointed out to him, our hero began to look around, because the lobby was completely empty. It was immediately clear that something was wrong, because in such places there were usually always a lot of guards, and now there was absolutely no one. Of course, because all the bandits had taken up their fighting positions and were already waiting to open fire on the one who broke in uninvited, they hid in all sorts of different corners so that the enemy would not have any chance to approach them without being noticed. It was lucky that Yang Cheng-en noticed this in time, because even rocket launchers were used against him. The guards were already tired of waiting. Their limbs were numb, and some of them didn't understand why it was necessary to use so many weapons against one person. Pressing a finger to his lips, one of the men said that they should be quiet, because he had heard rumors that this guy was just a demon that kills people with one blow. These words amused the young guard, who asked if anyone really believed such nonsense. Meanwhile, our hero decided that it is best to move not inside the building, but outside, through the windows. He quickly realized that he should try to avoid these guys and find another way, because the rocket launcher is not a joke, and it will be very difficult to deal with it. Having reached the right room, our hero broke out the window and got inside, bypassing all the traps that were set for him. The man who was in this apartment jumped out of bed in horror, asking how the stranger got in here. Rolling his eyes, our hero asked why all gangsters are so fond of asking how he got into their personal space. The dark-haired man clenched his teeth in anger, slowly realizing who exactly was in front of him. Before he knew it, Yang Chung had already gotten close enough to attack him without too much trouble. Pushing the brunette off the bed, the guy said that he was sure that his dear friend knew why he came here, so he should immediately admit where the black dragon was. The trembling man pitifully asked who the guy was talking about, because he didn't understand anything. He spoke so convincingly that for a moment the young man even wondered if this double really didn't know anything. Suddenly, the man screamed even harder, and our hero caught a glimpse of a bullet somehow hitting him in the shoulder. Seething with anger, the doppelganger turned to the guard and aggressively asked if he didn't see who he was shooting at. For such a mistake, it was possible to die. Chuckling, Yang Chung asked if his dark-haired friend didn't want the guard to shoot him again. The doppelganger asked the guy not to be so cocky, because after his death, he wouldn't get out of here alive. These words caused the youth to break into a satisfied smile, and he even urged the man to check if his words were true. The doppelganger was clearly braver than his predecessors, because he dared to grab our hero and say that he would send him to hell. Meanwhile, the guard started firing again, but his bullets didn't hit Yang Cheng, who was able to deflect them with just a flick of his arm. The projectiles ricocheted off his fingers and directly hit the doppelganger, who fell to the ground and screamed in pain. The man knew that his enemy did it intentionally, but our hero denied everything and said that the reason for everything was bad luck. The brunette was in so much pain that his entire body was shaking and his skin was covered in sweat. Now he was beginning to understand why the black dragon had sent him this beauty who had spent the night with him. It was a way to relax, because perhaps he was living out his last moments. The realization hit the brunette, and he begged his enemy to let him live. In return, he promised to tell everything he knew. Yang Cheng decided to remind the man not to feed him lies just in case, since the time he had given him was already running out. Meanwhile, the Detective Institute was also in a state of unrest, with 3 girls who were giving off waves of anxiety. Luobing tried to calm Lingling down by saying that Yang Chung would be fine, because he was an incredibly strong and capable guy. But Lingling was sure that he had no chance against the Black Dragon. When Qian heard this, she was very angry and asked how a girl could say such a thing about a man who always protected her. Lingling responded with equal aggression, saying that it was Yang Cheng's job to protect her. But Qian's relationship with him was a mystery to everyone. Qian broke into a yell, saying that the relationship they were in was purely a personal matter. Not suspecting anything about the arguments that took place between the ladies, our hero listened attentively to the brunette, who promised to tell him everything. While he was begging to be spared, someone fired another missile at Yang Cheng that would destroy him once and for all. Fortunately, the guy managed to jump back in time and his body remained unharmed. The same can't be said for the room, which in an instant turned into a complete chaos. The guards were also shocked. They didn't understand who fired the projectile and why they were trying to kill them. It was strange, but all this motivated the men to fight until the very end. It seemed that they had opened a second wind. Unknown security guards broke into the room. A serious shootout began, during which there could be a large number of dead. Barely having time to watch out for enemy bullets, our hero realized that it looks like these guys will not be able to restrain each other for long. This meant that you would have to activate your magic power and join the battle to leave this place alive. With just one punch, he managed to neutralize 3 guards at once, knocking them far back. He didn't stand on ceremony with the others either, so the room was soon thrown into utter chaos, with the bodies of dead bandits lying on the floor. Yang Chung was completely satisfied with the work he had done, because he had once again proved to himself and the others that he could handle any challenge that fate threw at him. Those guards who were lucky enough to survive began to run away in horror, throwing their pistols right on the floor. They were sure that a real demon was standing in front of them. The only conclusion that our hero made looking at this battle was that the Black Dragon had to be somewhere nearby, because it was not for nothing that everyone around was so worried. While he was standing in thought, he was pushed by a strange person who was purposefully moving forward. Don't pay attention to anything. Hitting the guy with his shoulder, he said that it is not necessary to stand like a pillar and block the passage, especially at such a dangerous time. The behavior of this man was extremely strange, but our hero was confused by something else, something black that peeked out from under the t-shirt and resembled an intricate tattoo. With a smile, Yang Chung realized that his guess was correct, and the black dragon was even closer than one might think. Grabbing this man by the shoulder, our hero asked if he wanted to apologize, because he pushed him first, to which the strange brunette said that he would do it only if his opponent could survive. After saying this, two guards who looked stronger and more trained than all the previous ones started advancing on the guy. In less than a few seconds, the silence of the building was once again filled with screams. After that, the young man could safely leave the building, and all this was with a sense of work done. It was only when he was outside that he found the gun pointed at him again, and a man who was most likely the black dragon standing between the guards. Taking off his cap, the real bandit leader smiled slyly and admitted that his enemy was really strong, but this time, he promised not to give him any chances. After these words, the guards used their weapons and the space exploded with scorching flames that killed all living things. The building was engulfed in flames, from which it seemed simply impossible to escape. Everything happened near the place where the girls were. At first, they did not understand what happened and thought that the cause of everything was an earthquake. But then Chen Qian realized that it was unlikely that it was an earthquake, because this had never happened in their city before. A startled Lingling jumped up to her and started asking her why she felt that way, to which the girl replied that she was pretty sure it had something to do with Yang Chen. It was hard to deny such a possibility, so the only thing his girlfriend could do was appeal to the higher powers with a request that everything would be fine with the guy. Part of the building was completely destroyed and engulfed in flames. It seemed that those who were there could only be saved by a miracle. The black dragon laughed loudly and said that it didn't matter how strong his enemy was, because no one could survive such a thing. The guards laughed along with him and said that their boss was without a doubt the strongest. After such an attack, the guy would definitely not be able to open his eyes again. What was their surprise when they heard Yang Cheng's voice behind them, asking sarcastically about how they had started celebrating his death so early. The brunette pursed his lips and barely suppressed a disappointed sob. He was defeated in front of his entire team. Our hero continued to mock, asking if his opponent was surprised that he was still alive. The guards immediately surrounded the youth, saying that he must immediately move away from their boss. Otherwise, the shot would happen right now and be aimed at his back. With these words, the man was thrown back and fire engulfed his body. Exactly what he wanted to happen to his opponent happened. Yang Chung used his signature kick, which helped him deal with opponents even in the most difficult situations. Turning his head towards the approaching guard, the young man asked if he too had any stupid ideas that he thought would help finish him off. The men's confidence was clearly shaken, as they stood there trembling all over, not daring to move an inch. After grabbing the black dragon, our hero said that it was time to play. He asked the black dragon's subordinates exactly how they wanted him to punish their boss. People began to gather on the street, who recognized the dark-haired man and understood that this was the leader of the Black Dragon gang. But most of all, they were surprised that he was in the hands of some ordinary boy. The young man paid no attention to this. He was focused on the guards, who didn't give any ideas about how their leader should be punished. Deciding to improvise, Yang Chung threw a rock at the bandit's head. Such humiliation was impossible to bear, so the Black Dragon clenched his teeth in anger. One of the guards decided to repeat the action of our hero, saying that he can no longer keep silent on the sidelines. This man said that the gang leader Hei Long forced him to pay off the debt, threatening to kill his younger sister. He was supported by other men who also talked about their problems and emphasized that they knew about all the bad things their boss did. But all these words and accusations caused the Black Dragon to laugh historically, but not fear for his life. According to the brunette, his subordinates were so eager to get rid of their problems that they chose the wrong team and now they will pay for it. As I struggled to my feet, Hei Long asked the guy if he really thought that his secret was never revealed. While Yang Chung did not betray this conversation of special significance and used his signature move, kicking the scoundrel, his opponent flew several meters away but somehow managed to stay on his feet, which caused the guy to be perplexed. Of course, this person was able to resist an attack that consumed more than 80% of all the accumulated energy. But the strangest thing was that the bandit could attack after that, and did not fall dead like everyone else. After that, some unknown force hit the youth right in the stomach, forcing him to step back. He flew so far that he crashed right into a passing car, his back cracking loudly, indicating that some bones were broken. There was a strange magical energy coming from the Black Dragon, and he asked if the Blood Soul's body was really that powerful. Now the guy was really worried, because he didn't understand who was standing in front of him. An ordinary person obviously couldn't wield magic. These words caused Hei Long to laugh hysterically, which was frightening because it felt very crazy. Walking closer, the man said that he should thank Yang Cheng, because if it wasn't for his crazy ability, the clan wouldn't have allowed him to use this power. He was enjoying his power, even if he wasn't fighting at full strength. But it was so easy to feel magic right now that the Black Dragon was going crazy. Pointing his hand in the direction of the guard, the dark-haired man said that they would all die together with his enemy, because they were traitors. The men trembled again. They didn't want to die and were willing to do anything to survive in this cruel world. Rising to his feet, our hero coldly said that he had never heard such nonsense as the one that had just come out of the mouth of his enemy. After that, the guy ordered the brunette to close his mouth because he gave him enough time for him to talk enough. But Hailong also didn't want to listen to anyone, so he jumped on his opponent and raised his fist over him. The guy caught his enemy's hand in time, preventing it from touching his body, but it was not easy because this person gave off a powerful aura. Hailong couldn't believe that his attack was actually repulsed because he thought it was impossible. The two guys were standing in front of the ruined burning buildings, looking like two elements that had collided and were now destroying everything in their path. Yang Chung tightly clenched his black dragon fist and said haughtily, "It seems like he didn't practice this technique often, since he couldn't master it perfectly." While his enemy was looking around in confusion, our hero decided to act. So he grabbed the brunette by the shoulder and squeezed tightly. Then, with a bit of effort, he managed to throw the man over himself. The only thing he could do was shout loudly and indignantly. Of course, hitting your face on the concrete floor was extremely unpleasant, especially considering how many cracks were left after the collision. As he twisted the enemy's arm, the young man asked if he had used this particular limb to activate the spell. This was exactly the case because a magical haze could be seen near the hand, which still did not have time to dissipate. A tug, and the dark-haired man screamed loudly. He didn't realize yet that he had been stripped of the part that caused the magic to activate. After that, the young man once again kicked the scoundrel because he annoyed him too much. The crippled man flew back once more, his bloodied body completely exhausted and resembling a rag doll. Our hero said with annoyance that he thought that the enemy might really be strong, but it seems that he was mistaken. Turning to the guards, Yang Chung reported that the black dragon had been killed, so if they weren't going to do anything stupid anymore, all their wrongdoings would be forgotten. The youngest bandit pointed with a trembling hand behind our hero's back and said that everything was not quite as he says. Now the boy felt it too. The ancient dark magic was still alive and he could feel it in every cell of his body. Hailong wasn't just alive, he also planned to attack, saying that he didn't want to use this trick. But today, he wanted to destroy Yang Cheng too much. Realizing that this man was in despair because he would not be able to return to the clan, our hero realized that he was in big trouble. Turning to the guards behind him, he loudly ordered everyone to immediately get out of here as quickly as possible. People didn't understand why there was such a panic, because they were standing quite far away and didn't believe that they were in danger, so they didn't hurry to leave. However, when rocks began to rise from the ground, it became clear that Yang Cheng wasn't exaggerating at all, and everyone was in grave danger. It was obvious that Hailong found it quite difficult to activate his magic power, but his stubbornness allowed him to do so. So soon the stones, mixed with magical energy, flew directly towards our hero. Yang Cheng knew that he was in very serious danger, so if he didn't come up with some plan of action, there was a high probability of getting killed. Indeed, it seemed to him that death was inexorably approaching him, so that a kind of humility was already beginning to appear inside him. When the stones and ancient magic began to snake around his body, he was once again convinced that things were very bad for him. The magic was so powerful that it was felt by absolutely everyone, and those who were lucky enough to survive were in a hurry to escape. Of course, because the explosions, which sounded one after another, could not frighten only a suicide. When Yang Cheng opened his eyes after another explosion, he saw Lingling in front of him. At first he thought that he had suffered a concussion, and the girl was just a vision. But then he opened his eyes wider and realized that this was indeed the immortal goddess who had turned him into a zombie. Meanwhile, the girls heard another explosion. Everyone was very worried about Yang Cheng. Only Lingling said irritably that he would be fine. Luobing hugged Chen Qian and said that their friend was right. You need to believe in the guy, and then he will definitely come back. Our hero was still beside himself with shock, looking at the immortal goddess, asking what had happened to her and why she had come to his rescue. Shenling glared at him and said that she would deal with him later. With that, she quickly moved forward, leaving the newly minted zombie standing there in disbelief. The goddess went straight to the black dragon, who was asking in disbelief who she was. Not wanting to answer stupid questions, Zhenling grabbed him by the throat and squeezed tightly. Wheezing, the dark-haired man barely managed to say that he was a disciple of Mao Shang. So if she killed him, she could also say goodbye to life. Narrowing her eyes, the woman asked if after 1,000 years, his clan had fallen to such a state. The boy's single arm was shaking violently, as if he was about to give up the ghost. Not wanting this man to die in her arms, the woman pushed him as far away as possible. He landed right in front of the guards, who now didn't recognize this weakling as their master, who kept scaring them half to death. Looking at the people who were around, Jianling told them to immediately call their boss and scram away. There was no need to repeat it twice. The men started to run away, especially after seeing the boss' immobilized body. Looking at the whole scene, Yang Cheng could not have imagined that the Black Dragon would end up like this, all alone, because all of his confidants were traitors. When Xianling approached him, our hero awkwardly thanked her because he did not know how to communicate with the deity. The woman raised her hands so quickly and held them out to the guy that he didn't have time to notice it and didn't react in any way. A thin scratch appeared on his neck, and a small trickle of blood flowed out. Collecting the blood on her fingers, the blonde goddess licked them, noticing that the taste hadn't changed at all. The people who were watching this spectacle had no idea what had happened, or where this beautiful woman had come from. To be honest, the guy also couldn't put a puzzle together in his head and fully understand how it happened. The whole situation annoyed the goddess so much that she slapped the young man on the head and asked if he really had the decency to ask her questions. She complained that she was almost killed by a third-rate Taoist priest, and if it wasn't for the blood soul's body, she would have even wanted to look at the guy. Our hero resentfully shouted that he could not be blamed for this, because he had never seen a Taoist priest before, and she, being his teacher, did not say anything about it. Xianling's face became even more stern as she asked if the guy really wanted to blame her for what had happened. After calming down a bit, she added that she had to remind the young man about the fame recently. The Taoist priest Mao Shang made a move, so Yang Cheng should be careful. The young man absently said that he had heard about Mao Shang, but he still didn't understand what it had to do with him, whether it was because he was a zombie. Turning around, the woman said faintly that perhaps it was all because of the blood soul's body. After the battle, there was complete devastation around, of course, because there were so many explosions that were accompanied by fire. People looked at the destroyed buildings and couldn't believe that all this had happened in the last half hour. Those locals who witnessed the battle were immensely happy that they were leaving, so they praised the winner. The families of those who were wronged by the Black Dragon wept with happiness, as they understood that they would no longer be treated like cattle. When they wanted to thank the winner, they noticed that the young man and the strange woman had disappeared as if they had never been there. Our hero and goddess really tried to get out of this place as soon as possible, because they had more important things to do than talk to saved people who will demand answers. Xianling asked why the guy had decided to leave so quickly instead of fighting, wondering if he didn't like being a hero. The guy replied that he never planned to be one. Then the woman asked if he really didn't understand anything yet. With a strange look at his companion, Yang Cheng let her know that he really had no idea what this was about. After meeting his gaze, the goddess explained that there might be something spiritual in his body. But this time, when the guy was in danger, this power didn't show up. After reaching a secluded spot that was in the middle of the forest, the woman turned around and asked why the youth had stopped. She answered that question herself, saying that she could feel the spirit in his body, but he still didn't understand what that meant. He anxiously asked what kind of spirit she sensed, because it seemed to him that nothing had changed inside of him. Xianling then took on the role of a teacher and explained to him that the spirit absorbed the energy of the sun and moon. Normal people could get half of its power when they practiced. Yang Chen reminded her that he was a zombie, so there was a logical question of how it could all be combined with him. Xianling's sky-blue eyes met Yang Chen's, and she told him that the reason for everything was the blood soul body. Hope began to glow inside our hero. He asked if he was a normal person, and not a full-fledged monster, like the one he fought. It was only when he started talking about practicing the blood soul body that his mentor told him to stop even thinking about it. He wondered why that wasn't possible, but the goddess just started complaining about being too strict with him. But still, she said that the body that was mixed together was called a mix. It was serious, and the young man seemed to just want to play. Our hero realized that this conversation wouldn't do too much good, so he decided that in any case, he should just practice. The woman consolingly said that even though he couldn't just train, he could blend in with the spirit. She also said that one day, he might reach the level of a black dragon, whose strength grew when he looked at others' capabilities. Yang Chen asked if she meant that he could mix with this spirit so that the notes of the curse wouldn't affect him. Thinking about it, Xianling said that it might be so since he had already started to mix with the spirit. The unexpected discovery made the guy ask how he could speed up this process, and he also reminded that the moon ball hadn't appeared for a long time. It seemed that Xianling had set a limit on the question, because she disappeared whenever she wanted. And because of this, the guy had to return to his office, where he was already greeted by happy friends. Gentian was the first to run up to him, but Lingling allowed herself more and threw herself directly into the arms of our hero, who was not used to this behavior of the young lady at all. Realizing how emotional she was, the girl cleared her throat and stepped aside, saying that this hug was only a reward for me being a security guard back alive. This gesture was so amazing and strange that Yang Cheng didn't really know how to comment on it. Luo Bing alone was very reserved, but she still showed how happy she was to have her boyfriend back. It was to her that the young man wanted to approach. He apologized for making her worry and said that everything was fine now. The confused woman looked up and said that when they weren't at school, he didn't have to call her teacher either because it sounded too formal, and they had already become friends. These words were a little confusing, so our hero asked how then he can call a woman. She asked to call her by her first name. This conversation was brazenly interrupted by Lin Lin, who reminded Luo Bing that she was much older, which meant that such treatment was disrespectful. Such words irritated the teacher, so she looked at our hero and insistently repeated that he should call her by name. The young lady was extremely stressed by the bodyguard's behavior, and she seemed to be exhausted with jealousy. Annoyed by the whole situation, Chen Chen grabbed her friend and told him to go take a shower because he was too dirty. This was a really good idea, Yang Cheng stood under the hot water for a long time and tried to wash away all traces of this day. Forgetting about the difficulties and pain, he recalled the ending of his conversation with Xianling when he had informed her that the moonball had not appeared for a long time. The goddess had informed him that it was not bad, since he was currently in a growth period. The woman also added that in this regard, Mao Shan will have some opportunities, so the guy should be careful in the future. After that, she coldly said that she had something to do, then turned around and walked to the side. He wasn't happy that he hadn't been told how to mix with the ball, and Xianling's last words were that she would find it as soon as she needed it. Now that he thought about it, he didn't understand why he couldn't just tell him all the necessary details and information at once, so that there wouldn't be any surprises for him later. Also, our hero understood that he was not strong enough, which means that he needs to train harder with the ancient scroll. When he came out of the shower wearing only a towel, he noticed that his girlfriends were looking at him too strangely. Catching his gaze, Lin stuck out her tongue and shouted that no one was even going to look at him. After looking at the kid carefully, Luo Bing reminded them that he still hadn't told them what had happened to the bandits this time. Sitting down on the couch, he was tired and confessed that it seemed like he was still too weak and still needed the support of his leader. To everyone's surprise, Lin patted him on the shoulder and said that he was already amazing, and even if he failed, she would still pay his salary. Chen was worried about him the most, so she insisted that he no longer go out to fight alone. All these words of the girls were so touching that our hero could not stand it and laughed out loud. The first person to suspect him of lying was Lin, who said that he might get a slap in the face for such jokes. When they finally returned to Lady Chu's mansion, she was already waiting for Yang Chen, and according to her, the whole city already knew about his heroic deeds. All the headlines had his name on them, and details of how he was clearing out the Dragon Gang, which the woman thought was good news. The guy said that he could not even think that all this would cause such a stir. He only hoped that it would not cause problems for his superiors. When the woman got up from her desk, she said that it didn't cause any problems for her at all. But now her security guard was famous, which means they all need to be more careful. Lin chimed in, saying that she had heard that the headmaster had decided to meet our hero here, so he should prepare himself. The guy asked why this person should meet with him because he personally kicked him out of the campus. With a big smile, the girl reported that the head of the university really hated Yang Cheng, but now that the Dragon Gang was gone, he needed a new shield. After a little thought, our hero decided that this was reasonable, but he hated that he had to lie low. Soon, a bell rang, announcing that guests had arrived at the mansion. Lingling was overly cheerful today. Perhaps it was because she was well aware that her bodyguard wouldn't be able to escape anywhere today. A butler appeared in the lobby and said that the university president wanted to see Mr. Yang Cheng. Slyly running up to the man, Lingling asked with a grin what brought the rector to the modest estate. She assumed that the matter was extremely important. The rector was so confused that he could barely say that he found out where his former student was, and decided to check on him. Ms. Chu asked if the head of the university had come here to see if his students had admitted their mistakes or not. After wiping his face clean, the principal confessed that he was sorry for letting Yang Chen go home. And to be honest, the regret was quite strong. These words made absolutely no impression on the guy. He reminded that the rector's behavior indicated that he wanted to expel him from the university altogether. Upon hearing this, the headmaster dropped the bags from his hands and explained that all of his actions were aimed at protecting the student from the Dragon Gang he was up against. The bandits were too dangerous, and the master believed that his main goal was to protect the students, and he was ready to take any measures to ensure this. This speech was so far-fetched and improbable that it made everyone in the lobby laugh. The boy thanked him for his protection, but his eyes were still angry, especially when he said that they hadn't prepared food for another person, so the headmaster would have to leave the mansion. The sweating man asked for a few more minutes because he didn't finish his revelation. Grabbing the boy by the hand, the man began to say that he came here to invite the student back because people missed him very much. Disgustedly withdrawing his hand, our hero said that he could not go back anywhere because it was still too early and he did not have time to realize all his mistakes. Then the rector tried to lure the boy with a promise to give him a welcome party if he returned. With a chuckle, Lingling said to Yang Cheng in a conspiratorial tone that it should be a very warm welcome. These words made the guy think a little and walk from side to side. All right. The kid felt like the head of the house, especially after saying that he didn't mind the surface stuff. He lowered his voice, as if he was planning to tell the man a secret, and then whispered if the rector understood what he was talking about. The day was surprisingly fine, with the sun shining brightly on every corner of the mansion. It was marred only by the presence of the rector, who said that the school had decided to reward our hero with $100,000 for his bravery and hire him as chief of security. It became obvious to the guy that this person did not understand anything and needed to be pushed to the right conclusions. Crossing his arms, the hero said in a business-like manner that he was well aware that the school was being invested financially, but $100,000 was quite a big present. After that, our hero waved to the man and said that if he was not sincere enough, then he could get out. Lingling watched with pleasure. She realized that her guard was very cunning, which meant that the principal would have to work hard to get his way. The exasperated headmaster said that in order for the boy to return to school, They will allocate him 500,000. Now our hero was satisfied and said that in this case, he could not refuse the director and was ready to take responsibility. The head of the school was pleased. He said that in this case, he was looking forward to the appearance of the guy tomorrow. The young man waved his hand in satisfaction to say goodbye. Lingling laughed and said that her friend had done a wonderful job. After looking at the girl carefully, he said that he didn't use his cunning in dealing with her in any way, so she should appreciate it. These words angered the girl, and she said that she did not need a bodyguard at all, so she should not appreciate anything. When he put out his hands to protect himself, the girl suddenly noticed a small blue circle and asked what it was. Yang Cheng knew that he was in trouble, because now he urgently needed to come up with some excuse. Hiding his hand, our hero pretended that he did not understand what was being said, but the girl said she was not pretending because she saw everything anyway. Ms. Chu was also involved in the conversation and asked if the bodyguard really had a tattoo. Our hero did not know how to say that this is not a tattoo, but his small moonball. But this information was not intended for the ears of these women in any way, so I had to lie about the fact that he actually had drawings on his body, and this is one of them. Shrugging her shoulders, Ms. Chu said that she considered tattoos to be the absolute norm for today's young people. But her daughter did not calm down and said that before this tattoo was not, she believed that he made it for the sake of his girlfriend. Yang Qing denied it and said that it was all absolute nonsense, because a tattoo doesn't have to be done for someone's sake. Only now the girl continued to attack him, saying that among other things at night he communicates with himself and behaves extremely strangely. Mrs. Chu was tired of listening to these arguments, so she ordered the guys to stop immediately, because there should be a lot of people coming here right now. While Lin was going crazy, our hero thought that the moonball was still sleeping. And during this time, he should have thought of a way to prevent his little friend from being discovered. Ignoring his charge, the young man told his employer to let him get ready. A few days later, the young lady finally woke up in a good mood and even offered Yang Cheng a ride in his car. The guy looked at her in disbelief and asked how they could go in his car if he didn't have his own transport. Then she pointed to a brand new black Mercedes that was standing in the courtyard. It turns out that some people did not just come to visit our hero, they also gave gifts. Yang Cheng was so embarrassed that he covered his face with his hand, because even the dragon people came to the mansion and Lady Chu and brought gifts. When he and Lingling arrived at the university, they saw a huge banner that was dedicated to Yang Cheng. This made the guys smile, because it was obvious that the rector was trying to appease the guy in every way so that he would forget his past insults. While walking through the schoolyard, they met Luo Bing, who greeted the boy with a smile and said that she was glad to see him back in the school. As soon as the students heard that Yang Cheng was here, they all immediately ran up to him and started whispering that this was the hero who had defeated Black Long. Looking at all this, Lingling concluded that these guys were really worried about her bodyguard's return. Noticing the girl's envious look, our hero straightened his hair and said that they loved him so much because he was too beautiful. The young lady fumed and said that they only treated him like this because they wanted something and pursued their own goals, and for this it was necessary to satisfy his vanity. Luo Bing smiled as she looked at this quarrel, because she knew that the girl was actually very worried about her bodyguard and treated him more than just warmly. Yang Cheng came up to her and put a friendly hand on her shoulder and asked her what was going on in his absence. The woman immediately told them that there was a college basketball game coming up, and now that the guy was back, they had a chance to win it. But the young man was completely uninterested in such an event. After a while, all the students were gathered in the large assembly hall to hold Yang Cheng's award ceremony. The head of the school solemnly said that they had gathered here today for 2 events. He was the first to announce that they should celebrate the return of honorary student Yang Cheng, and the crowd immediately started shouting about how much they loved the guy. Our hero was very pleased to bask in the rays of this glory, especially when beautiful girls began to invite him to dinner. The same suggestion came from Lingling as well. Yang Cheng was so surprised that he didn't even joke around and just asked where they were going. With a wink, the young lady informed them that they would go wherever her dear bodyguard wanted them to go. Smiling, the rector said that the guy had already felt everyone's love, so it was time to inform about the second reason for this meeting. Moving the microphone a little closer, the man explained that the school had decided to appoint Yang Cheng as the school's security chief. After that, the guy was invited to the stage so that he could give a solemn speech. Our hero snatched the microphone out of the man's hands so abruptly that he almost dropped his cup of water. The guy did not know what to say, so he repeated the rector's promise to treat everyone who came here with a buffet. The crowd cheered and cheered again, and everyone liked the idea of celebrating Yang Cheng's return with a delicious buffet. To be honest, the rector could not have imagined that our hero would take his idea so literally, so now he was extremely confused. Oh, Yang Cheng knew this very well. So with a light laugh, he jumped off the stage and walked towards Lingling. Unexpectedly for himself, he took the girl by the hand and gently looked at her, suggested that we go eat barbecue. It was already evening, so the streets were noisy and quite atmospheric due to the fact that all the buildings were burning with colorful lights. Pointing to one of the small restaurants, our hero said that this is where they will eat the most delicious barbecue. But something else caught the girl's attention, and she pointed to the side and asked what it was. In front of them was a huge cylinder with some kind of liquid, which was what interested the young lady. Grinning, the guy said that there was beer in this tank, and if she didn't try it, she lost a lot. While the girl was looking at the amber liquid, our hero was wary, because he saw a strange person among the crowd. The strange man stared at them, and when Yang Cheng raised his eyebrows questioningly, he asked them to read a fortune. The guy felt something was wrong, so he cautiously said that they were not interested in it. He suspected that this was a Taoist. However, the man continued to insist on divination, saying that their meeting was not accidental and he was not going to take money from them. Our hero's voice became rougher when he once again said that they were not interested in such tricks. Lingling entered the conversation, wanting to lighten the situation and saying that this person wasn't pestering them for money. At these words, the man smiled warmly, saying that he really does not work for money, but only for the sake of his faith. Raising an eyebrow, our hero asked how this person was going to find out his fate. The Taoist said that for this he needed some blood and then the future would be revealed to him. After hearing this, Lingling was absolutely thrilled. She found this kind of thing simply exciting. Extending his hand forward, the man asked Yang Cheng to give him his palm. It turned out that using the lines on the hand, this person could find out how many years of life his client had left. Looking carefully at the palm, the Taoist said that the young man lost his parents early, after which many events occurred that changed his life forever. This was indeed the case, so Yang Cheng tensed up a lot, not understanding how a stranger could know about this. Lingling, who was encouraged, said that it was all true, so she asked when the guy's wedding would be. The man amiably said that he would answer all the questions, but for this he needed the guy to drop a drop of his blood on a special item. The impatient girl grabbed a strange greenish stone and began literally squeezing blood out of her bodyguard's finger. When the scarlet drop touched the surface of the stone, there was a faint hiss, as if something was boiling. Taoist's face became more serious than ever, and sweat appeared on his skin. He knew that his guesses were correct. Clearing his throat, the man said that if the guy stayed here, he might die, because fortune and poverty remained close to him. The wary guy asked if the stranger really thought he would believe him, then just nodded his head and said that they might see each other again in the future. Grabbing Lin by the hand, our hero began to drag her towards the restaurant. The girl only managed to squeak that they never found out about the wedding. The Taoist told the young lady that the guy didn't have to worry about getting married, because he had good gestures and an attractive appearance. These words made her tense up, especially the part about good gestures, and she began to ask what Yang Cheng was doing behind her back to make such things said about him. Looking at the boy's thoughtful face, Lingling calmed down and asked if he was upset because he didn't like that stranger's answer. She didn't get an answer to her question, and soon they were sitting at a table in a restaurant, enjoying a delicious dinner. Lingling tasted beer for the first time in her life, and she liked it so much that she suddenly felt envious of her bodyguard. These words surprised the guy, because it was he who should have been jealous of his ward, since she was born rich and literally all the doors are open to her. The girl didn't think so. She said that she was very stressed out by the fact that she was being watched all the time and had absolutely no freedom. But Yang Cheng thought that he just didn't understand how lucky she was. Embarrassed, Lingling suddenly blushed deeply and confessed that she actually didn't like offending Yang Cheng at all. From that moment on, our hero began to listen to her very carefully, because it seemed that she had something important to say. But not only did her words cause him to be vigilant, the young man again sensed danger. So at the right moment, he rushed at the girl and ordered her to immediately lie down on the floor. The naive and slightly drunk Lingling thought it was a romantic gesture. She once again didn't understand the extent of the danger they were in. The only thing that sobered her was the drops of blood that started dripping on her face. And it was only at that moment that she realized that trouble was closer than you might think. While she was trying to get him to explain what had happened, he noticed a figure standing on a nearby multi-story building. This was a professional hitman who contacted his customers and reported that the mission was a failure because the target noticed him. The guy seriously looked at the trembling girl and said that she needed to hide immediately because there were murderers here. He promised to deal with everything and return soon. As soon as our hero identified where the shots were fired from, he immediately realized that he had to act immediately if he wanted to catch the shooter. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him, but when he reached the roof, there was no one there. Something caught his attention, though. A faint flash that passed at a critical distance. A strange little object fell right in front of his feet and rolled with a clang. Yang Cheng immediately picked it up. Looking at the golden bullet, our hero realized that it depicted a coat of arms, and it belonged to those who wanted to kill Lin. These people were well prepared, considering the fact that they were able to injure Yang Cheng, which was extremely difficult to do given his paranormal abilities. The frightened girl examined the bloodied shoulder of the bodyguards, asked if he was okay. The guy nodded his head in the affirmative, but still insisted that they leave. Lingling thought they would take a taxi, but Yang Cheng didn't think it was the safest option, so he ordered her to jump on his back immediately. He was angry, annoyed, and extremely worried, so he said a little rudely that he wouldn't repeat his request a second time. Wary, Lingling picked up the piece of cloth that the bodyguard gave her and realized that she would have to blindfold again. After the girl was ready, our hero ran as fast as he could, wanting to carry his ward as far as possible. Just like last time, she didn't listen to the order and spied on how fast they were moving. The speed was just amazing. She wondered how many secrets this guy was hiding. But then she pulled the blindfold down again and thought that if he didn't want to talk, she could accept it. As soon as they were near the mansion, our hero said that his ward can get down from his back. Lingling said that they got there very quickly, and then jokingly asked if the guy was hiding a rocket that helps him move at this speed. Ruffling her hair, the young man told her that if she misbehaved, he would definitely send her on this rocket to Mars. After finishing the jokes, Yang Cheng said that they should go inside and tell her mother about what happened today. But it was noticeable that the girl was in no hurry to take refuge in the safe walls of the house. After waking up from her protector's hands, she anxiously asked what it was, after which she pointed her slender finger to the side. Directing his gaze to where she was pointing, the young man began to look closely to understand what was being said. There was a warning on the bulletin board that recently there were animals in the forest that attack people and feed on their blood. Dragging the girl by the hand in the direction of the house, our hero coldly said that this was just an advertisement. But he tried to remember every word he read in the ad. As they walked, Yang Cheng only thought that there must be something like a dark zombie in this forest, because they were the only ones who drank human blood. They found Ms. Chu by the pool, looking like she had just been playing sports, and the woman asked with a smile, how was the first day back to school? Yang Cheng decided not to delay, and immediately told her that they had tried to kill her daughter while they were eating today. The news, to put it mildly, did not please the woman. She immediately tried to find out the details and clarified whether the bodyguard was sure that Lin was the target. The guy did not hesitate to say that he was absolutely sure of his statement. He said that this time, they got a very professional killer who almost completed his goal. After some thought, Mrs. Chu informed them that they should not delay, and then asked if our hero had a plan. Yang Cheng was sure that the task would not be easy. The next day, Lingling woke up clearly in a bad mood, as she had been wanting to eat her bodyguard's brains out with a teaspoon since the morning. She desperately wanted to go shopping, but the guy wouldn't let her, reminding her that they were attacked yesterday and they should lay low. After a while, the butler came over and informed them that there were people on the street who were desperate to see Yang Cheng. These same people did not wait for permission to enter the house. Pushing aside the butler, the man in the suit said that there was no need to introduce them. Stepping forward, our hero introduced himself and sternly asked if he could ask what had caused such a sudden intrusion into their space. Holding out his hand, the man smiled discreetly and greeted the guy that he was the headmaster of the school where our heroes study. Without hurrying to accept the hand, Yang Cheng deduced that if this person came here without warning, then he must have done something wrong again. These words caused the director to burst out laughing, after which he said that the kid had a great sense of humor. But the reason for the appearance of this man was different, according to him. This time he came here in order to remind the young man of his duties as a citizen. Lingling chimed in and said irritably that they were still students, so it wasn't clear exactly what responsibilities they were referring to. But the guy was only interested in one thing, whether there will be any reward, slyly smiling. The master said that it is due, so much to get it. You need to sweat. Yang Cheng knew that he had enough worries right now, so he apologized and said that at the moment, he felt that he couldn't handle the task at hand. Raising his hands in a conciliatory manner, the director asked the guy not to rush to a decision. He said that even though he had fulfilled his duties, they would still reward him. After sitting down on the sofa and crossing her legs haughtily, Lingling asked if the headmaster really thought they needed money. The behavior of the lady caused indignation of the director's retinue. They did not understand how a girl could show such disrespect. Their boss closed their mouths with a gesture, telling them that if they didn't need their support, they could go home. Finally, he added that if the guy changes his mind, he can call him at any time. After this meeting, there was a conversation with Mrs. Chu, who said that she had heard about the guy's previous case. She was wondering if he could deal with the monster. Our hero explained that if this is the one he thinks about, then the probability of his victory is high, even though that creature had a great influence on him. The conversation was interrupted by Lingling, who reminded her bodyguard that he didn't have to deal with this monster if he didn't want to. She was clearly worried about him, even though she said that she just didn't want to lose a good bodyguard. Yang Cheng was pleased by her words. Finally, they were able to go to school. The guys walked side by side, but the girl always caught herself thinking that she wanted to take the guy by the hand. But the school met them very strangely. Students ran out of the building screaming. Someone said that they could all die. Having managed to grab the hand of one of the students, our hero asked what was going on and why they were all running away. The stunned girl reported that the same monster that was mentioned in the news attacked their school today. Quickly turning to Lingling, our hero said that she should find a shelter right now and hide with the rest of her classmates, and he would go and see how things were going. But the girl flatly refused to comply with this order, arguing that she did not know what to do if something happened to the guy. Her stubbornness began to irritate our hero, so he said a little more rudely that he would not repeat his order twice. With that, he turned around and ran in the opposite direction from where everyone else was running. Meanwhile, the director of the school and his entourage stood on the field, looking into the distance. The headmaster said worriedly that the students were currently locked up with a monster, which meant that they should immediately come up with some plan of action to save everyone. Yang Chung was already rushing towards them, who also knew that some action needed to be taken. The rector wanted to introduce the guy to his boss, but he said that it was unnecessary because they had already met. A man in strange clothes asked Director Lee if he was looking for someone to join his entourage while he had him. Waving him off, Lee said that they still had a long way to go, so there was no need to waste time on unnecessary conversations. Yang Chung insistently said that they really needed to hurry, because there were still many students inside the school who were currently in danger. With a disdainful glance at our hero, the unknown man asked if he was qualified to judge him. The director, in turn, said that the guy cannot worry as long as he does not bother them and stays away. A strangely dressed man started to approach the monster, saying that the creature wouldn't get out of here alive today. From afar, looking at this picture, you could immediately notice that the zombie was much larger than an ordinary person and looked much more impressive. Without thinking twice, the zombie leaped forward, flaunting its sharp claws and incredibly powerful jaw. His body was so powerful that it seemed impossible to defeat him. But the belligerent man decided that he would do his best to show that he could handle even such an opponent. Holding the sword in his hands, he said that he would not allow any creature to dare to be insolent in front of him. After these words, the magic power engulfed the monster in a golden glow. He screamed loudly. It was clear that he was being inflicted with incredible pain. The monster's eyes said that it had chosen its prey, and it would not rest until it had drained every last drop of its blood. However, the mage activated his power again, and that same golden light once again began to pierce through the body of his enemy. The director's company rejoiced that the man was so strong that he was able to stop the zombie's advance. However, the magician asked the headmaster not to talk about something that he didn't understand at all, since none of them had the slightest understanding of magic. Looking at the monster that was still moving, this person couldn't understand why his strength wasn't enough to kill the thing. He wanted to put in as much effort as possible and direct all of his strength at the zombies, but he knew that this might be a risky trick. As Yang Chung watched in silence, the headmaster stood behind him, shouting that it would be over very soon. With a wave of his hand, the mage closed his eyes and intently spoke the words of the spell that would help him channel his energy. The company quieted down and everyone began to watch intently what would happen next. In the head of our hero, over and over again, the words of a strange spell sounded, which turned out to be vaguely familiar to him. The monster, meanwhile, began to return to normal, the glow around it diminishing, giving it the opportunity to roar loudly. Looking at the overall picture, one could conclude that the Taoist spell resonated with the peach sword that was in his hands. But the man did not calculate his own strength, and this led to the fact that his weapon was destroyed. Everyone was shocked by what was happening, because a second ago, everything was fine with the ball, and now it was completely destroyed and unusable. There was still such a powerful energy in the air that it made the director and his company move as far away as possible. Turning around, the Taoist asked the headmaster what he should do, since he didn't have any other options or thoughts on how to defeat the enemy. When he didn't get an answer, he decided to do the only thing that came to mind: try to activate the power again, no matter how risky it might be. The monster clearly wasn't expecting something like this, so for the first time in a long time, a look of horror could be read on its face. Despite this, the creature persisted, forcing those who desperately wanted to live to flee. The broken sword trembled in the hands of the man, who was trying to say that he wouldn't attack again if only he was given a chance to escape. But no one was going to give him the chance, and the thing came up behind him and snarled in Tao Xiak's face. The man knew that he had to meet his end with dignity, so he tightened his grip on the sword and grinned back. He even managed to reach out his hand and say that the zombie should not attack any of them. It was then that the creature grabbed his sword and broke it as if it were a child's toy. This action was the last straw for the man. He went berserk and shouted that some brat couldn't just take and destroy his sword. Grabbing the gold cards, he threw them directly at the zombie. These items quickly clung to the zombie's body, causing it to freeze in disbelief. Only the Taoist hadn't noticed the effect that should have been there. Now he didn't know exactly how to deal with this creature. And then, suddenly, the mage's hysterical laughter could be heard, saying that no matter how terrifying his enemy was, he still wouldn't be able to escape his fate. All of a sudden, the cards started to have their own effect. Instead of shining with a golden light, they began to emit a powerful force. This was also felt by the monster, who suddenly felt so much pain that he could no longer hold back a scream and tried to run as far away as possible. Then he approached Taoist and grabbed him by the throat, squeezing viciously and anticipating how he would drink every drop of blood from the man's body. His impatience caused Taoist's neck to break and he stopped breathing, so that his body hung limply in the air. The students watched in horror as the creature threw the man's dead body away and turned its head toward them. The boys shivered in fear as they realized that this creature was going to run straight at them right now. They were so scared that the feeling held them down and made it impossible for them to escape, so they just stood there and watched as the monster got closer with each step. The headmaster and his colleagues were also trembling. He couldn't believe that his mage was dead. Suddenly, the zombie leapt high and charged straight into the crowd of unsuspecting kids who never managed to find cover. Waving his head in resignation, The headmaster said that it was all over. After all spells were ineffective against this enemy. When it looked like the end was approaching, Yang Cheng stepped in, stopping the zombie's hand at the last moment and preventing it from grabbing any of the students. The head of the school could not have imagined that this guy would come to their rescue, because earlier he refused to work for him. But now our hero was fighting with might and main with a creature that was several times larger than him. He had managed to push the zombies so far away that the students were now out of his reach. Yang Cheng quickly approached his opponent, clearly intending to attack him once more. The force of his blow was so powerful that it caused an explosion that thundered across the entire area. After feeling the shockwave, the headmaster wondered if this guy was really that strong. Although defeating the zombies wasn't as easy as ordinary people thought, Yang Cheng was well aware that the battle wasn't over yet. He waited for the dust after the attack to settle down so that he could see the results of his attack. Unfortunately, his guesses turned out to be correct. The zombie not only survived, there was practically no damage on it, but the anger clearly increased several times. Approaching our hero, the creature even managed to say that it wants to see its enemy die in terrible agony. It was at this moment that reinforcements arrived, and one of the soldiers reported to the director that his men had arrived and were ready to engage. However, the head of the school said that they should not rush because he wants to see what Yang Cheng is capable of. And in the meantime, the soldiers could try to minimize the number of wounded and dead. So after a few seconds, the headmaster's attention was drawn back to the guy who was about to face the zombie again right now. At first, the guy was overcome by some kind of hopelessness. But then he activated his magic energy and realized that in no case would he give up. And he proved it with his actions, hitting the floor with his fist, causing it to literally crumble under his feet. This force caused the zombie to fly back several meters because it was difficult to stay on its feet with such a recoil from the ground. The creature roared in pain and frustration because it didn't think any kid could hurt it. While our hero was gathering strength for a new strike, he became a little unfocused and lost sight of his enemy. This was his mistake. After all, only thanks to this, the creature was able to approach our hero so quickly that he did not have time to move away, and the enemy's jaw closed almost on his neck. It was a good thing that Yang Cheng managed to dodge, but now he clearly understood that this time the dark zombies were much stronger than the last time. Because of this, I had to retreat a little to give myself space and allow myself to take more favorable positions. But you won't be able to run away from the enemy for a long time, so you had to collect your thoughts and come up with an updated action plan that will help you come out the winner. The guy knew that his opponent's body was getting stronger, but his own body was starting to fail because the wounds hurt so much, especially those that were near the knee. Realizing that there wasn't much choice, he thought about why not use the skill that he considered the most dangerous. It was at this moment that a zombie ran up to him, who rushed at him with screams of death and wanted to hook his claws. That's just until the creature ran. Our hero has already managed to hide, leaving only a shadow. The young man was so fast that his opponent didn't have time to react. The zombie didn't even realize right away that its target was right on his shoulder. Yang Cheng's movements were so fast and clear that they were indeed almost impossible to follow. It bounced abnormally high, so that everyone who saw it wondered if it was really a human being and not some magical creature. Everything inside the young man expressed his strength and willingness to fight. He was the hero from whom we would like to take an example. At some point, the young man decided to hide himself from prying eyes. So he used magic, and so that it created a white haze. When there was no fear of prying eyes, he decided that it was time to activate the moonball that had been dormant inside him. The power overwhelmed him, and when it became clear that it could be thrown out, our hero screamed and sent a stream of energy directly at his opponent. This action caused a small explosion, which once again threw the zombie back and seemingly knocked it senseless. But the young man was not going to guess. He decided to find out exactly whether it was possible to defeat the enemy, so he rushed after him so that if anything happened, he could finish off the monster. Explosions could be heard one after another, indicating that the power that lived inside Yang Cheng was simply incredible. Everything was burning and ablaze, and it was hard to believe that such chaos could have been created by one person. The students were watching all of this closely, but the one who was most surprised was Lin, who still had a hard time accepting the fact that her bodyguard was capable of something like this. The impatient and anxious director asked his colleague who had won, but he did not know the answer to this question. From the dust that rose up as a result of the impact, someone began to come out. Everyone was afraid that it might be a monster that now there is no one to fight. But it was Yang Cheng, beaten up, coughing as he walked forward, making his way through the destruction and smoke. The happy school leaders began to cry as they realized that their miserable lives had been saved by a boy they didn't respect. But now, no one even thought about it. Everyone was exulting and rejoicing over Yang Cheng's victory, but the guy himself was not happy at all. He understood that one more such use of force, and he could go to the other world after his opponents. Lingling was the one who shouted the loudest out of the crowd of students, wishing that the bodyguard was there soon so that she could just touch him to know that everything was fine. Unfortunately, the guy has not yet finished killing the zombie, because he crept up on him from behind and wanted revenge. When Yang Cheng was knocked on his back, Lingling couldn't stand it and started to approach them. She ignored her healthy mind. She just wanted to help her friend. Seeing this, our hero immediately came to his senses and ordered the girl not to approach because he will cope on his own. But no matter how hard he tried to get out from under the monster, his body wouldn't listen and was trembling violently. His strength was in decline. But he knew that he simply couldn't lose. His opponent was squeezing his hands so tightly that they were numb, and it seemed that they would never be able to function properly again. The zombie's growl became so intense and loud that it seemed to cause the ground to shake. By some miracle, the guy managed to crawl away from the creatures, but she was not going to let him go and kept moving behind him. Yang Cheng was quite tired of this, so he gathered the last of his strength and put it into a powerful punch that landed squarely on the enemy's face. This was enough to push the exhausted monster away and make some room for maneuver. Jumping to his feet, the young man glared at the zombie and said that if he wanted to continue the battle, he could get closer to it. The monster stood up but hesitated, because it became clear that the boy was not going to die yet. These thoughts scared the zombie so much that at some point it turned around and began to run away with all its might in the opposite direction from the guy. Our hero just stared ahead. He was at a loss, because he did not expect that the enemy would just start fleeing. As soon as that happened, Lingling ran out onto the field and started moving towards her friend, asking if he was okay along the way. Without waiting for an answer, she threw herself into his arms and tearfully began to squeeze the hero's tired body in her arms. It grazed the damaged bones a little, so the guy hissed softly, but didn't push his girlfriend away. After carefully examining Yang Cheng, Lingling asked in a frightened voice how badly he was injured. He was not allowed to answer because now members of the school administration came up and asked if the zombie had bitten the guy on the shoulder. Nodding his head in the affirmative, the young man said that they planned to bite him on the neck, but he miraculously managed to avoid it. The director was so scared that he advised the boy to immediately go to the hospital, because now he was in danger, especially considering that he was bitten last time. The girl asked in bewilderment what his words meant. The man only hinted that those who were bitten twice could become the same monsters. An embittered Lingling asked if Master really thought that her friend would turn into such a thing. Coming closer, our hero strangely asked if the director was planning to kill him, who laughed awkwardly and began to convince him that everything would be all right. The guy pretended to believe it, but in fact, he didn't think too much about it because he was already a zombie, so he shouldn't be afraid to become one. Clearing his throat, the hero said that he had a question for the director, who said that the young man can ask what he wants. The man obviously didn't expect to hear what the guy whispered to him, so he immediately began to say that he wouldn't do anything like that. Looking at his beautiful companion, Yang Cheng said that it was time for them to get out of here. Just as they were about to leave, he suddenly felt danger approaching again, something that he could intuit on an intuitive level. As always, our hero was not mistaken. He was once again able to save his ward from a fatal blow. The arrowhead hit him squarely in the palm of his hand, narrowly missing his skin. He was immediately reminded of what Jianling had said about him having rare spiritual blood, which was why he had to be careful when he met a priest. Now he realized that this arrow was obviously from the Taoist priest that his mentor had warned him about. The skin on his hand began to burn badly, so when our hero looked at his palm, he saw that it was burned. Even though he was distracted, he managed to sense the danger again, so he saved Lingling from another arrow at the very last second. These strange arrows were everywhere, so the guy ordered his ward to follow him because they need to escape from here as soon as possible. The tip of one of them touched the young man's cheek. It caused him such incredible pain that he barely stifled a cry. He was disgusting and unpleasant to smell his burned skin. Despite the pain, he'd managed to avoid serious injuries so far, but he knew it couldn't go on forever, and he needed to find the shooter. As it turned out, the shooter was far from alone, because soon Yang Cheng and Lin Lin were surrounded by men in black, who clearly wanted to do more than just get acquainted. All these strangers were looking at him with such a stern gaze that it was clear they weren't going to leave until they had dealt with him. The first thing Yang Cheng noticed was what kind of bandages these people were wearing. The administration of the educational institution froze on the spot. They were shocked by what was happening and did not understand who broke into the territory of the university and what these people wanted. The director turned his head to the soldiers and aggressively asked why they were still inactive and what they were thinking about. One of the soldiers said that this was not in accordance with the rules. Then the man reminded that if the zombie returned and something happened to Yang Chen, then no one would be able to deal with the creature. The warrior seemed to realize that he was wrong, so he nodded his head and said that he would follow the order. The man immediately contacted the sniper team and gave them the order to aim at any person of unknown origin. If there is any danger, then open fire to kill. The rest of the military took the order and kept their sights on those who surrounded our hero and his girlfriend. These strange people formed a perfect circle, stuck some red flags in the ground, after which something magical happened. Some kind of glowing portal was formed in the center of which there was an image of yin and yang. Everything was so strange that it was difficult to understand what was happening and give it at least some definition. Yang Cheng knew that if things continued like this, there would be no way out, which meant that they needed to get out of here right now. So he took a bold step forward and decided that he would get Lin Lin out of here no matter what the cost. As he jumped up with the girl, he noticed that bright yellow rays were reaching straight for them. Then the portal itself began to shine. as if it didn't want to let those who fell into it out of its trap. Things were bad, because escape no longer seemed such an easy option. Our hero understood that he could not take the risk because his ward was with him. He protected her from all attacks, but it wasn't enough, because his body wasn't absolutely immortal and invulnerable. There were already about 5 arrows sticking out of his back, and everything indicated that the number of arrows would only increase. The more pain he felt, the more he held her close, not wanting to let go of her and put her in more danger. Yang Cheng understood that these javelins were not simple but rather strange, because after each hit, he felt weaker and weaker. There were so many blows to it that a thick cloud of dust rose up. After some time, the guy realized that his body was completely unresponsive and he could not move. Lingling seemed to understand this too and began to say that her friend simply had to survive. The director also began to raise the alarm because he saw that our hero could not cope, so he ordered the soldiers to stop doing nothing. Meanwhile, the strange people with red flags continued to sit around the youth. They were so focused that they didn't even open their eyes. At some point, one of these guys spoke up and told his brothers to be careful. Then he clasped his hands in a simple gesture and activated the shield. The glow around them became even brighter, and there was also such a powerful energy that few people could withstand it. It turned out that not a single bullet fired by the soldiers could pass through their figs. The places where the flags came into contact with the ground were cracked, indicating a strong magical effect in those places. After that, our hero noticed strange golden cards that fell on him from the sky. Then he discovered that all his limbs were as if tied up. These people shackled him. The situation was becoming increasingly desperate, so that no plan could even enter the young man's head. He wanted to free himself as soon as possible from the invisible threads that were causing him great pain, burning through his already wounded skin. It seemed that these bindings were created specifically for zombies. It was absolutely obvious that these people were not ordinary, but it only remained to find the answer to the question of who exactly they were. But there was no time to think about it now, because something strange was approaching the guy again. This time, a golden ribbon made of light was moving in his direction. When she touched his arm, the wound started to heal. Yang Cheng couldn't believe it, because he thought that it would make him even more painful. The men in black asked each other what was going on, and some of them said that the young man should be stopped immediately. Before they could even move, a bright beam of light pierced through their bodies, so they could only take a shuddering breath. Then came the sound of gunfire, which drowned out everything around them. The men who were sitting in the circle began to fall one by one. Blood began to spread under their bodies, and with it, life flowed out. Those who were still alive shouted that they didn't need to think about their enemies. They had a goal, and all their thoughts should only revolve around it. The portal that contained yin and yang began to crackle, as if the balance was broken. At that moment, Yang Cheng realized that perhaps there was still hope for salvation. One only needed to put in the necessary amount of effort. His feet stubbornly strode forward, wanting to lead him and Lingling out of this magical trap. The girl noticed that the pendant that was hanging on the guy's neck began to behave strangely. It shone and seemed to levitate. The glow around it was only getting stronger, so at one point the young lady asked her friend what was going on with his jewelry. Unfortunately, our hero did not have time to answer anything, because the beam that came from the portal was directed directly at their bodies. Then his enemies decided that they had a chance, because the very magic power of the portal was on their side. It seemed to all of them that no one could survive such a shockwave of light. Suddenly, the wooden bayonets on which the flags were attached popped out of the ground by themselves. Our hero realized that he was saved by a pendant that was given by the same tramp who was sitting by the road. After this realization, such power suddenly began to pour into him that it was simply impossible to contain it. So Yang Cheng shouted loudly, as if marking a new stage in the battle. Now our hero became insanely interested in who was that strange old man who was so generous that he gave such a valuable gift. The men in black were making quite a fuss. They knew that if a few more minutes passed, their opponent might escape. Getting closer to the annoying fanatic, our hero said that he should not be as annoying as a fly. With these words, he took off and began to quickly approach his opponent. He was so fed up with the man's idle chatter that he wanted to shut him up by any means necessary. So the good old fists were used, with the help of which it was possible to teach a very good lesson to annoying opponents. The guy had enough strength to throw them in different directions, so now the men in black were flying from one end of the battlefield to the other. He didn't care who was in front of him. These people were standing in his way. Now Yang Cheng only saw them as enemies who wanted to obstruct him. The men didn't have time to fight back. They couldn't believe that there was someone so fast and nimble in the world. But with each new strike, Yang Cheng proved that he could do even more than they assumed. He wasn't going to let them use subterfuges to sneak up on him. It seemed that our hero had a second wind. All fatigue was gone, and his body was healed and did not hurt at all. When a large number of enemies were already unconscious, the young man allowed himself to exhale a little and realized that he was no longer the victim. He was surrounded by dead and wounded opponents, but he was so relieved that he was going to survive that he allowed himself to close his eyes and enjoy the moment of peace. Approaching one of the men who survived, our hero asked why they came here. The bloodied warrior didn't say a word, just laughed out loud. A kind of crazy laugh that sounded like something out of a horror movie. He didn't stop laughing, even when his mouth filled with blood and he had to swallow to keep from choking. Yang Cheng noticed that the man was trying to make the blood flow to his lungs and cause him to die, so they had to grab him by the chest and shake him to make it work. But unfortunately, the young man was too late, and his enemy did what he thought was right. He considered keeping a secret above his own life, viciously pushing this man back. The youth couldn't understand how people could so blindly go after some incomprehensible idea. Then the school principal appeared, who began to fawn over our hero and say how worried he was before him. But Mr. Lee came at the right time, so the guy said he had to ask him for a favor. It turned out that Yang Cheng needed all the students here to be released, because he needed to check on some people. It was surprising, but the man without further ado complied with the request of our hero, so the students were quickly asked to leave this place. After analyzing the entire situation, the young man realized that these people were well trained, and the tricks they used were much steeper than those of ordinary pawns. All that remained was to figure out what the sign that was depicted on the sleeves of each man in black meant. He was distracted from all these thoughts by Lin, who insisted that the guy should hurry to the hospital because he had numerous injuries. Ignoring these words, Yang Cheng thought that the arrows, flags, threads, and traps were clearly not meant for ordinary people. He had to pay attention to his ward only when she began to cry, and resentfully declared that no one was listening to her. The situation was so serious that the guy even wondered how anyone could behave so infantile. But still, Lingling's tears had a strange effect on him, so he patted the girl's cheek and agreed to go to the hospital just to calm her anxiety. All this was monitored by the school administration. The men were amazed that the student just leaves with arrows in his back. It really scared them. Everyone saw that the guy looked as if nothing had happened, although it would have been logical if he was lying in the middle of the yard unconscious from shock. The headmaster's entourage made fun of each other and said that if they were in the guy's shoes, they would have been torn apart by the monsters long ago. Meanwhile, events take us to the office that now serves as our hero's detective agency. Lingling followed her guard and kept asking if he needed to see the doctor, who said that he could handle the wounds himself. As he took off his bloody t-shirt, he asked if the girl was really going to wait for him right here. These words angered the young miss, so she yelled at the youth, saying that she was only here so that he wouldn't bleed to death. Gently stroking her nose, he asked her if she was really that worried about his well-being. Startled by this display of tenderness, Lingling recoiled and asked not to touch her again, even though she really liked it. Grinning, the guy said that he would take a shower and it would be nice if the girl did not violate his personal boundaries. When he was alone, he allowed himself a moment of weakness and grimaced at all the pain he had endured today. His entire skin was burned, but suddenly, his pendant began to faintly flicker and fill with energy. Then he decided to test one theory, pulling out one of the arrows from his back. The guy slightly scratched the surface of the skin. Just as he thought, the power of the magic amulet healed her in just a few seconds. Replaying all the events that had happened in his head, the guy clearly understood that the target of the men in black was the zombie. That is he. What he still didn't understand was how these people could recognize him if he was hiding himself carefully enough. No one knew about his real identity, so the version that someone had turned him in immediately disappeared. It turns out that Lin had been talking to him all this time without him noticing. And now, he was paying the price for it. Because the irritated girl had punched him on the head, the guy jumped up in sudden pain, asking his cruel subordinate how dare she treat her patient in this way. It was as if the entire multi-story building could hear their screams. But that was the whole point of their communication. Finally, the heroes got to the mansion, which was already associated with warmth, comfort, and security. As they walked through the corridors, Yang Cheng clearly realized that his ward was still resenting him. As soon as they entered the main room, they were greeted by Mrs. Chu and Lin Pan. The women immediately reported that they were aware of what had happened at the school. Lingling said that Director Li found a Taoist priest who was planning to make a deal with a zombie, but he was killed by a monster, and their guard saved everyone. The hostess looked at the boy carefully and asked if he was injured, but he just shook his head. The driver of the family said that she used to specialize in traditional Chinese acupuncture, which could help heal many wounds, so she invited the guy to her room to help him. The offer was very interesting, but our hero was surprised that this woman practices acupuncture, because there were not so many people with such skills. Taking advantage of Lin Pan's suggestion, our hero came to her room late at night. She had been waiting for the young man to arrive, so she placed a strange device that looked like a teapot on the table. This item was steaming and very hot, so she could only guess what it was intended for. When our hero and his companion entered the room, they immediately noticed how strange it smelled. Lin Pan explained that it was the smell of sandalwood, which helped with the recovery of the body and the purification of the mind. She suggested that we get down to business as soon as possible, so she ordered the patient to undress and not drag out the time. Lin realized that at least 2 women, including herself, would see Yang Cheng half-naked, which made her nervous and angry. Her reaction alerted him, and he reminded her that it was he who needed to undress, not her, so there was no need to be so nervous. The driver reassured the boys, saying that everything was fine. She would just aim for a few acupuncture points in the young man's lower body. She emphasized that Yang Cheng was not interested in her as a man at all, so there was no need to worry about it. But to be honest, the guy didn't really care, so he started undressing. Soon, there was a messy pile of his clothes on the floor, which showed how indifferent he was to the situation. When the women looked at him, they were stunned, because he was actually standing in front of them in nothing but his underwear. It was the first time Lingling had seen the guy like this, so she couldn't hide her embarrassment and covered her red face with her hands, even though it didn't help much. After calling the youth a pervert, she ran out of the room and said that she wouldn't talk to him again. Yang Cheng just stared after her in bewilderment. Lin Pan understood very well why the girl was acting like this, so she suppressed a grin and said that the hero should lie face down on the bed. Holding up the first needle, the woman said that she would now start the acupuncture procedure. She promised that it would not hurt, you just need to relax. She marked the first spot on her back where she saw a large accumulation of tension and inserted the needle there. Her mind immediately formed a diagram of where to insert the next needles, because the art of acupuncture meant surgical precision. At the same time, the guy was thinking about how needles can pierce his skin, if even bullets can't do it. But then he suddenly felt such relief and muscle relaxation that he realized this technique really worked. It was so pleasant to him that at one point he even dozed off and began to snore softly. He was woken up by a phone call. Woke up? The guy answered and heard a familiar voice on the line, which asked if the young man had already forgotten about him. He awkwardly asked how his longtime friend Chen Chen was doing. After all, it had already been quite some time since their last meeting. The girl didn't even try to pretend that it didn't offend her. But in a rough voice, she said that they had a big client. After scratching his head to recover a little, our hero asked how big the revenue could be. He received the answer that their company will receive $3 million if it manages. Hearing this, the young man was so inspired that he jumped up from his seat and said that he would come to the office tomorrow. He couldn't go right now because Lin Pan had ordered him to sleep for a couple of hours after the session. Our hero found it strange that the girl did not take her eyes off him. He asked if she would really continue to do this. The driver coldly said that she was just lost in her own thoughts. When he got a little closer, he decided to ask her how she was able to insert the needle so precisely in the exact place that needed to be relaxed. Well, Lin Pan was clearly not the type of person who shared her secrets, so he didn't get an answer to his question. When the woman noticed that the sun was already beginning to set, she pushed our hero out the door and said that it was time for him to go home. After slamming the doors, she didn't even give him time to get dressed, so Yang Cheng was standing in the hallway with only his underwear on. As he dressed, he reflected that since becoming a zombie, sleep no longer mattered to him. Just now, something strange was happening to his body, and he was acutely aware of a drowsiness that he hadn't experienced before. Although Lin Pan looked like she wouldn't do any harm to him, but her needle was truly strange. The young man's thoughts were getting more and more drawn into all these thoughts, because too many strange things had happened recently. Plopping down on the bed, Yang Cheng realized that it was the first time since he had turned into a zombie that he felt so helpless. That those 8 people with prayer signs, that dark zombie, all of them caused a lot of trouble. It became obvious that from now on, you need to work on becoming stronger, because this world was extremely cruel and unpredictable. Thinking back to the old parchment that Xianling had given him, he realized that there were fragments that he hadn't read yet. This time, he managed to read the words that God had once said that the high zombie wasn't afraid of the light. These words really surprised our hero, because before he could not think that such a thing could be written on parchment. From the recordings, he understood that the dark zombie wasn't afraid of light. Hence, it could be inferred that walking in sunlight was some powerful symptom. After sitting down for a while to decipher the text, the young man learned that he needed to use mahogany. When the next day arrived, Yang Cheng woke up early and decided that he needed to make time for his physical fitness and also get his thoughts in order. Running past the nearby houses, the guy noticed that there was no one there. The street seemed too deserted. So the idea came to his mind to repeat the movement from the ancient scroll. First, he needed to hold his breath. Raising his hands, he could feel the energy in his body moving up and filling him from the inside out. As he got into the right position, he realized that his body was beginning to glow with a pale blue glow, so that it seemed as if the power was overflowing and looking for any way out. At some point, he actually felt an otherworldly warmth seep into his body that he had never felt before. Then he realized that his guess was probably correct. Just a few minutes later, his idyll was interrupted because a girl was walking towards him who could annoy even the calmest person on this planet. Lingling jumped up to the guy and indignantly asked what he was doing in the early morning, her voice sounding like she was already accusing him of something. Our hero said that he just went out to do exercises, after which he playfully asked if the girl was really worried about him. Blushing, the young lady said that her bodyguard should not flatter himself. Lin said to the guy that he should go inside immediately because someone has been waiting for him for quite some time. The young man was very interested in who they were talking about, but the girl only said that this person claims that he can help them. As soon as our hero entered the house, a man spoke to him who said that he was the butler of the Kai Yue family, and then introduced himself as Mu Sheng. Yang Cheng said that it was nice to meet him and invited the man to sit down, but he emphasized that he didn't know anyone from the Kai Yue family. Even so, he still asked what he could do for Mr. Mu Sheng, who clearly came here with some expectations. The butler said that after his master heard that Yang Cheng had been attacked, He wanted to invite him to stay at his place for a while so that the young man could stay safe. Alerted, our hero asked how Mu Shen and his boss knew such details, whether they were spying on him. Sitting down in a chair, the guest said that the guy had nothing to worry about. They would not harm him in any way, because they were grateful for what they had done for them. Yang Chung was at a complete loss, as he didn't understand anything, as he couldn't remember anyone from the family that his guest worked for. Coming closer, the man said that the boy would understand everything as soon as he met with his master, and then asked if he did not think that there was something strange in all the attacks. Taking out the photos from the inside pocket of his jacket, the gentleman said that his enemies from Yangcheng had clearly come for them and would try to repeat their trap once more. This was quite logical, so the guy agreed with these words and asked what else his guest had in mind. Smiling, the butler said that the Kai Yue family would repay the guy for his kindness, which was why the master wanted to invite him to the mansion. Sighing, our hero was confused and did not know what to do, because in fact, he really should have stayed somewhere safe. Sitting down on the sofa in a relaxed manner, the youth said in a condescending tone that he wanted to sincerely thank Master Mu Sheng for his gesture of goodwill. However, he had learned well that there were too many dangers lurking in the dark, and taking a step into the unknown might be too rash a decision. He knew that if he left Lady Chu's mansion, he wouldn't be able to relax, because he would keep thinking that Lingling was in danger. After saying this, the butler realized that his master's offer was rejected, so he shook the guy's hand and said that he really appreciated friendship, and this caused respect. Squeezing Mu Shen's hand in a friendly manner, our hero asked him to convey his gratitude to his master. Lingling was worried about her friend, so she asked if he was sure of his decision and would like to take advantage of the offer. She didn't want him to make a decision based solely on whether her person would be safe, realizing that all these questions were due to her feelings. The young man softened towards the girl and looked at her carefully. The moment was shattered by a phone call, and Chen Qian was on the line again, asking irritably why the guy still hadn't come to the office. He tried to explain as calmly as possible to his girlfriend that he still had things to do, and it was a very bad idea to rush him. His assistant said irritably that of course she had forgotten what a busy man her boss was, and there was a sarcastic note in every word. When the guy dropped the call, Lingling once again said in a plaintive voice that he didn't need to stay with her, because he had to take care of his own life. Coming closer to the girl, our hero tucked her hair behind her ear and asked if she really treats him exclusively as her security guard. The question confused her so much that she blushed and couldn't get a word out without stuttering. Realizing that she wasn't ready for this conversation right now, Yang Ling ran his finger over her nose and said that she didn't have to answer anything if she didn't want to. The whole situation was so embarrassing to Lingling that she covered her ears with her hands and tried to escape as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the young man was wondering why Mr. Mu Sheng was so kind to him. Perhaps he liked his abilities and could become his guard. Hearing these thoughts out loud, the girl asked how he could say that if he was her personal bodyguard. Approaching her ear, Yang Chung asked in a conspiratorial tone what it meant to be her personal guard. Realizing that she was being teased, the girl turned away in annoyance and said that this position should be taken literally. It was obvious that the young lady was angry about something, but our hero did not want to go into details, so he concluded that his ward was strange. After a while, he went to the office where the headquarters of his detective bureau was located. When he entered the study, Chen Chen greeted him with delight on her face, glad that a friend had finally decided to visit her. Feeling a little tired, the guy immediately asked to tell what happened and why the girl called him. Showing the folder with papers, the friend said that there are all the details of the new case. It was important, otherwise she would not have bothered the guy. Then her eyes darted to the side, whereupon she said, a little confused, that the customer was already waiting right there. A thin, bespectacled man who was sitting on a small sofa raised his hand and waved in greeting. Chen Chen immediately said that it was necessary to read the client's information, because if it was done legally, then some actions could be considered as fraud. Among the huge amount of information, our hero's attention was attracted by the phrase that if the truth is established, he will be paid 3 million yuan. After apologizing for keeping the client waiting, Yang Chung asked him to elaborate on his situation. The man jumped up from his seat and grabbed the young man's hand, saying that he had been waiting for him to appear all the time, so he could not do anything else. Lowering his head, the gentleman began by saying that he was a programmer and relied on his abilities to develop a communication device, which helped him earn a certain amount of money. Chen Chen confirmed this information, saying that this person's development was called borderless communication technology. The client emphasized that at the moment his life was still considered quite successful. If you do not take into account his personal life, not wanting to listen to idle chatter, Yang Chung asked the man to get straight to the point and tell him exactly what he needed help with. Clenching his fists uncertainly, the client said he wanted the Bureau of Investigation to find his wife. After reading some of the documents, the young man realized that it was a woman named Feng Feng, who studied at Changnan University. Chen Chen immediately remembered that this was where Yang Chung also studied. The guy thought that it might make things easier, but first he needed to review the documents provided to him. He was determined to handle this case, so nothing could stand in his way. But the guy didn't even know what conversations were going on in the dark, gloomy offices of those who wanted to harm him. A certain person reported to his boss that Zhao Ming had already found Yang Cheng to investigate Fan Fan's case, but he didn't think it was worth worrying about since everything was going as they wanted. The man was 100% sure that everything was going according to their perfect plan. After leaving the office, our hero went to another building, which was also supposed to benefit him. Circumstances led him to a door, over which hung a sign that read Archive. After greeting Director Liu, the guy said that he came here to collect the necessary documents. He had already informed the right people about it. Taking a break from her work, she said that all the information had been prepared and the young man could come and look at it. Approaching the laptop at which the woman was sitting, our hero found out that the person he was interested in was an orphan who was already 30 years old. The surprise of the guy alerted the archive worker. She asked if something was really wrong. Embarrassed by his own reaction, our hero said that now he would have to bother the woman again because he needed help getting documents from the orphanage. Thanks to a short search, the address of the orphanage was in the hands of the guy, and that's where he went. After meeting with the director, the guy talked about a girl named Fan Fan. Judging by the elderly woman's reviews, she was a child who was still proud of. The lady said that this girl came to the orphanage with 10 other orphans. Only 2 of them were adopted, and Fan Fan's studies were always impeccable. After a little thought, our hero asked if school fees were provided for, to which he received a negative answer, which was argued by the fact that the girl earned herself. The woman said with warmth in her voice that this girl was very smart and always knew how to speak beautifully to get her way. Yang Cheng decided to find out how the second child who was not adopted was doing. According to the director, this girl's name was Lin Pan, and it was a little difficult to contact her. The realization instantly pierced the guy's mind. There could be no coincidence, because the driver of Mrs. Chu was called Lin Pan. Noticing this strange expression on the guy's face, the director asked if something really happened. Our hero did not explain, but only asked her for a child's photo of the same girl. When the woman showed a photo of her former pupil, which was taken before she left them, all the doubts of the guy disappeared, because he knew the girl who was in the photo. He never thought that that cold and strict girl could be from the orphanage. In fact, it explained a little of her distant behavior. As soon as the young man returned home, Lingling immediately pounced on him, and then asked why he had come so late. His charge would always sneak up on him so stealthily that it would frighten him, something Yang Cheng didn't like very much, as he was used to controlling the situation. Seeing a photo in the guy's hand, the girl began to ask who was depicted on it, after which she tore it out of her hands, wanting to examine it on her own. The young lady's hand trembled as she realized that the photo was of their driver, only slightly younger than she was now. The girl was enraged and angrily asked why her bodyguard would carry a picture of Ling Pan around with him. It wasn't until Lin noticed what was written on the back of the photo that she suddenly realized that their new employee didn't talk about being an orphan. This was not information that could be divulged publicly, so the young man covered his ward's mouth to prevent her from blurting out too much. The exasperated girl pushed the guy's hand away, but he still dared to ask where Lin Pan was right now. As it turned out, she was in the living room. That's where our hero went, because he couldn't wait to find out the details of the information that he learned. The first thing the guy said was that the driver had too much free time. She cheekily replied that it was none of his business. Setting her hot coffee on the table, she asked him to get to the point and indicate what she could do to help him with his question. Sitting down next to her on the sofa, the young man decided not to delay and directly asked if she knew a girl named Feng Feng. Lin Pan was immediately nervous, thinking that her old acquaintance had found Yang Cheng, which meant that Shifu's sending her here could easily be revealed. There was no answer for too long, so our hero asked what the woman was thinking, and she replied with restraint that she had heard the name he was talking about somewhere. Suddenly approaching Yang Cheng, the driver said that no matter where he got the news about Feng Feng from, she really wanted to remind him of something. After that, she forcefully told the guy not to pry into her affairs because it could be very dangerous for his well-being. Shrugging his shoulders, our hero said that it was unlikely that there would be anything more dangerous than 8 masked men who wanted to kill him. The kid got up from the couch and said that if his colleague didn't want to talk about his longtime girlfriend, then he would have no problem investigating it himself. Of course, Lin Pan wanted to protect her past from outsiders, but it was just that there was always someone poking their nose into her business. She knew things were getting out of hand, which meant she needed to ask her boss Shifa for advice. But she couldn't get through to him because the answering machine told her that the number she dialed was turned off. Realizing that she was one-on-one with a problem, Lin Pan decided that it didn't matter what was wanted of her, as she had to protect Yang Cheng first. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking about how he could get information about Feng Feng without mentioning that she was an orphan. The phone call, which was annoyingly loud, snapped him out of the world of his own thoughts again. Chen Chen was on the line, so he decided to check on how she was doing. The girl said with joy in her voice that there was news about Feng Feng. It turns out that there was a hint that she was going to a party tonight. These words made Yang Cheng jump and want to know the details. His employee reported that she sent the address. She also asked that the guy remember to take the entrance ticket from her. The story led us to the 20th Business Exchange meeting, and according to the information provided, Feng Feng had access to this particular event. As soon as the young man approached the entrance, A security guard immediately approached him and demanded to see the pass. As soon as Yang Cheng did so, the entrance was opened for him. Moreover, they began to treat him with great respect. It was strange what importance they attached to an ordinary piece of paper. As soon as Yang Cheng entered, the security guard immediately passed on this information to his colleagues. The building was quite crowded, and you could also see that security guards were walking around everywhere, carefully monitoring the crowd. As soon as the guards saw our hero, they immediately shared with each other the information that the target was here. Meanwhile, a beautiful dark-haired woman in a red dress, who was carelessly sipping wine, the color of which coincided with her dress, attracted the guy's attention. Yang Cheng sat down nearby and pretended to look through the menu. But in fact, he was almost certain that he had found the one he was looking for. As he took the wine from the waiter, he tried to understand why everything was going so smoothly, which was strange, but he couldn't explain to himself why. After looking at the woman, the guy excused himself and sweetly asked her if he could sit down next to her. Before she could say anything, another guy appeared in front of her, completely blocking Yang Cheng with him and pretending that he didn't exist at all. An impudent blonde man asked the brunette to dance, but he came so close to her that he only caused discomfort. This couldn't be overlooked, so Yang Cheng interjected and said in a rough tone that he was the one who first started talking to the woman. However, this insolent snob pushed our hero's hand away and ordered him to get out of here immediately. Then the young man decided not to stand on ceremony. He grabbed this rich boy by the collar of an expensive suit and asked if he really wanted to die. As the face of our hero approached the enemy, he quietly said that Yang Cheng needed to get out of here right now because it was dangerous here. After these words, the rich man jumped away from the guy and put on an arrogant mask again, saying that such simpletons should stay as far away from him as possible. Noticing some movement, the guards began to send a message to each other that they needed to act faster. Suddenly, a very bright light of unknown origin momentarily blinded our hero and the blonde man he was talking to. It seems that the dark-haired woman understood what was going on, because she took off her dress, under which she was wearing a tracksuit, and clearly expressed her dissatisfaction with the current circumstances. With a wave of her hand, she released the javelins that always flew straight at their target. When the blonde man realized what was happening, he tried to shield Yang Cheng with his body, shouting at him to be careful. The dart hit the target but not the one that its owner planned, and the man began to fall, unable to stay on his feet. His face immediately broke out in sweat, and his frightened eyes found Yang Cheng, after which he pleaded with the guy to leave immediately. But our hero was not going anywhere. He sat next to the body of a man and listened to the fact that he should not interfere in the plan, because he could not win. Meanwhile, Feng Feng was already reporting on what had happened. Holding the bloodied man's head, the young man tried to understand why he had helped him and what had just happened. Raising his head, the guy turned his attention to the top floor, where he saw his client Zhao Meng. It seems that all this was clearly planned by his enemies. Yang Cheng immediately went upstairs and was near the man, who fell down in fear and begged not to kill him, saying that his life was threatened. His eyes were filled with animal fear as he swore that he didn't know the people who were hunting the guy and wasn't part of their gang. But the guy still did not understand why this man did this to him. The man said that these people used his wife to threaten him. As Yang Cheng approached that scoundrel's face, he shouted at him, asking what was the purpose of his customers. But it turned out that he didn't know anything. Meanwhile, the two were already being approached by guards with crossbows who clearly had no intention of protecting anyone. Among them, there was a long-haired brunette who said with a slight surprise in her voice that Yang Cheng was even younger than what was said about him. Pointing at her, the bespectacled man frantically shouted that this particular woman was threatening him. It had nothing to do with him, so he asked to be released. Opening his hand, Yang Cheng released his captive and ordered him to get out of here immediately before he changed his mind. However, this was not part of the plans of the men in black. As soon as Feng Feng's husband turned his back on them, he was shot at. Holding the still smoking gun, the woman said with a grin that this person shouldn't have come out of here alive, just like Yang Cheng. After these words, a whole hail of arrows rained down on the guy, which were released by the so-called guards. Squinting, our hero began to mentally draw up a plan of actions that need to be taken to get out of this building alive. He was saved from the arrows by his incredible speed and agility. He maneuvered between them at such a speed that it was almost impossible to follow his movements. Soon, he was right in front of his main opponent, asking her if this was all a bad joke. After that, he grabbed it and spun it in the air a few times before hitting the ground painfully. Pushing the woman as far away as possible, he asked her if she thought he was going to fall for her deception again. Her landing was so hard that it kicked up a ton of dust and knocked away any guards who got in her way. Our hero asked if the brunette was really from a mysterious organization that wore a Corolla badge. Sitting on top of her companions, the woman introduced herself as Liu Che from the southern Shanjing sect. She went on to say that if a guy wants to learn more, he should fight her and show her what he can do. Letting out a war cry, she shouted that if the young man could survive this, he would learn more. After saying that, she activated her magic power and the heroes clashed in a battle that could be described as quite intriguing. Summoning his magical energy, Yang Cheng resolutely clenched his fists as he made up his mind to fight to the end. The magical protective amulet that hung around his neck also came to life and glowed with a warm yellow light. Looking at how fast the woman is approaching, our hero realized that the battle does not promise to be easy. However, otherwise he wouldn't be interested, because he really wanted to test his new magic on the opponent. Moving incredibly fast, the guy managed to reach the opponent and deliver several clear kicks, but she managed to beat them off. Raising a neat brow, Liucha asked if the boy had mastered a new magic. It was noticeable that no attacks would frighten this crazy brunette who was blindly walking towards her goal. Finally, she also managed to hit with such force that our hero flew back. He heard his opponent screaming about how weak he was. Her power was so powerful that the guy crashed into the wall, leaving deep cracks on it. Liucha said in disappointment that she couldn't understand why Shifu had asked her to come, since this was the real loser in front of her. Finally, our hero realized that the person standing in front of him was much stronger than all those he had met before. It was not even clear what Taoist level he was at. After the last incident on campus, the moonball was still weak, so Yang Cheng wasn't sure if he could win right now. The woman's boots clattered closer and closer as she walked toward her destination, asking what would happen next. She knew that in the end, in front of her were just zombies who didn't even know how to use their brains. In her opinion, it was a waste of the body of such a creature. The surprised hero got to his feet and asked how she knew that he was a zombie. The woman said that she would tell everything as soon as he could beat her. All these humiliating words made the guy feel small and weak, so he rushed to attack and ordered the opponent to immediately stop talking. As soon as the fist came close to her face, she had no problem stopping it. After taking a careful look at the guy, she asked if he still hadn't realized that this wasn't some stupid sect member in front of him. After saying that, Liucha directed her magic power at him, which bound his body and made him cry out in pain. It was obvious that the guy was in so much pain that he was barely restraining himself from losing consciousness. Liucha was clearly enjoying every moment of his suffering, and she sweetly asked if Yang Cheng would mind if she showed him her magic trick. Nodding to Fen Fen, she allowed her to sit down and touch the floor with her hand. It was obvious that the woman was trying to use some kind of magic effect. Soon, the magic power became so palpable that it was almost impossible to ignore it. Suddenly, a creature rose up from the ground, its silhouette resembling that of a human, but it clearly wasn't. Seeing who was standing in front of him, Yang Cheng opened his mouth in surprise as he couldn't believe the truth of what was happening. After all, Fen Fen had done the impossible. She had summoned a white-skinned zombie. It was unclear how she had even managed it. The girls reported that this creature was indeed called the White Zombie, and its main advantage was that it knew the purpose of its masters. Lucha believed that Yang Cheng's blood and soul were excellent food for their otherworldly friend. They planned to make these zombies their weapons in the future. As if responding to the call of its hostesses, the zombie screeched shrilly, marking the beginning of the battle. Suddenly, an arrow appeared from somewhere, whizzing through the air. It flew so fast that at first Yang Cheng didn't even believe that it had hit his enemy instead of him. Lucha glanced around in annoyance to see who the shooter was, then viciously asked who was here. Soon, the answer to her question came to her by itself, and Lin Pan came out of the shadows, chanting an ancient incantation. Magic power raged around her, crackling blue sparks as it urged her opponents to get out of here immediately before they wished they hadn't been born. One of the purple lightning bolts directly hit the window that was in front of Yang Chen. The glass shattered with a crash, and the shards almost cut the shackled guy. But his zombie opponents were even worse off, as the girl's lightning bolts penetrated deep into their bodies and caused incredible pain. When Liucha realized that her opponent had used the Mao Shan Thunder spell, she was shocked and extremely frightened. Fen Fen was also impressed, as this kind of power was simply amazing to her. Finally, our hero began to gradually recover. He heard an insistent voice that asked if he was dead. Lin Pan approached him and ordered him to get up immediately, because they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. She jumped through the broken window and immediately collided with the one she grew up in the same shelter with, Fen Fen standing right in front of her. Her boss realized that the two of them couldn't handle it, so she immediately ran for reinforcements, and soon the guards appeared in the room, whom she ordered to immediately catch the enemies. Yang Chen didn't expect his colleague to come save him alone. He thanked her, but he couldn't put her in danger, so he asked her to leave. After giving him her trademark haughty look, Lin Pan asked him why he suddenly thought that she had come here alone. The men in black were getting closer and closer, instead of shouting at each other and agreeing that it was absolutely necessary to take the guy alive. Suddenly, there was an explosion of destructive power and rocks rained down on the heads of these people. At this moment, the driver grabbed our hero and dragged him towards the broken window, that it was time to leave this territory. Then, armed guys in military uniforms broke into the building. Everything pointed to the fact that they were the cause of the explosion and collapse. They descended from a hole in the ceiling and simultaneously fired at their opponents, taking their lives. Lucha tried to put something like a shield around her people, but it didn't help much. After all, her opponent's weapons were so powerful that they soon began to break through her barrier. Her entire life flashed before her eyes as she watched the bullets fly around unceasingly. It became clear that if she wanted to survive, she had to get out of here right now, and she just hoped that luck would be on her side, and she would be able to do it. However, fortune was clearly not on her side, because stones flew directly towards the villain, which hit her back hard. Fen immediately ran over to her master, wanting to know if she was all right. After all, her appearance did not speak well. Lucha struggled to her feet and said that she had never encountered such opponents before, and they needed to run away immediately. Suddenly, one of the soldiers who was on Yang Cheng's side gave an order to his men not to shoot. This was because most of the enemies were already dead, and the rest were hidden from them by a cloud of dust. So first you had to look around. Our hero was very impressed. He could not have imagined that his friend was so powerful that she knew magic and could hire mercenaries. Jumping inside the building, the girl said that these people had nothing to do with her. They were only here because they had to protect him. Before the guy could ask a few questions, one of the soldiers approached them and apologized for being late. It was the unit commander who said that his master had sent him to help Yang Cheng. At that moment, our hero realized that Master Mu Shen himself stood up for him and helped him defeat such powerful opponents. After bowing, the warrior said that it was a great honor to repay the young man for this favor on behalf of the Kai Yue family. The young man didn't quite say that he still didn't understand exactly what kind of service he had rendered to their master. Lin Pan's voice came from behind, and she said in a cold tone that it was time for the boy to start thinking about himself. Looking at the corpses of the enemies, the girl couldn't help but say the obvious thing that the enemies were trying to kill Yang Cheng by all means. So if they didn't find all of them, there would be even more attacks. There was no denying this statement, so the guy added that those who were close to him would also be involved in this massacre. The military man said that planning could be done a little later, and now the young man needs to go home. He and Lin Pan were driven by a private driver, and they stared out the windows in silence for most of the ride, thinking about what had happened to them that night. When the trip was almost over, Yang Cheng still decided to ask why the girl had come to the Chu family as a driver. She said that she was a disciple from the northern Shangqing sect, and she snuck into the family just for the sake of our hero's body. These words so confused him that he didn't even know how to react to them. According to her, the guy was a zombie with a blood soul who was 1,000 years old. If he was kind, he would benefit the world, but otherwise he would destroy the world, so she needed to keep an eye on him. Running her hand over her throat, she made it clear what Yang Chen would become if he went down the crooked path of evil. Looking at this beautiful but terrible woman, our hero thought that now he has an additional motivation to be a good person. After that, he said that Feng was from the southern sect, and then clarified whether she was really a bait for him. The girl confirmed this guess. The driver also added that they heard that this woman was the target of the hero's investigation, so they decided that they needed to follow her. But none of them expected that such a powerful force would be involved. However, he always felt that those who set traps weren't all that brilliant. So he deduced that Luce was probably buying time instead of fighting against him. His thoughts aloud stopped when the car braked sharply and his head slammed into the front seat. Scratching his head, which was clearly going to have a new bump, the young man asked the driver what was the reason for such a sharp braking. An exasperated Lin Pan grabbed the boy's head and ordered him to immediately look ahead. Right at the gate of the mansion, he saw a huge number of corpses littered all over the ground, and some were hanging on the gate itself. It was very difficult to believe in the reality of what was happening, because everything resembled footage from a particularly cruel horror movie. Getting out of the car, the girl looked at the trembling guy and said that perhaps he was not the only one who could be the target of enemies. When Yang Chen realized that she was referring to Lin, his feet carried him to the mansion, and he forgot to be careful and did not listen to the warnings. He wanted to see his ward as soon as possible and make sure that she was alive and well. What he didn't know was that the gate he had just opened had an explosive device attached to it with a timer, and it was only seconds away from exploding. Our hero noticed a faint squeak too late. It was already useless to run away. So soon all three heroes were thrown back by a powerful blast wave. We could only hope that at least something remains of them. The force of the explosion was so powerful that it shook the entire area. The man who set up the explosives carefully watched everything, then called his master and reported that their enemy had fallen for the bait. The very elderly master replied that there was no need to jump to conclusions, because it was better to make sure that the guy was really dead. This mysterious man sat in a spacious room and felt like the master of the world. He was served by a small boy who handed the old man a phone and asked why they couldn't bring the little zombie back. The man replied that they did not need to strain themselves because they had what the guy needed, and he would come to the enemy's lair. Of course, he was referring to young Lady Chu, who was chained to a chair and bound hand and foot. The girl did not lose her audacity because, despite her fear, she asked if the kidnappers really did not want money from her. Laughing loudly, the old man rose from his seat and said that she had understood correctly. As they descended the steps, they could see that the man moved very briskly, despite his advanced age. He said that he had organized a huge number of attacks. Everyone thought that Yang Cheng was the target, but in fact, all this time, he wanted to get Lin. The little boy behind him asked if Grandpa didn't want to test the power of the blood soul body, and Grandpa nodded in agreement. But he also knew that the young lady had one secret, and he wanted it more than anything else in the world. When he touched her face with his dirty fingers, she broke down and screamed, asking who he was and what exactly he wanted from her. Moving a little further away, the old man said that his captive would see and understand everything after he showed her something. After that, he told his little assistant that he should take the lady to see their masterpiece. Lingling shouted and ordered the boy to let her go immediately, or else her mother and bodyguard wouldn't spare him. But of course, no one listened to her. So they soon found themselves in front of a huge door with a bright light behind it. This caused the boy to run even faster, so that soon the girl had to close her eyes to avoid being blinded by these rays. At some point, she still wondered where they had taken her, so she opened her eyes and immediately regretted it. What she saw made her really horrified. In a huge glass container from which various tubes came out, a woman was placed who was clearly unconscious. Her face was deathly pale, and there were blood vessels under her eyes, as if the life was being sucked out of her. Tubes from her container were drawn to some strange wooden boxes that looked like coffins. It was quite obvious that the whole intricate design was designed to drain the life out of the imprisoned woman and pass it on to those who were in the coffins. Lingling was so stunned by what she saw that she couldn't even say what she was thinking. The only thing she managed to say was the question of who this prisoner was. The old man came closer to the glass and said that this beauty was called Aura. According to him, she was a 1,000-year-old zombie. He also revealed that it was this woman who turned Yang Cheng into a zombie. The news was so overwhelming that it left her in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. Lingling began to say that this was all impossible and that her bodyguard was not a supernatural being from legends and fairy tales. Laughing, the boy called her naive and then asked the question, how could an ordinary person fight like him? Thinking back to her friend's strength and speed, Lingling doubted that she really knew him. After all, these people were right. He really had some abilities. Turning around, the old man started to leave, saying that he would leave the girl here because she needed to think about everything that she saw. Finally, he ordered his little assistant to show Miss Chu the next part, and Miss Chu smiled enthusiastically. The child ran up to some strange screen and remote control. All his thoughts were absorbed in the demonstration of his favorite part. He pressed the red button and watched with interest as another tube appeared in the container. It was moving so fast that Lingling barely had time to realize that the device was pointing in the direction of the woman's head. The girl indignantly asked what the old man was going to do, but he only said that she should sit and watch, after which he would explain everything. The phone smashed into the unfortunate woman's head, and Lingling felt as if she too had a headache. Then the one called Aura opened her eyes and they were a bright red color that was incredibly frightening. It was obvious that the woman was convulsing, probably in incredible pain, especially considering that she had a tube in her head. Her face contorted in a silent scream because it was simply impossible to make a voice underwater. Lingling's body was shaking violently. She couldn't understand why she couldn't hear the woman's voice, but she could feel all of the woman's pain. She felt as if it was her head that was hit by a strange tube that was sucking the life energy out of it. The girl also noticed that the tubes that led from the container shone with a brighter light. This light also penetrated the inside of those coffins, which seemed to be how life energy was transmitted. At some point, golden symbols shone on the wooden structures, which clearly meant something. But so far, Lin didn't understand what it was. This happened to every wooden coffin, and now everything in this room was shining. But it didn't look beautiful. It was really creepy. Laughing even louder, the child pressed another red button and reported that the job was done. The huge spike that had drilled through Aura's head shot up, releasing a thin stream of blood and causing her to scream again. After a while, the screaming stopped, and the woman closed her eyes wearily and went limp. The sight was so vile that Lingling couldn't stand it. She literally threw up inside out because of what she saw. The boy who came over said that the girl was very weak, but the old man restrained him, reminding him that he was a cultivator who couldn't compare himself to ordinary people. Patting the girl on the shoulder, the man said that soon she will get used to it and it will be easier for her. After recovering a bit, Lingling once again tried to find out what was going on here. With a sweet smile, the little boy said that they were going to watch the corpse melt now. The old man explained that the aura was a 1,000-year-old corpse that could be used to extract a huge amount of power. In addition, it had a unique blood type that ordinary zombies could become much better with. Just then, one of the coffins opened, its lid literally exploding. A terrifying-looking creature emerged from it, snarling angrily. Looking at the creature leaping forward, the elderly master said, even though the aura blood made their bodies stronger, it didn't add any intelligence to them. So the zombies turned into unmanageable and useless monsters that were very difficult to control. After injuring his finger, the master said that he could only destroy this one. Focusing on his inner energy, the old man began to say strange phrases that resembled fragments of a spell. The drop of his blood turned into something that resembled an arrow, which quickly flew forward. And then it was completely transformed into a fire that seemed hotter than what was burning in the fireplace. This light hit the monster directly in the chest, causing it to cry out loudly, which must have been really painful. Of course, that little flame burned the monster to ashes, not even leaving any ashes. It was simply painful to watch. So Lingling closed her eyes and tried to pretend that it was all just a bad dream. But the little boy was just thrilled that his master, with a single drop of wet blood, would burn off such a large energy fire. The old man was extremely sad. especially when he said that they had never successfully upgraded a zombie using this method before. But then, his gaze darted to Lingling, and he declared that thanks to her, they would finally be able to make progress. The girl asked in fright what all this has to do with her. The elderly master said that she has a secret that can make zombies obedient. The man's eyes flashed with a predatory gleam as he reported that Lingling's father had hidden this secret on her. But the heroine's eyes widened in fear, especially when she heard that a huge treasure was hidden on her body. And apparently it was her father who did it. Meanwhile, events take us to the hospital. There, in the intensive care unit, lay our hero. His entire body was crippled and his respiratory organs were burned, so he couldn't breathe without the machine right now. Many people were killed in the explosion, but the doctors were still surprised that Yang Cheng not only survived, but also recovered quite quickly. They wondered if it was definitely a person. If they looked closely, they would see strange red flashes in his eyes, which confirmed their guesses uttered in jest. When the guy regained consciousness, he abruptly blew up from the bed, tearing all the devices out of himself. His first word was the name Lin. Only after a few seconds, our hero realized that he was in the hospital, and then the memories came flooding back to him in a torrent. After a while, the guy finally paid attention to the doctors, but did not expect to see what was in front of his eyes. Instead of people, all he saw was their circulatory system, which he desperately wanted to sink his teeth into. He was so hungry that the thirst for blood literally consumed all his thoughts and did not allow him to function normally. Sticking out his tongue, he licked his sharp fangs and realized that his only desire was to dig into the doctors' necks and drain them dry. Quickly closing his mouth, he tried to figure out how it had happened and what had happened to him that made him feel so strange. Despite the screams of the doctors, he continued to cut the wires that were connected to his body, but it didn't matter now because the guy wanted to understand why he was so thirsty. In order not to harm anyone, our hero decided that it was best to just run away. So despite the screams of the attending physician, he rushed out of the ward. When he encountered patients passing by, all he could think about was whether his weak body had awakened to the vampire's instinct. Our hero ran through the brightly lit corridors and tried not to look at anyone. But then he felt that his bandages were beginning to smoke. Now his injured body was also starting to burn in the sun, so that the boy screamed sharply in pain. Hiding in the shadows, he tried to figure out what was going on and how he got into this situation. He had a hard time realizing that he couldn't stand the sunlight again. It made him close his eyes and start thinking about what made him different from a useless corpse now. Almost crying at the realization of his own helplessness, the young man finally heard a familiar voice calling his name. It was Lin Pan, who also didn't look her best, but unlike him, at least she didn't burn in the sun. The guy began to ask her how badly she was injured and how she felt. The girl replied that everything was fine with her. While their driver, Mr. Mu, never regained consciousness, the doctors said that the explosion had affected his heart, lungs, and brain, so he might not be able to recover. Brain death. It sounded so scary that Yang Cheng couldn't help but wonder if it was worth the risks this man took. The feeling that it was all his fault caused our hero's fist to crash into the wall with a crash. Gritting his teeth against the internal pain, he whispered that if he hadn't gotten involved, no one would have been hurt. Patting the boy's hand soothingly, Lin Pan said that there was no point in blaming herself right now. It was best to start thinking about how to save Lin from the Southern gang. Pushing her hand away, our hero said that it was all too complicated. After all, now that he couldn't even stand the sunlight and his body couldn't resist the urge to drink human blood, Yang Cheng confessed that he had become a low-level vampire. As always, the calm girl said that while trying to heal his wounds, his blood-soul body had caused excessive energy consumption, so there was only one way for him to heal. The young man grasped this method as a saving straw. He immediately began to pry out what he should do. There was no turning back, and she knew that if her master found out, he would probably scold her to death. But she clearly understood that if they wanted to go up against the Southern gang, they could only rely on Yang Cheng. So she grabbed her friend's arm and led him off stubbornly, not answering his questions about where they were going. It was deep into the night when they reached the place Lin Pan was leading them to. While she was standing at the freshly dug hole, our hero dug hard. The area of his work was very impressive. The guy was already pretty tired and angry that his companion didn't even talk about why he needed to dig a hole in the middle of the night. Finally, he stopped and asked if the hole he had dug was deep enough to bury him. Lin Pang looked at the boy coldly and said that he was absolutely right, because the pit was meant for him, so he should immediately take off his clothes. Her tone indicated that she wasn't joking, so Yang Cheng was truly afraid of what might happen to him. When his body was buried up to his neck in the ground, he finally decided to ask what the girl wanted from him. While she moved the heavy stones, he tried to get her to answer, because he was already buried under a layer of earth by her and had a right to know why all this was happening. Finally, the girl said that before this place was full of unburied people, so the best place to collect energy and rejuvenate the body simply cannot be found. These words caused confusion in the mind of our hero. He could not understand exactly how his body should be rejuvenated after being underground. Then, he suddenly guessed that Lin Pan was going to use dark magic, but the girl didn't see anything wrong with it if it was meant to save lives. Our hero wondered if this method would really help him restore his energy and become the same. His girlfriend reported that as long as he could get through the process, it was even possible to level up. When the guy asked what would happen if he couldn't do it, Lin Pan said absolutely seriously that he would just explode right where he was. This news scared the young man so much that he tried to find out if there were any other ways. But the girl claimed that if Yang Chen wanted to save Lin Lin, it was the only way to regain his abilities. Glancing up at the moon, she suddenly announced that time was up and there was no turning back. Throwing a gold card on the floor, she wished our hero good luck in her own way. After that, she picked up another card, began to crumple it and say some strange words. All her powers and words were used to open a portal that would give access to magic. One of the golden cards landed right on Yang Cheng's face, who didn't even have the chance to remove it. Suddenly, the moon turned a blood red color, which was clearly not a good omen. There were noticeable ripples of magical energy coming from her, which made it even more alarming. And then, it seemed that the whole world turned purple. And all this was accompanied by strange lightning. After that, a golden leaf fell directly on the guy's head, which began to cause him incredible pain. Lin Pan was completely unperturbed, ordering the force to switch places and acting as if this wasn't the first time she was performing a ritual. Some glittering particles were flying around her as she ordered hundreds of ghosts to bring Yang Cheng's spirit back. After these words, a huge number of lights shot up, which were obviously the same spirits. The guy was in the midst of chaos, and when you heard the presence of ghosts, you began to convulsively scream, looking at your friend. Then really terrible things started happening to him. His eyes turned the same purple color, and bulging veins appeared on his neck and face. He shouted that he was not feeling well and felt like his body was about to explode. The girl replied that he should keep this energy in his body and endure the pain, because this is the only solution to the problem. So the guy did exactly what he was ordered to do and accepted his suffering and agony from the pain. Lin Pan wanted to help him in some way, so she asked him to think about Lin Lin, who was so desperate for their help, which gave him extra motivation. He thought back to all the moments they'd spent together with this beautiful girl, how he'd teased her, asking her if she knew who a bodyguard was. Waving her beautiful hair, Lin Lin then said that this man would never leave her, even in the most difficult and dangerous situations. Now the guy understood the true meaning of these words and clearly realized that he really would not leave his ward, who had already become something more for him. Breaking out from under the earth, our hero screamed loudly and said that his girlfriend could rely on him and wait for rescue. Finally, the crimson mirage disappeared into thin air and the moon returned to its normal state. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Pan said in a low voice that her idea really worked. Walking on the ground with his bare feet, Yang Cheng felt a huge amount of energy being absorbed into his body, which now didn't try to tear him apart from the inside. It seemed to blend into every part of him and fit right in, as if it were a lost puzzle. Now the young man felt simply omnipotent. He was sure that he could defeat enemies of any power. His eyes were focused, and his mind was already beginning to form plans for revenge against those who dared to steal his friend. As soon as the guy got closer, Lin Pan asked how strong the blood soul's body was, but then her voice trailed off, and he could feel her eyes on him. He felt very uncomfortable because the girl was looking at his body completely unabashed. She immediately diffused the situation when she threw our hero into a bag of clothes and ordered him to clean up. While he was getting dressed, Lin Pan talked about how he had only taken the first step, so she asked him to let her bring him to a certain person. She claimed that after what happened, they could only rely on him. But no matter how much the guy questioned about who they were going to, Enan did not get an answer. All the revelations about how much Yang Cheng was feeling flustered for no reason didn't help either. Meanwhile, Lingling whiled away the hours of her incarceration in an empty room with only a narrow bed for furniture. She tried to digest the words she heard from the old man, who claimed that her father, whose name was Ye Dekai, was his favorite disciple. The elderly master said that he was a born genius who specialized in all the available types of magic. This was especially noticeable when it came to training the zombies that he trained were not only strong, but they also reacted to him, which was very rare. His mind immediately flashed to this tall, statuesque man who could bring a zombie to its knees in front of him with a flick of his fingers. The girl denied all this. She claimed that her father's name was Chung Feng. He was a businessman, and not the one about whom the old man invented his fables. The master then revealed a completely absurd piece of information, claiming that Lingling's father had changed his identity to a woman so that he would be left alone. Grabbing the girl by the face, the man angrily said that her mother took away his best student, but she can make him turn away from him again. The heroine also learned that this man had already met her mother when she was only 6 years old. He finally found her traitorous father. He mentioned that when he saw a happy man with a family, a beautiful wife, and a sweet daughter, he experienced a strange range of feelings. Smiling, the old man said that he genuinely felt comforted. Lingling was completely baffled by these words. She didn't understand if he didn't feel negative emotions. Then why couldn't he just let her family go? With a wave of his hands, the master said that they were as close as father and son, and he only wanted to reunite his own family and thought it was the right thing to do. The girl quickly guessed that the cunning old man was only plotting to use her father to commit his dirty deeds. These words caused a flash of anger and a new tirade about the great cause. He began to accuse the heroine and her mother of controlling his student, turning him into useless garbage focused on making money. Unable to hold back her tears, Lingling asked if that was why her father was dead right now. This sentence caused the old man to go back in time and see the image of his former disciple, who now seemed to be standing right behind his daughter. There were too many memories associated with this man, and many of them haunted the old man for many years. Especially vivid was the moment when a student came to him in the night and said that the art of teaching zombies was unethical and harmful to humans. He believed that this kind of sorcery should not have existed at all, because it was vile. Along the way, the master admitted that he did not kill Dakai. All these memories gave the man a headache, so his little disciple asked if he was alright. The man revealed that he thought he could threaten Dakai with the lives of his daughter and wife, so that he would fully master the art of zombie training. But no matter how smart the man was, he couldn't possibly know what his former mentor was up to. In order to protect his daughter and wife, Dakai went straight to the enemy's lair to declare war. He did not come alone, but together with his 4 zombie generals, who killed the entire sect. The battle was so fierce that it could only be described with one phrase: fight or die. The wards of the elderly master made every effort to somehow repel the attack of their opponents. The master himself went into battle, wielding a wooden sword. His age was already impressive, but his skills remained on top. The warriors used a variety of techniques to restrain the zombies and not let them out of their trap, and for a while they succeeded. But at some point, Dakai's disciples broke free of their shackles and began to spread their energy, making it clear to the enemies that they would not leave this place alive. The teacher viciously asked if his best student really wanted to cut off all ties with him, and Dakai apologized and said that the teacher had forced him to do this. The old man said that all of his disciples were severely injured in that battle, and the entire Nan sect paid a very bitter price. His disciple asked if the senior member of the Chu family was really that powerful, but this question was interrupted by Lin, who was wondering what had happened to her father after all. Sighing, the old man called out the man's name, and tears began to glisten in his eyes. After that, he revealed that Dakai's zombie generals couldn't withstand the siege of his students and were burned to ashes, and the man himself was badly injured, each step causing him pain and causing a new flow of blood from his throat. To the last moment, the master suggested that his student realize his mistakes and start over from scratch, and he was ready to forgive him. One of the students said that the master did not need to waste his time on him. He suggested simply killing the traitor and taking revenge for his students who died a couple of minutes ago. The thought of starting over with a clean slate made Dakai chuckle ironically. This was because the dark-haired man knew the purpose of zombie training perfectly well. He didn't believe for a second that his master wanted to protect humanity and justice. It was all nonsense. More than anything else, the man was sure that his master was doing it all for money, and not for some higher purpose, which he always talked about. These words angered the disciple who was standing nearby so much that she shouted the words that Dakai should die immediately. But Lingling's father didn't pay any attention to it, and after activating his power, he also threw away this opponent. Using the last chance to convince Dakai, the master reminded that this deal was to protect their guild from Mao Shan. But this speech did not impress the man at all. He asked what his former teacher thought about innocent people who became victims of violence. The brunette confidently declared that he would never allow his daughter to live in a world full of zombies. While burning a strange piece of paper, the man declared that the old man would never master the art of zombie training, and this would not happen in this lifetime. With a desperate cry, the old man begged his disciple not to do anything stupid, but it was too late. The fire was actively ignited in the hand of Yu Kai, who stated that he was very sorry that it ended like this. Looking straight into the old man's eyes, the man said that he failed him. Meanwhile, his body was very quickly engulfed and consumed by fire. The old man screamed, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to help the man he literally considered his son. Looking at her master's suffering, Liu Che couldn't understand or share his feelings at all. Soon there was only a charred body in front of the old man, so he didn't even try to hold back his sobs anymore. Even now, as he recounted all this, he was crying again, remembering the disciple he loved the most and considered his successor. Lin also cried, unable to believe that her father was considered literally the heir to an entire evil empire. She blurted out that the old man didn't deserve to be his master and didn't dare even mention his name, and he didn't deserve to cry for him at all. Lingling was so angry that she didn't choose her words at all and said that the old man had better kill her right now, otherwise she would become his nightmare. The girl swore that she would do her best and one day take his worthless life. Meanwhile, our hero and Lin Pan finally arrived at the old wooden house. The girl believed that they should definitely visit this place. As she got off the guy's back, she grinned and said that he was even slightly better and faster than the car. When Yang Chung entered the house, he almost gasped in surprise, because he didn't expect that a respectable person could live together, which was more like a garbage dump. Lin Pang didn't comment on these words, as she had already reported to the person who lived here that she had brought Yang Cheng. At first, the young man noticed that this gentleman's feet were constantly stepping on some garbage that was lying on the floor. And when his gaze finally found the stranger's face, he realized that he had actually known the man all along. After all, it was the same old man who had sat by the roadside begging, the same man he had helped all the time, the same person who had given him the sun protection pendant. Patting the guy on the shoulder, the man smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Yang Chung finally understood that these guys had long planned to get close to him and his family. The girl said that their goal was only to look after them and protect them. Pointing to her master, Lin Pan said that it was her master who was in charge of the Mao Shan Guild and his name was BGZ. Looking at all this, he concluded that compared to the opposing guild, this one was more miserable and poorer. Smiling, the man said that he collected garbage only in order to recycle it later. Suddenly, a person came to this old garbage warehouse and announced that he wanted to make a purchase. GZ immediately rushed to meet him, because apparently he was waiting for his arrival. The guys became unwitting witnesses of a conversation that recently clothing prices have fallen so much that soon the man's business will not be able to bring him money. Sect Master. Mao Shan returned to the room with the money in his hands, smiling and asking where they had just left off. The girl reminded him of the situation with Yang Chen that she had already told him about on the phone. So she asked him to explain what they should do. Recalling the previous conversation, the man realized that the guy's body was injected with evil substances and did it very carelessly. He said that if he has a blood-soul body, once he can control the evil substances inside him again, he will be destroyed. Our hero listened with horror to the information that in the end he could become a crazy zombie bloodsucker. The guy began to claim that at the moment everything was fine with him, and he did not think that such a critical moment could come. However, the master couldn't share his confidence and asked if the young man really thought so. When he realized that Yang Chung was convinced of his words, he suggested that he try something and took a fighting stance. Then he attacked the guy and hit him hard. This action knocked the poor guy off his feet. Yang Chung coughed violently, but strange things began to happen to his eyes. They suddenly changed color. The man's strength threw the boy so far away that he crashed into the wall with a crash, creating even more chaos in the room. Lin Pan didn't understand what her mentor wanted to achieve, but she chose not to interfere in the process. But still, she reproached the man for killing the kid. But he told her that he knew his degree, and if he didn't make Yang Cheng die, he wouldn't know what danger was lurking inside of him. When the master realized that the boy was still alive, his eyes widened in surprise. Our hero was trying to get up. When he put his hand on the crossbar, you could see how a strange dark haze emanates from it. This was noticed by the others. The girl rolled back, and her mentor said that as soon as the guy is unconscious, he will control the blood. This is exactly what will make him a real monster who will want to kill everyone around him. Lin Pan asked if Master would be able to help the guy deal with this problem and learn how to control his strength. Glancing at the youth, the man said that the dark energy in his body was too strong, so he would have to try harder. Making an animal roar, our hero rushed to the attack. He was completely different from himself, more like a wild animal that was released from the cage. Folding his hands in an intricate gesture, the man ordered the boy to wake up immediately. It didn't work at first, but when the golden light flashed and formed into a circle, there was hope of success. Our hero was trapped inside this circle, and now no longer resembled a predator, but rather a hunted animal that fell into a trap. His eyes shone blood red, and his sharp teeth protruded sharply from his jaw, and his skin also changed to a deathly pale hue. Rising to its feet, the creature that was Yang Cheng now looked terrified, knowing that it was being chained up. Golden shackles wrapped around his legs, preventing him from taking a single step. When his body was completely bound in chains, he screamed loudly, because he knew that he was completely helpless in the face of enemies. Lin Pan understood that the master had to control this monster that was about to unleash its full demonic power. It was obvious that it was necessary to do this, but the master said that it was not as easy as it might seem at first glance. Ripping off his outer clothing, the man bared his tattoos, which were in the form of intricate symbols that resembled ancient writings, and ordered the girl to step back. After that, he launched an attack with a shout, wanting to deal with the monster that might be born right now as soon as possible. Lin Pang asked in horror if the man was going to use his self, and the man replied that the only hope was that his kung fu would help this child improve. He didn't hesitate to hit the guy right in the forehead, making him hiss like a wounded animal. Surprisingly, thanks to this gesture, Yang Chung froze in place, even though they stopped shouting viciously. The master's strength was so strong that Lin Pan could barely stand up as waves of energy kept trying to knock her down. Continuing to restrain the young man, the master began to pronounce ancient words that were used to restrain evil. Yang Cheng's insides began to burn so much that the awakened monsters thought they were trying to burn him from the inside out. But his power didn't go anywhere, it only increased, and soon the golden chains began to crack. This alerted GZ, but he didn't stop trying, even though his body was shaking all the time. At some point, the man became so ill that he began to beg the higher powers to help him finish this case faster. Soon, the guy managed to finally get rid of the chains, which broke apart with a crash. The first thing the freed monster did was slap the master across the face with all its might. Now it was GZ who was sent flying backwards and slammed painfully into the wall, leaving deep cracks on it. All this made the young man smile. But this smile was more like a predatory grin. A trickle of blood flowed out of the elderly master's mouth, which indicated serious injuries to the body. When Lin Pan saw that the trembling master was barely able to get to his feet, she rushed over to help him. Fortunately, the guy was still shackled by the torso and one arm, so that he could not move too fast and far. But this didn't last long, because at some point he arched, growled loudly, and freed himself from the rest of the chains. All these actions led to the fact that soon the wooden hut was completely destroyed. No repairs could even be considered. It was lucky that the master and his student were able to jump out of the window in time, and this helped them not to be buried under the wooden beams. Until they came to their senses, Yang Cheng would come up to them, his eyes shining with a thirst for vengeance and bloody revenge. Lying on the cold ground, Lin Pan desperately asked if they really failed. But in response, the master just laughed, saying with satisfaction that everything was not so. On the contrary, they did everything that was necessary. These words led our hero to bewilderment, because he was sure that his opponents would soon fail. Suddenly, red symbols similar to those on Jizi's skin began to appear on our hero's body. It was as if these strange characters were literally burned into his forearms. A sharp flash of pain caused the boy to cry out. It felt like the tattoos were on fire. In fact, they were. Only this magical fire was inside him. At some point, he fell to the ground and a black haze began to emanate from him. It seemed that the tattoos drove out of him all the evil that was sitting inside. And so it was. The very monster that had controlled Yang Chen for the last few minutes was now driven away from his body. Barely able to stand on his feet, the elderly master admitted that at some point he himself stopped believing that he could control this dark energy, because it was too strong. But everything changed exactly the moment he connected with the guy, thanks to a touch on his forehead. The man said that he felt a different type of energy inside Yang Chen. It was very pure, and then absorbed his power, after which it merged with the dark one. Right now, one could watch as a light haze began to come out of the guy's body, as if confirming the master's words. Looking at the boy, Jizi triumphantly declared that he had finally managed to transform the dark energy. Lin Pan really wanted to know what kind of light power the youth possessed, but even the master didn't know about it. He could only assume that it was one of the 5 basic elements. Finally, our hero came to his senses. His eyes and skin got a normal shade, and the fangs did not try to get out of his mouth. Looking at how strong his arms had become, he tried to process everything that had happened to him in the last few minutes. Among other things, the moon ball that had been sleeping and recovering for so long finally appeared in his hand. Now this tiny creature was beeping happily and showing its true contentment. Laughing, the master announced that he understood the nature of that light force. It turns out that it was an elf. Finally, their presence was noticed by our hero, who now seemed very confused and asked what had happened here and why everything was in such a mess. Coming closer, the mentor said that in order to help the guy, his house had to be destroyed, so he had to compensate him for the damage. These words really scared the young man, because he had no idea what he would have to pay. An exasperated Lin Pan said that the guy needed to be more serious, and then hit him on the forehead with her fist. Laughing loudly at the young man's reaction, the master said that it was fine. As long as they fought with another guild, the debt between them would be settled. Now the eyes of our hero gleamed with joy. Such a contract was to his liking. Meanwhile, in that very opposing guild, lively conversations were going on under the torchlight. The old man looked at the subordinates who had come and said that if they hadn't recovered from their injuries yet, then they shouldn't beat around the bush. But Liu Cho wasn't going to rest. She was more interested in why the teacher hadn't informed her of her plan to capture Lin Lin earlier. The elderly master sternly said that his subordinates should mind their own business and not interfere with things that didn't concern them. These words angered the girl. She said that she was a student, and if the master hid something, it means that he did not trust her with some important matters. Narrowing his eyes, the old man said that he already believed that she could bring Yang Cheng back, and they all knew what happened in the end. Lucha's voice trailed off as she didn't know what to add or how to deny her guilt. The mentor added that if someone wants to gain his trust, they must prove to him that they can achieve something. Such words hurt the girl's self-esteem, but she gritted her teeth and obediently agreed with the master. Soon, a woman appeared in the hall, bringing Lin Lin and bowing to her master. The girl stood straight and looked calm, but in fact she was so stunned by what was happening that she didn't know how to behave. Getting up from his chair, the old man asked worriedly if the girl was still silent and didn't say a word. The brunette reported that she had been hypnotized and still couldn't get any information. She was afraid that the girl really didn't know the secret skill of cleaning corpses. But the master didn't expect that the item hidden by his disciple would be easy to find. He was sure that Dakai had come up with a detailed defense plan. The voice came from Liu Che, who expressed her doubts about the fact that the corpse refining secret skill hadn't been destroyed. After all, one should not forget that Dakai had gone to the lengths of killing his own brothers to protect his family, so it was unlikely that he had saved what they needed. After some thought, the old man said that it was also a salvation for the family of his former disciple, because only with his help would he save the life of his wife and daughter. He reported that they would have to use a special technique to search through the girl's memories, so he asked the brunette to wake Lingling up. Snapping her fingers, the woman brought the heroine out of the hypnosis under which she was all this time. When Lingling regained her senses, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her, and she was extremely disoriented and scared. But her stupor didn't last long, because in the next second, she was yelling at the old man and calling him an old jerk. And then she threw herself at him and began to hit him right in the face. No one expected such a reaction from her. She was behaving so dangerously that a dark-haired woman had to step in and immobilize her. Seeing that Master was in a lot of pain, Liu Che jumped up and asked him if he was okay. But Master waved him off and said that he was fine. Unlike Lingling, she shouted loudly and declared that if they had the guts to kill her, they should do it right now. Chuckling, the elderly Master said that the girl's strong point looked exactly like her father's. 2 long needles appeared in the man's hands and he told her not to worry, because right now no one was going to kill her. He also added that he saw the girl as his granddaughter, so he believed that he was responsible for taking care of her. The heroine shouted that she was not the granddaughter of such a person. After giving the young lady a stern look, the man ordered her to stop being rude and rest for a while, then held the needles up. Lingling's worst fears began to creep in, so she crawled further away and told the man not to approach her. However, the words were cut off as soon as the needle touched her head and silenced her. The girl's body immediately went limp, and she sank into a kind of semi-conscious state. Her eyes were still open, but consciousness was slipping away. The old man, with a gentle note in his voice, ordered the brunette to immediately help the girl to sit on a chair. While he was holding out the second needle, his student asked what they would do next if they couldn't find what they needed. After thinking for a while, the master said sadly that then they would have to hide in the mountains again. So they should all be praying hard for everything to go according to plan. In order to fully focus on the girl's memories, the old man ordered everyone to leave the room immediately and leave him alone. Looking at the needle that was reaching straight for Lingling's head, the old man mentally turned to his former disciple and said that this time, he had bet everything on him. After saying that, he squeezed his eyes shut and stuck the needle directly into his forehead, thus connecting them to Lingling's consciousness. As soon as the connection was established, the man screamed in sudden sharp pain, but he knew he had to be patient. After a few minutes, the man's eyes changed color, turning blood red. A moment later, the elderly gentleman was in a portal that led directly to the girl's memories. Looking around, he immediately realized that Yang Cheng held a very important place in her heart. He walked forward for a while until he came to the memories from Lingling's childhood. Then it was clear that he would soon find what he was looking for. However, he soon heard a voice that he never expected to hear again in his life. It was his former disciple, Dakai, who reproachfully said that the old master eventually got to his daughter as well. The man was horrified when he saw the image of the former student, which meant that it was sealed, and the way to train the zombies was really hidden in Linlin's memory. Lingling's father immediately went on the offensive, saying that his teacher was not welcome here and should leave immediately. But instead, the old man joined the battle, saying that he had to find what he was looking for. After activating the magic energy, he said that he should make every effort to restore their guild. So he hit Dakai with all his might, who was desperately trying to protect his daughter's consciousness. However, the man managed to hold out, gritting his teeth from exertion. He said that his teacher might not even dream of getting what he wanted. Seeing the gesture of his hands, the old man asked in a frightened voice what his disciple was trying to do. Dakai's actions caused the master's real body to malfunction, and he almost choked on his own blood. Seeing this, his female disciples were shocked. They ran up to the master, but they couldn't do anything, because if the needles were pulled out, then consciousness might be lost. The girls didn't know what to do, so they just ran around the master and raised a panic. At some point, Liu Che finally decided to pull the needle out of the man's head, but it didn't help to wake up the master, who was slowly bleeding from his mouth. After all, events brought us back to the city hospital. Yang Cheng and his girlfriend Lin Pan came to visit Mr. Mu, who was still in a coma, and they wondered if he would ever be able to wake up. The girl was sure that one day the man would get better, but no one knew when exactly this moment would come. Looking at the wounded, injured body of a man, our hero said that he would make the Southern gang pay for what they did. Lin Pan urged the boy to wait a bit, because until they managed to find the Southern gang's nest, only then would they be able to avenge Mr. Mu and save Lin. Suddenly, from behind the half-open door, I heard conversations. Someone was clearly approaching the ward. Our heroes immediately turned at the sound and witnessed a strange conversation. A man begging to be allowed to play his part. A male staff member entered the room, greeted the children, and introduced himself, saying that his name was Kai Yue Zongwu, and he was the owner of the Kai Yue family. Yang Cheng opened his mouth in surprise, as he hadn't expected to see the person he had heard so much about here. Our hero remembered this man, because once, he received very strong injuries, which the young man witnessed. 2 years ago, this gentleman was unexpectedly attacked by an enemy and was seriously injured, only being saved thanks to Yang Cheng, who donated his blood. The guy smiled and said that it was just a small thing. He never thought that he saved the life of a person who would help him so much in the future. After shaking our hero's hand, the gentleman said that it took him a long time to repay the kindness of the guy. Looking at the injured Mr. Mu, the man said that it was his responsibility to get justice for him. In addition, he promised the guys that he would help them deal with the Southern gang and do everything possible so that they would get everything they needed. Lowering his eyes, the boy said that he really appreciated Mr.'s kindness, but he didn't want to involve innocent people in this matter. After looking at the guys carefully, the master said that they didn't seem to fully understand how big the Southern gang's support was, so if they didn't work together, it would be almost impossible to destroy it completely. Lin Pan said that the family master Kai Yue wasn't wrong. The Southern gang was really quick to come up with a plan here. They definitely had strong people behind them supporting them. After passing the tablet to the guy, the master said that there was information about the Southern gang and its hideouts inside, so if he agreed to cooperate, he could use the information. Looking at his little moon friend, our hero asked what he thought about this. The creature gave an animated squeak, which meant that it didn't mind forming an alliance with these people at all. Deciding to listen, Yang Cheng said that he agreed to join the alliance, because so far he had only seen the benefits of it. The moon shone brightly on the city at night, giving it an eerie appearance. But for some people, it wasn't the shadows that made them feel terrible, but the fear of losing people close to them, which was exactly what Liu Che was thinking right now. A brunette entered the room where the old man was lying. Liu Che asked how Lin Lin was feeling. It turned out that she was also in a coma. The woman was extremely worried that their grandmaster and the girl had been in a deep sleep for almost a day, and she didn't know if they would come to their senses at all. But such speeches were unacceptable and extremely irritated the girl. She ordered immediately to be silent. The brunette was afraid because she did not mean anything bad. Liu Che reported that the doctor said that the great master was mentally injured and just needed to rest properly. At some point, the old man's hand trembled convulsively. Before that, he hadn't shown any signs of life at all. This caused the girl to jump up from her seat and approach the master, hoping that he was finally coming to his senses. When she started asking if the old man could hear her, he just made an unintelligible noise. And then he suddenly opened his eyes and jerked violently, as if someone had pulled him out of a deep sleep and brought him back to the real world. Grabbing his student by the scruff of the neck, he demanded that she immediately write down what he was going to say. Trembling all over, he said the long-awaited words about having learned the zombie cleansing mantra. It was at this moment that a siren blared in the ward. Everyone immediately understood what this meant, because it was a warning about an invasion. Orders were issued to each unit to be on the alert, and soon the guards began to report that they were being attacked by an unknown person and needed to quickly send reinforcements to the main gate. I didn't want to believe that the attackers were really targeting them. The brunette immediately grabbed her phone to contact the security guards, but when she did, all she heard were death rattles and pleas for rescue. It was all so startling that she didn't even know what to say, because she felt completely helpless. No one expected that the head of the Kai Yue family would personally fight to take revenge on the enemies for what his people had suffered. The guards of the Southern gang barely had time to pass on the message that they were being suppressed by a group of unknown militants whose firepower was too great. Liu Che immediately ordered the brunette to connect her to the security room because she had to ask them to give her a video of what was happening. On the phone, she was also informed that there was no person involved in this fight, which they clearly did not expect to see there. Arriving at his seat, the old man said that he heard the voice of an adult member of the GZ family. That's right, because the man took the phone from the dead security guard and told the old man that he sounded like he was about to die. Lowering his voice, the man said that he would do anything to come and see the last moment of the Southern gangmaster. Now the old man was really afraid because he didn't want to face this man at all. And even when he was in such a vulnerable state, looking at the dark-haired Fang Fang, the man ordered her to immediately gather a few people to suppress the enemies. She bowed out and went to carry out the order. On the other hand, he called Liu Che closer to convey an important message. When the girl was standing next to him, he said that Tak should clearly remember all his words because it concerned their lives. Nodding her head, she said that she understood her task very clearly. Meanwhile, Fan Fan was reporting that Groups A and B were surrounding the enemy outside, while Group C was going to search for GZ. She also gave orders that as soon as the guards saw any suspicious people, they should immediately kill them on the spot. After saying that, the brunette bumped into the one she grew up with in the same shelter in the hallway, and Lin Pan was standing right in front of her. While the other members of the group were pointing their guns at her, Fan Fan couldn't even move. She was clearly not ready to face her past. With a cold look at her ex-girlfriend, Lin Pan announced that they had finally met, which made the brunette even more confused as she realized the reality of what was happening. Having sent the guys to help Group C, the woman said that she would deal with this problem on her own. Walking closer, Fan Fan said that she never thought that they would face each other as enemies. Her ex-friend said that the woman could have left this place because she never joined the Southern branch. Smiling, the brunette said that she worked exclusively for her boss. Besides, she never planned to leave this place. Lin Pan announced that if she did, she could hit her opponent in return, which caused the brunette to rush into the fight. Taking a fighting stance, Lin Pan said that her friend didn't have to worry because the blows wouldn't hit her face. A real battle ensued between the former girlfriends, and at that moment Fan Fan realized that it would not be easy. A very young disciple of an elderly master heard strange noises and began to wonder what was going on outside. He was already tired of sitting next to Lin, who was still unconscious, and he didn't understand why he should do this. The boy decided that she wasn't going to wake up anytime soon anyway, so she could just go and see what all the noise was about in the building. As he called for the elevator, he even thought that he could do something to help, because he had already learned a lot during the training period. But when the elevator opened, a strange man got out of it, who was extremely surprised to meet a small child in this place. It was Yang Cheng who coldly asked if the boy knew where Lingling was. The little disciple blurted out that he felt like he knew the person in front of him, but the guy asked not to try to distract him, and then ordered to hurry up and immediately tell where his girlfriend is, otherwise he will not be well. Startled, the boy reminded him that he was only a child and such words were inappropriate. He played the role of a frightened baby, but in reality, there was a real devil inside him, who was ready to take the enemy to the prepared trap. Jumping straight at our hero, the boy began to shout that his enemy should die immediately. Clenching his fists, our hero realized that it looks like he really will have to fight with the child. But he was willing to do what he came for without hesitation. And if this little fellow was standing in the way between him and Lingling, then so be it. He would take him out. After the impact, the boy flew back and crashed into the wall, leaving cracks on it. Our hero was surprised that his reaction speed increased dramatically, and his body became more mobile than before. He could only hope that the boy wasn't dead because he didn't want to, but he had overdone the effort a little. Yang Cheng peeked through the hole in the wall and called out to the boy, but no one answered. As he stepped inside, he realized that it was so dark that he couldn't see anything beyond an outstretched arm. At that moment, the little devil appeared behind him and shouted that the guy would be finished now. But he did not take into account the fact that, as mentioned earlier, the reaction speed of our hero increased dramatically, so he easily caught the boy. He didn't understand how his enemy could know that he was behind him. After all, he had done his best to be very quiet. Raising his head proudly, Yang Cheng stated that after what he had experienced with Lin Pan, his five senses had sharpened several times. As he approached the boy, he asked if he was so naive that he thought that his location could only be determined by how loud he was making noises. At that moment, the young disciple realized that he was facing a person who had such speed, strength, and senses that he could only compare to a zombie. Lifting the boy into the air, the young man began to ask where Lin was, but so far he could not get an answer. Realizing that the risks were too high, the boy decided to use his special skill to fight the zombies. He cast a fire curse that allowed him to spew flames out of his mouth as if he were a real dragon. But when he looked at his opponent after the attack, what he saw left him in shock. Yang Cheng was not only alive and well, but also allowed himself to joke about the kid having something up his sleeve. But he had a lot more tricks in his arsenal, which he very soon introduced to his young opponent. After these manipulations, the boy absolutely did not want to continue this battle, because he felt as if the spirit was about to leave him. The guy said that he was giving the kid one last chance, so if he didn't tell him where Lingling was right now, he was going straight to hell. After showing Yang Cheng an obscene gesture, the boy claimed that he was a disciple of the Maoshan sect, which meant that he would never give up on zombies. These words were too loud, because after a few minutes our hero opened the door of the room where his girlfriend was. Seeing her unconscious, something broke inside the guy. He was so worried that he forgot about everything in the world. Touching her beautiful face with his hand, he begged her to wake up. Pouncing on the student, the guy asked what was done to her. He said that he had nothing to do with it, and her condition was the work of the great master. He reported that his teacher wanted to get the memories of her, but they were sealed. And since it was impossible to break the seal, it led to this state. Gritting his teeth in anger, Yang Cheng realized that he now wanted to deal with the Southern gang out of personal interest as well. After hitting the boy on the right spot, he quietly said that he should sleep for a while. The disciple had indeed lost consciousness and was now resting peacefully on the floor. Lifting Lingling in his arms, he apologized for coming too late. Looking at her tightly closed eyes, the young man promised to take her home right away. While they were walking towards the exit, they were constantly followed by a moonball, which seemed to be guarding the children. But at some point, he narrowed his eyes in alarm and our hero realized that something was wrong. He immediately realized that something was happening, and in the next instant, everyone in the building felt a strange shaking. The guards fell to the floor, screaming, and assumed that an explosion had occurred somewhere below. The shockwave was so strong that its vibrations caused Lin Pan and Fen Fen to cover their ears to avoid getting hurt. But at some point, Lin Pan realized that it wasn't just the shaking of the building. Her friend confirmed this guess, saying that it was the roar of a zombie, which means that the master managed to achieve what he wanted. The master literally jumped on the bed with happiness when he realized that he had done a good job and the zombies had woken up. Jiza thought ruefully that he had never imagined that the enemy would be one step ahead of him again. The earthquake stopped as abruptly as it had started, which greatly surprised Yang Chen. Whatever it was, he needed to get out of here. But he didn't understand why this strange shaking was bothering him so much. Then he realized that it must have been a premonition, because soon he sensed that someone was here. While the door slowly opened, our hero ordered the moonball to prepare for an attack, because soon they could get into trouble. When he saw that a very elderly man was standing outside the door, shaking his whole body and begging for help, he recoiled as he realized that his face was vaguely familiar. The guy asked in horror who was standing in front of him, and when he heard the voice, he realized that it was Liu Che who was standing in front of him. These surmises were confirmed as soon as the man spoke his name, and there was no doubt that some terrible event had happened to the girl. Our hero immediately began to wonder how she could turn into a zombie-like figure. Lucha started saying that everything was fake, and the Grandmaster received the wrong mantra. Pointing a finger at the girl, the older warrior began to accuse her of being the cause of all the problems. The anger in the old woman's voice and appearance suggested that she was truly convinced of what she was saying. After dodging the pathetic attempt to attack, the guy ordered Liu Che to immediately step aside if she didn't want to go to the next world right now. Suddenly, Zhenling, whom they called Aura, appeared behind the older woman, apparently having managed to free herself from her captivity. Yang Cheng couldn't believe his eyes. It had been so long since he had seen his mentor who had turned him into a zombie. There was a flash of power and a desperate cry that clearly indicated that someone was injured. Liusha fell to her knees and screamed. But Aura didn't feel sorry for her, as they had caused her so much suffering and pain. She fell to the ground, an open wound on her back showing blood-stained bones. The face no longer expressed any emotions. It was empty, as the spirit gradually flowed out from behind this mortal body. Finally, our hero realized that his mentor was imprisoned by these people. And that is why she did not come to his aid. The blonde goddess' features now looked very strange. Her eyes shone blood red, and her fangs were very prominent, hinting at bloodlust. She rushed forward, shouting that she needed more blood. It was clear that Zhenling was out of control. The sight was really scary, so our hero didn't even know what to do. As he dodged her attacks, he tried to figure out what was going on and why she was acting like this. But instead of answering, all he got was more punches, which were getting harder to avoid with Lingling on his hands. When Zhenling got so close that she managed to injure the young man's neck, he panicked because he realized that he could become food for her. Taking advantage of the moment of doubt, the woman attacked the guy from behind and hit him painfully on the head. But then a small moonball came into play, protecting its owner and attacking the one that wanted to harm him. But the power of the aura was so powerful that it was extremely difficult to resist it. The attack led to the fact that literally the entire corridor where the heroes were standing was destroyed. There were deep cracks in the walls, ceiling, and floor that couldn't be repaired. Zhenling made her way through the mess and irritably brushed away the dust that kept settling on her clothes. There was so much chaos everywhere that it was hard to know which way to go to find the exit. As he ran down the stairs, all he could think about was why his mentor wanted to kill Lingling, and he even assumed that her mind was being controlled by someone. The moonball screamed again, hinting that danger was nearby, and the girl immediately began to look around. There was a strange girl sitting right on the railing. She didn't look any different from other people, but her demeanor suggested otherwise. Almost let him down, it was a zombie, which in the next second rushed at our hero, baring its teeth. It all looked so dangerous that the guy opened his mouth in surprise and for a second was confused. Not knowing what to do, his instincts kicked in even faster than he thought, and his foot slammed into the zombie's jaw, sending it flying backwards. The next blow sent her head literally crashing into the ceiling. When the sharp teeth and glowing eyes were not visible, this girl could be called very pretty, and her figure was very attractive. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible, so he opened the door with his foot and decided that he needed to find Master Kai Yue. He decided that they would go back for Xinling later, once his girlfriend was completely safe. But his plans were disrupted because the woman began to chase after them and pursue. At the same time, she did not stop repeating that she wanted blood. This was all very frightening to Yang Cheng, as he had no idea how to deal with someone he considered his mentor. After looking at the moonball, our hero came up with an idea. So he asked him to bring Lingling back to consciousness. The guy did not even expect that this could work, so he was horrified when he saw that the ball penetrates the girl's body. It worked. And after a few seconds, she opened her eyes and looked tiredly at Yang Cheng. The guy's joy knew no bounds, because he did not expect that his actions would lead to the fact that the girl would wake up. The only thing that brought them back to reality was the squeak of a moonball, which reminded them that they were still in danger. Putting the girl on her feet, our hero asked his lunar friend to protect her while he dealt with Zhenling, who was very close. The goddess was clearly out of her mind. Her obsession with blood was at such a high level that her mind was completely clouded. While Yang Cheng was trying to reach out to the woman, Lingling was running away. The guy realized that his mentor had suffered a lot. This was the only explanation for what she had become. Taking careful steps, Aura drew closer and closer, her body trembling, either from weakness or thirst. The stubborn guy said that she should not worry, because soon she will return to her previous state. He promised to help her. Here with him, she didn't have to worry about someone bullying her. But so far the woman didn't understand this, because she wasn't herself. At some point, the thirst became so unbearable that the blonde goddess screamed, so bad she had never been. And she lived for a very long time. As she flew up to the guy, she came face to face with him, but he didn't flinch, which helped her remember their first meeting, namely the moment when he chose her name. Realizing that the woman could still be reached, our hero grabbed her hand and began to say the words that he said at the first meeting. She didn't move, and he knew that he had to act, and his hand gently laid on her back and stroked her soothingly. Yang Cheng decided that he would bring his mentor back to normal by all means, so he came up with the idea of kissing her and reminding her of their connection. At first, the goddess tried to pull away, but then she froze in place and seemed to remember who was right in front of her. After a few seconds, her hand forcefully pushed Yang Cheng away, as if all his efforts were in vain. Moreover, the guy looked like he was absorbing the evil part of Xianling, because there was a red haze between them, and the guy's eyes changed color. The exhausted woman fell to the ground, her eyes closed, so it was hard to tell if they had returned to normal. The young man also did not raise his head. It seemed that it was hard for him to take even a single breath. Our hero clearly remembered Jeezy's words about zombies, power coming from their gases, so he could only weaken the woman's power by absorbing her gases before saving what was left of her. What he hadn't considered was that the 1,000-year-old zombie gas was too toxic. As he crawled over to his unconscious mentor, all he could think about was whether he'd been able to suck all the poison out of her, or if he should do it again. Looking at her fragile, limp body, his skin crawling, he knew that he might not be able to stand the repeated taste of poisons. But he was determined to help Yinling, so his lips were already moving closer to her face. It was at that moment that she opened her eyes, which were a beautiful shade of sky, and looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding what he was trying to do. To avoid being kissed by this pervert, the woman poked him in the eyes with her fingers, which made him scream. She beat him on the head and didn't even know that the guy literally saved her life. Almost crying, our hero began to ask her forgiveness and say that she should spare him. Finally, his mentor began to come to her senses and ask the right questions. She was interested in how the guy found her location and where she was in general. The young man was surprised that she didn't remember anything, so he told her that she was abducted by the Maotian sect. After carefully examining the boy, she cautiously asked what had happened to his eyes. Sitting down tiredly on the ground, Yang Cheng told her about how they became like this after he saved her. He was even afraid to imagine what kind of curse was placed on her to make her go crazy. Then the guy said that he needed to calm the goddess down, so he sucked all the zombie gases out of her and then poisoned himself with them. After thinking for a while, Xianling actually remembered the moment when she was attacked. But after that, her memory started to go blank. She was in a kind of daze until she heard someone singing, making her go crazy and want to drink blood. Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp cry that sounded like the voice of some wounded animal. It was the same zombie that was stuck with its head in the ceiling. Apparently, it finally managed to free itself and now it wanted revenge. Opening his mouth in surprise, our hero said that it seems that not only Xiangling was put on some terrifying experiments, but our hero wasn't going to save all the zombies and kiss every woman. His mentor did not comment on this phrase because it was still difficult for her to believe that the guy really kissed her. A huge number of zombies appeared in the corridor, and the young man simply could not allow them to roam around the city. Tossing aside his jacket, he confidently said that this place would become their grave. As if sensing the growing threat, the zombies whined loudly and rushed towards the guy, wanting to deal with him as soon as possible. Yang Cheng's eyes quickly read the threat, and his brain began to think of some plan that would help him get out of this situation. As he slapped the first monster across the face, the boy realized that he should have the strength to deal with all of them. Soon, a zombie girl entered the battle, who apparently desperately wanted to stand up for their fellow humans. Our hero grabbed her by the throat and stopped the attack attempt. She snapped her teeth and growled angrily in his hands. Yang Cheng threw her and her kindred into the wall, so they were completely disoriented. Swinging his fist with all his might, the young man decided to finish off his opponents with one blow. This thought struck him as a stroke of genius, so he sent one precise blow straight at the enemies. His mentor watched every move. She was surprised. I didn't understand when the guy managed to become so strong. Looking at the white steam rising above the zombies, the youth quietly said that they could rest in peace. After that, he turned his head towards Jianling, and for the first time she noticed how serious his gaze had become, which had finally returned to normal. The woman was so shocked by the whole picture that she couldn't restrain herself and ran up to the guy, asking if he was all right. With a sly smile, Yang Cheng said that he felt much stronger after kissing her. After slapping him hard in the face, the woman said that if he repeated such a trick again, she would kill him and not even regret it. The argument ended as soon as the guy got a call from Mr. Kai Yue, who was obviously going to tell him something extremely important. First of all, our hero asked if the situation in the building was in order. It was hard to say that everything was calm, because right now, the men were trying to shoot back at the enemies. He also reported that there were also zombies that appeared out of nowhere and attacked anyone who got in their way. Mr. Kai Yue knew that they couldn't hold off all the zombies, so they had to retreat right now. After thinking for a while, the man also added that Yang Cheng had better get out of here. If he found his girlfriend, they promised to wait for him outside the building, but they couldn't stay there for too long. Taking his mentor by the hand, our hero said that Lin should go to the gate, so he told all his allies to take her away, while he planned to stay here and deal with the zombies. Looking at the boy's worried face, Shanling asked what was wrong, and the boy coldly replied that he didn't know any more than she did. The only thing that was absolutely clear was that the zombies in this building were a huge threat, even bigger than the entire southern sect branch. After talking to Mr. Kai Yue, our hero decided to contact Jizi, who obviously did not expect to hear his call. He combined the call with Lin Pan to ask them if they had encountered any new suspicious zombies. Looking at the burning creature, the woman said there were only a few of them in her path. While fighting off the terrible creatures, the young man said that the zombies contained in the South Ward had gone berserk, so now they were attacking all the people who were in this building. He also said that Xianling and Master Kai Yue will soon be retreating, and they must clear this building of zombies. Our hero emphasized that no one should be saved from their retribution. Jizi stood right in front of his main enemy and gloatingly informed him that his plan had failed. The old man didn't want to believe it. It was hard for him to admit that he had lost, and that even after his death, Dakai continued to plot against him and make things difficult for him. The dark-haired man nodded, saying that Dakai was a rare talent, and he had even considered appointing him as the successor of the Mao Shan sect. Suddenly angry at the old man for ruining such a talent, the man slapped the old man hard across the face, saying that it was the old master who was to blame for everything. The master listened in silence to all the accusations that he was the one who destroyed the potential of his best disciple and the entire Mao Shan sect. Jizi believed that the old man was not interested in anything other than fighting for power and expanding his own area of influence. Lying on the cold ground, the old man didn't say anything anymore, but the accusations that he was a criminal who raised zombies for smuggling continued to pour in. At some point, the old man came to his senses and said that the sect was destroyed not by him, but by this era, and by adhering to traditions, they only accelerated its death. All these words made Jizi stop beating the man. Even in death, the elderly master continued to frantically prove that he was the only one who truly tried to save Mao Shan. Jizi looked at the old man with disdain and said that everyone to her didn't need people like him, so the best outcome would be death. But before that, the man wanted to make the elderly master go and apologize to all the sect pioneers. The decrepit old man was clearly unable to do this right now, and this made his opponent so angry that he wanted to finish him off right now. But the master pulled out a gun. Smiling, the white-haired man fired. The last action he was truly proud of. There was a huge hole in Jizi's chest. His body was shaking, and it was clear from his face that he didn't fully understand what had happened. The sad outcome was only indicated by the smile of the old man, who was waiting for the moment when his opponent would die in front of his eyes. When the man continued to fight back, the old man realized that he needed to shoot several more times, because the enemy was asking for it and did not want to die in peace. The world swam before Jizi's eyes, so it was clear that he would soon be going to another world. Lin Pan burst into the room, immediately noticing her master's condition and being horrified by it. Looking at the bloodied body of his enemy, the old man just shrugged and said that if he hadn't fallen into Dakai's trap, he wouldn't have had to use a despicable weapon like a pistol. He didn't want to kill this man, but the man had asked for this fate, so don't blame him for the murder. Looking back, the master said that he would definitely arrange a funeral for him, but he would only do it after he had cleaned up the place. As the man's life drained away, Yang Cheng tried to send him a message that there were too many zombies in the building, and they all needed his help. At some point, a monster that looked too much like the master appeared. It looked extremely suspicious. Yang Cheng began to guess that something had happened, because the man probably wouldn't have ignored his calls. Meanwhile, Songling decided to ask the guy how he even thought to contact the Mao Shan sect, since they could have easily killed him. Our hero smiled and said that it would be unbearable for these people to kill such a perfect zombie like him. After these words, they continued their run down the corridor, as several zombies were already chasing after them. At one point, Shenling screamed loudly. She was really scared, because her body was yearning for something. In horror, turning to his mentor, our hero also saw the situation in which she was. With a wave of her hand, the woman was able to cut off her shackles and descend to the ground. As he ran closer, he asked what they were facing this time. This time, the person in front of them was a very beautiful, slender, long-haired woman who looked extremely seductive. Under the building was a car, the owners of which were anxiously waiting to see who would come out from inside the multi-story building. Mr. Kai Yue ordered his men to immediately report the situation here to the security department so that they could protect this place. Looking anxiously out the window, the man realized that they had no idea how many zombies were there. He understood that if necessary, they should destroy the entire building to prevent the monsters from entering the city. Lin Lin was already running up to the revolving door. She was barefoot, because she didn't even have time to find her shoes. When the armed men realized that someone was going to leave the building, they pointed their weapons at this person. But the gentleman realized that it was too early to shoot, because it was not a zombie, but the one for whom they came here, a young daughter from the Che family who was desperately running towards them, wanting to escape from this nightmare. While getting out of the car, Kai Yue ordered his men to protect her as she ran to the open door. There were strange flashes all around her that seemed to be trying to protect her from everything. The girl finally reached Kai Yue, and as soon as she did, she felt safe and her body just shut down, so she fainted. Looking at the small moonball, the master said with a grin that he never thought it could be so useful. After contacting Yang Cheng, the man reported that they had met Lingling. Now he was interested in how things were going on the guy's side. Our hero, to put it mildly, got into trouble and was tied hand and foot and neck. But of course, he didn't say anything about it. Just asked not to worry about him and take his girlfriend away. Kai Yue had promised to do it. So even as the zombie's hair continued to bind his hands and feet, the young man felt much calmer. Xianling felt even worse. She lost consciousness, and her opponent's hair pierced through her body. Coming closer, the woman began to say that the guy was not an easy zombie, and she could let him go, since they were of the same species. But this generosity did not apply to Aura. Clenching his teeth in anger, Yang Cheng asked why it was because his mentor was more beautiful than this zombie. Laughing, the opponent concluded that the young man didn't know anything. So he explained that they needed Aura's blood in order to live and become stronger. Licking the woman's delicate cheek, the zombie added that she was the one who was the most delicious food for them. She also reported that the ancient zombie was the best cultivation aid for them. These words made the boy think. He didn't even know what to say after learning about the elderly master's character and why his mentor was being held captive. After looking at the guy carefully, she patted another of the woman's ears and asked if he wanted to work together with her. Our hero succinctly replied that his opponent can go to hell with such offers. After saying that, the guy's hands and body began to squeeze even harder so that he screamed in pain. After eating her fill of Xianling's body, Zombie declared that she was now full of strength and energy. She pulled her hair out of the woman's body, and she fell to the floor as if she were a rag doll, after which the opponent said that now the guy will not be able to break free. Now he has become an even more active operation and is trying to break out of his captivity by tearing the woman's hair. And then he let out a roar so powerful that her hair, which was tipped with fanged snakes, began to let go of him. Taking advantage of his position, our hero began to grab these snakes to deal with them once and for all. Now Zombie realized that the guy wasn't simple and was capable of doing things that seemed impossible. So the battle was clearly not going to be easy. As Yang Cheng tightened his grip on her hair, he said that his dear opponent should have cut her hair long ago. Pulling one of the strands on himself, our hero forced the woman to approach him. She clearly did not want to do this. Hitting her in the face with all his might, our hero said that he just wanted to help her. After saying that, he slammed his opponent's face into the ground with all his strength, causing her to whimper softly. But he didn't think it was enough, so he decided to give her a little facial massage with his feet. This led to the fact that the entire floor failed, and of course, the woman flew down. The collapse was quite large-scale, so the guy himself was surprised by all this. As he descended, he noticed that his opponent was lying completely motionless. Looking at the remnants of her hair in his hands, the youth chuckled and said that she looked much better now. This was clearly an irony, since the zombie was so crippled that a beautiful appearance was out of the question. Yang Cheng was finally able to reach his mentor, who was still lying down and didn't show any signs of life. It lost a lot of blood and also gave him a huge amount of energy, which helped in the battle. All of this caused her to be severely injured and her body was already tired of healing. Our hero understood that leaving Xianling here was a bad option because the zombies would be chasing her all the time, so he decided to take her with him. As he walked quickly through the building, he only wondered where his friend Lin Pan was right now. The girl quickly got in touch and said what floor she was on. The guy immediately reported to her that she needed her help in picking up the wounded man. Lin Pan's thoughts were all about why Master hadn't answered her yet, and she had a very bad feeling about it. Glancing at her longtime friend Fen Fen, the girl suggested that she go along with her and live a normal life. But the brunette called her ex-girlfriend too naive, because she didn't even know what a powerful organization was behind her. Only the dead could leave it. So she turned around and started walking away, saying that if she saw Lin Pan again, she wouldn't show her any mercy. No matter how cold Lin Pan might seem, she was very sorry about the path her friend had taken, and there were so many things she wanted to discuss with her like before. The entire building was destroyed, the silence broken only by the crackling of electrical wires that hung from the ceiling. The old master carefully made his way through the deserted corridors, pained to see what this place had become. As the old man walked through the rubble, all he could think about was that he had never imagined that he would end up falling into Dakai's trap. Behind one of the doors was the youngest disciple, who cautiously asked if this was really his master. The master didn't expect to hear a familiar voice, so he immediately asked if Tong had managed to survive this meat grinder set up by the enemies. Running out of his hiding place, the boy threw himself into the arms of his master, saying that he was very happy to see that he was all right. The old man asked if the baby was hurt. He said that he was fine, and then told the story that the cause of the destruction was Yang Cheng, who not only hurt him, but also took Lingling away. He also reported with regret that Liu Qi was dead. The loss of yet another loyal person had hit the master hard, and he didn't understand how this could have happened. According to Tong, the girl died in a terrible way. It seemed that all her essence disappeared and she turned into a decrepit old woman. These words filled the man with horror. He realized that in order to activate the zombie purification spell, life essence was needed as the initiator. And this was how Dakai planned to kill him. Falling to his knees, the master realized that he had finally lost. because his former disciple had set up so many traps to kill him. As he wept, he wondered if Toot, who he thought was his own son, really hated him so much. Tong tried to rouse his master because he knew that it wasn't safe here, and they had better leave first before dealing with everything else. But the man did not want to give up so easily after spending so many years improving zombies. So now he was eager to fight to the very end. Trying to convince the master, the kid said that the zombies were already out of control and no one would be able to seal them. So it was pointless to take any chances. Gently patting the boy's head, the old man said that he might indeed fail, but with the help of his youngest disciple, he might succeed. With a trembling hand, the man touched his head and said that he could lend him his cultivation. After saying this, he squeezed the child's skull so hard that the child screamed in fright and asked what the master was doing. He never got an answer to his question, but the old man continued to squeeze his skull and chant the ancient incantation, all of which caused the child unbearable pain. Tung begged the old man to stop, but then advised him to relax, because he just wants to borrow his cultivation, not take his life. After what the master did to the boy, he developed dementia and was never the same again. Looking at Tong, his master coldly said that compared to Liu Che, he was much more fortunate.